Welcome one and all here to the North American DPC. My name is Snare. I'm here to host your Div 1 action. We are about to get over the halfway mark into this third week, and of course, that means we are very close to the tail end of this third week of action. Regrettably, it is the case that the major slots have already been filled, but we still have some relegation slots to be filled, and more importantly, we still have to know exactly where the middle of the pack lies at this moment in time. And of course, as usual, I'm not going to be alone joined by this journey. I'm here yet again with T-Panda and Fear. Gentlemen, we haven't had any upsets. We haven't had any surprises, really.
But we have some culture drip, man.
Hey,
love it.
Look
That's
at
awesome.
you. Not just me. Look at us.
you.
We're out here.
Pretty normal day for me. I didn't get the memo.
So, week 3, obviously, like I said, no surprises really, but the one thing that has been good to see is that the consistency from some of these teams has been remarkable over the run of these 3 weeks. And, you know, the fact that NA is still NA, it's nice because when we came into this particular season, one of the things that we saw initially was that we had a lot of imports from other regions. But now when we look back on things, it turns out that that's not actually the key to success. The key to success really does seem to be having a stable roster, having a roster mostly that's been within the NA region itself, playing up against other NA teams, you know, scrimming some Europeans, but it's nice to see that NA is still NA and it's not being completely run over. It's not an actual farmers league.
Yeah, it's in the blood. It's in the DNA of North American players that they still have, you know, the experience and the chemistry from players that they played against in pubs, the players that they've had in previous teams and stacks, which truly just seems to be the big difference maker in the end. So yeah, might be an import league to someone, but it's still NA.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, we're definitely getting more players from other regions, which I was hoping would be a little more impactful on the results. Not gonna lie to you, to like elevate the region, but it seems like my NA boys are kind of slapping down the Europeans here, which is always nice to see, unless it's the TSM and obviously Shopify Rebellions. But they're kind of bringing in talents, and they already have like their NA kind of like core, I would call it, right?
I mean, speaking of Rebellion and TSM, who have been slapping around a lot of the competition, they were in action the last day of DPC Dota that we had. So if you weren't here to join us on that day, let's take a quick look on what it looked like. Obviously, this first series that we had that day, Nouns versus Rebellion. Rebellion here came into this knowing that a solitary victory would guarantee them a slot at the major, and they were able to achieve it, but Nouns didn't necessarily bring the best form that we've seen from them, and it's kind of disappointing because this seems to consistently happen here whenever they go up against the upper echelon of competition here in NA.
Yeah, I think Nouns, they started off both games with a very solid early game. Like the laning stage was looking all right. I think that's where Rebellion necessarily hasn't answered, but they've had themselves a game plan. No matter what happens in the laning stage, we're not going to fall in or fall behind from the situation of having difficulties in 5, 6, 7 minutes, because they always seem to corral at 15 minutes and then pull themselves together. Either it being a Ricky draft or having an Enigma popping off later on in the game, they always have a solution. Even RTZ, if he's uncontested, he might feed in the early game. We've seen him done it multiple times, but still, he's top net worth. He's destroying everyone. Yep. So, clinical.
I mean, that's something that Crit actually mentioned to us in one of the interviews here, that this team, even when they know they're going to have a rough laning phase, they have such faith in their drafts and in their overall strategy that they never start panicking, right? And you can sort of see it in the play that they have, that except for that one series against Bait, that one game in that one series, they pretty much never panic, no matter what the laning phase looks like for them.
Yeah, I mean, going in Shopify Rebellion is always a tough ask for the most part. This team is very strong. They've, you know, had multiple finishes of like top 2, top 3 at major events, right? With a similar roster. So like going against them is like really testing yourself. And if you can beat this team and you're consistent against them, you've got a good shot at like having similar results on land. So Nouns, unfortunately, not quite there. And, you know, as we talk about having monkeys on our back from Nouns, Shopify Rebellion, TSM, have always been those teams, unfortunately.
Yeah, so speaking of TSM, we also had them in action the other day. They were also able to secure themselves a major slot up against the lineup of Bait. And regrettably, the same story for Bait. This always happens. Decent laning phase. And Dendi, to be fair, this Bait roster actually has been getting better. If they'd, let's say, played TSM and Shopify Rebellion earlier on, got those out of the way, and then were able to grind out slowly but surely against the teams just beneath that, I think we might have seen a much better showing out of them. And there has really been clear improvement. I mean, Panda, you've been watching this team for a long time. You've been seeing Dendi struggle in the Eastern European side for quite a while. You have to admit, this is the best showing we've seen from him in many years.
Yeah, drafting has gotten better. Execution's been getting better. Moose and Dendi combo, which we've highlighted multiple series in a row now, actually has been the highlight of this team. The way that they click together, the way that they're kind of understanding communication into execution has been top-notch. And I think like if you've got those two core players in the team, you're going to get some good results. The downside is both of their side lane cores are lacking. We're looking at Funnick who seems is a bit stale. He's in the bottom end of the offlane players of this league, and then Stonebank, who is probably just going through a very, very rough stage in his life right now, considering he's not having fun in pubs, he's getting destroyed there, he's getting destroyed in competitive games. His confidence is kind of gone.
Yeah, maybe. But it's really hard when you lose a lot of games to, like, you know, stay on the positive side of things for sure. But for Bait, like, I don't think they would have had it any other way, you know? Like, having, like, the most important matches towards the end of the season, you know, it's entertaining. They had their chance, I feel like, when they played against, like, Wildcard Gaming and 5-Rat 4-Staff. I was thinking they would... That's where they proved themselves, in my opinion. I didn't expect them to come out here and beat Shopify Rebellion or beat TSM. I did expect them to maybe beat a 5-Rat 4-Staff or, you know, a Wildcard Gaming. Unfortunately, those all won 3 series, but they lost in the end here. So the true test, you know, they saved it for last. Like, they're going to play Thief and they're going to play Alpha, which they, in theory, should win. But, you know, they haven't won a series yet, so who knows?
Yeah, the Bait organization has literally not won a series, just in general. Like, it's just never happened before. So
mark my words, it'll happen this season.
It's going to happen. Dendy's going to make it happen. And of course, Dendy and the boys are at the very bottom of the pack. Them, Thief and Alpha pretty much competing for relegation. The middle of the pack is settled. Nouns, Wildcard, and 5-Rat 4-Staff no longer have to worry about relegation. Now it's more about just what's the pecking order look like? How many DPC points can we accrue? Because only 5th place and up actually get any of those points. But the interesting part for me is the series that we have tomorrow, Rebellion versus TSM. Obviously, that one doesn't really matter in terms of major placements, but for where the teams want to be, I think it makes a huge difference. Obviously, Rebellion wants to prove themselves as the top dogs in the entire region. They want to go into the major on a hot streak. But TSM, they've had situations where they've been able to have upsets or two. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to accomplish. But, you know, that was yesterday's series. We still have to look towards the future. And today we have some interesting games, gentlemen. And the reason that they're very interesting is that second series, Alpha versus Wildcard Gaming, if Alpha loses, they are 0-6. Fear was mentioning right now that Bait has a very important series against them at the very end. But for Alpha, they also need to start racking up at least some wins, at least a game win, even if not a series win, to have the confidence going into the last day.
And they have the chance for it, to be completely honest, even despite losing, I think they're on an 8-series losing streak right now. If they go again 2-0, that will be a total 18-match losing streak for Alpha. That's included with third party. So not a single map win since the 6th of January. They want to break that streak. They want to look for at least one map victory. And Wildcard's numbers, which we're going to be racking down later on today in the broadcast, there's some weaknesses that they might be able to exploit.
Yeah. So speaking of actually this wildcard series as well, we have seen that they have some of the more Eastern European players, Barbatich and Sunlight in particular, Fear. So them, what do we make of them? Have they yet been able to solidify themselves in the region and demonstrate why they were imported in the first place?
I think Barbatich is, not gonna lie, he's struggling really hard as a player for this team. He's always seems to be bottom of the net worth in every single game. Sunlight, he has his moments of shining light, if you will, like where he looks really good on his Mars and some other heroes that get active. But I really want to figure out like if they can manage to strengthen their laning stage. So
speaking of that series obviously coming on later in the day, but we turn our attention to the first one where we begin with Nouns versus 5-Rat 4-Staff. So Nouns, at this point in time, they've already lost to TSM, they've lost to Rebellion, guarantee that they will not be attending the Lima Major, but they still want to be able to solidify themselves as the third best team in the region and build up slowly but surely from there. But the counterpart to that is that 5-Rat 4-Staff, they've impressed me quite a lot, right? I didn't expect them to look as good as they've looked in some of these games, especially like the games where they have like Stomanen on his Skywrath Mage or his Rubik. When they play those heroes, they are excellent and they look very, very good. On the downside though, gentlemen, 5-Rat 4-Staff also, I was looking at some of their stats, right? Their hero pool is fairly decent, but it's also very top-heavy. Kits and DNM are the ones playing the most versatile heroes. At the very bottom end, for Stomanen and Albino Zebra, they've been playing the same heroes day in, day out, and when they don't play the Tree and Protector in particular for Albino, the Skywrath Mage Rubik for Stomanen, when they don't have those heroes, things do not look as good. The drop-off is pretty stark. And when we look at how many heroes they have in picking, look at 5-Rat 4-Staff. There's a reason that those two heroes and the Speed Beastmaster are at the very high end of what's been picked for them and what's been succeeding for them at this point.
Yeah, one of the lowest hero pools, but also the lowest hero diversity in the league for NA. But they have some perks to this. I'm going to bring up 3 points, and I think one of the main ones we're looking at is actually tower damage and the capability to hold towers. I think this is where the Treant kind of kicks in. They have taken an enemy tower pre 10 minutes in 9 9 out of their 14 games so far, which is the most in NA. And also the average towers taken at 10 is the second highest across all regions, meaning that they can play very active with tower pushing. Downside is that they only have the second lowest kill average when it comes to all NA teams. So you might be expecting them to potentially play a bit passive early, but they would like to push for objectives and try to get that map control in their control at that. So comparing with 5RAT versus Nouns, 5RAT is much more of a pusher-heavy team. They're ahead of Nouns at 10, 20, and 30 minutes. So we might see 5RAT taking objectives early, but they might also struggle on the fighting side. So we'll see if that is something they do get to execute.
On the other side, though, Fia, when we look at the Nouns lineup, obviously Rubik is going to be very high in priority. The Tusk has been very high in priority for everybody at this point in time. One thing that we haven't seen from the squad is a consistent run of form. There'll be some games where they look very, very good, right? And some games where it just looks a little bit off kilter. And I think in particular from the off lane, when I've seen Moo play, it's pretty much feast or famine, right? He either has these amazing games or terrible games. And sometimes in the same game itself. It happened in that Rebellion series where early on, best player in the team by far. As the game started going longer and longer, things started to peter off. So what's happening with them? Why can't they find themselves a run of consistency?
Well, there's a lot of things, I guess, with that team. For one, I think when they play against TSM and Rebellion, they just play a lot worse than they normally do in general because that's a team that they just, like, have been looming over them for such a long time. But I think for Moo in particular, drafting is really important for him. Like, he's a more farm-heavy type of player, so he wants to be able to play these. We saw this Nature's Prophet. His item builds are very, like, he doesn't really care about the meta very much. He's just going to do what he wants to do. Sometimes it's great, sometimes not so much, right? So, like, that's where you get a little bit of inconsistency. Yeah. And also another player I want to spotlight, especially from the last series, was Yamsun. He's been having a rough one, and in general on this team, he hasn't really been the standout player. He looked a lot better, like on Wildcard in some series as a carry player. So I think they're still trying to integrate like how to fit him and how to get him more active into these games.
And with that offlane comparison as well, where Moo would basically be looking at these more standard offlaners with interesting item builds.
Yeah.
We've got on the other side Speed, who plays meta Zoo heroes right now as a majority. And one thing that has actually worked for them so far is actually locking in Speed in the first phase. He's got 8 first phase picks out of their game so far, which is the most of any NA core. And then we look at Stamanen. How do these two click together? Because when Stamanen has been going on a good game, that means there's Rubik or Skyrath. He's 6 and 4. But if he has anything else outside of that, Hoodwink, Clockwork, Enchantress 1 and 3.
Not looking so hot on the rest of those heroes, but another hero that we should actually be talking about here is Nature's Prophet, because at the beginning of this entire DPC league, everybody in every single region was outlining Lina as the primary one core that has to be dealt with. It's still one of the most contested heroes throughout the entire DPC, almost 100% in every single game. Here in NA, it is 100%, I believe, still at this point. But the issue is, for me, Fear, I think Nature's Prophet is actually the primo carry at this point. Every single time I've seen Nature's Prophet, hell, even in games where Nature's Prophet is playing into Lina, then Nature's Prophet looks way better. Here in NA, both of these heroes have played 12 games. Lina has a 40% win rate. Nature's Prophet has 75. And of the 12 games Nature's Prophet has played, only one was an out-and-out offlaner. Even when he's been played from the offlane, like when Moo played it twice against TSM, he was the carry in that game. Yeah. Just happened to be from the offlane position. So talk to us from a carry perspective. What do you make of the Nature's Prophet, and do you think it's actually better than Lina right now?
It's really hard to say if it's just better. It's definitely easier to execute, which I think is why, like in this region specifically, it's having more success. Because like the laning stage, they can be somewhat comparable, but I think NP is a lot more durable. And the Lina, we've been seeing they step out of place one time in the laning stage. You know, a Rubik lift back into like a Centaur stun, whatever it might be. Lina is very, very squishy. And once you do have a bad game with it, it's not that easy to recover. Sure, you farm fast, but you're picking this hero first pick in most of your drafts. It has no flexibility in the lanes like NP as well. So you might early pick an MP, but you have choices where to put it, right? Lina has just always been going carry role every single time, and they're getting heroes like Clockwork. You're just getting on top of Lina over and over again, and at some point, it's been feeding and struggling.
Yeah, and also like Lina doesn't really have had that kind of impact with the lineups that they're usually building this hero around. Like, of course, you've got this big damage dealer with a lot of attack speed, Maelstrom procs, and having distance. But most of the time, we just see Lina getting caught in the front line, repositioning. That means no damage being dealt. Meanwhile, all this burst damage that's coming in from the enemy side enables them to just nuke everyone out of the way, and Lina never actually gets to participate in the fight. But I will counter the NP in one sense. The Lina is still 100% first phase contested. So contested 100% in every game, but they're all in first phase, either picked or banned for every NA game. So
but sometimes you get stuck on the meta, right? And you're just like, oh, Lina's a quote-unquote first-pick hero, so we have to first pick it. Even if your carry player's not even 100% comfortable in it, you're still going to do it. One last point about the NP that Lina doesn't do. When you get level 6 on NP, right? You were talking about how fast it can be. You can instantly just ult and take some hero's HP half instantly. Then TP, kill them, and take the tower. And that's already a lot of impact that you normally don't see Lina having in the early game.
Speaking of impact that we've had, I want to take a quick look at the comparison between these two squads when it comes to their overall performances and what they've been able to accomplish thus far in the DPC. And one thing that I have noticed, we heard from T-Panda just now that 5 Red 4 Staff do a ton of building damage. They're able to push the envelope quite a lot. They've also been very good at fighting. And ironically enough, they've been very good at fighting with the Nature's Prophet. The only rampage we've had in the region so far came from D&M playing on 5 Red 4 Staff here. And when we look at these stats here, besides the deaths, right? Besides 5 Red 4 Staff just having some, they've been stomped harder, but they have had one more game than Nouns. This is looking very, very similar. Much closer than what you would anticipate just thinking about the teams on paper.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine they still have longer games, right, on average too, so more room to have more deaths. But this is very comparable for the most part. And I think Nouns has looked quite good in the regard of like their games haven't been super long, but they've been pretty concise when they're doing well.
If there's an interesting number though, if you look at the kills are actually even, but 5 Rats have one more game or one more series, and they have 100 more deaths.
Yeah.
Which does kind of strike my eye as well, of 5 Red kind of losing a lot of heroes around. They've kind of gone on this, Albino Zebra is not necessarily one getting caught, and like we look at other support players like Sammy Boy, like, support with 15 to 20 deaths from game to game, which can happen, but from them, it's usually their cores dying quite a lot, and spread it evenly out. So we don't have like our carry with one death who's free farm all game. DNM, he's got multiple deaths every game. Kit's kind of in the same position, and if Speed doesn't get a good start for his game, he's also going to start racking up on that death count. So if there's anything that they can do, it is that early aggression where 5 Rat hasn't actually been looking for anything else except objective.
I mean, I think for 5 Rat, they die together because they like to go high ground and wipes a little too many times, right? So it's a team effort there.
It is a team effort, and they've been playing a lot of team games, which I like to see. One thing I also want to focus on when we think about this particular series is the fact that both of them are looking towards the future, right? For both of them had imports to replace like the captain's hero. Shtamanen came into the side of 5 Red 4 Staff. He's been taking on a little bit of leadership there. The same is true for Lilas on the side of Nouns. And it's interesting to me that both of them have the 4 position, being the leader, from outside of the region and saying, hey, we need somebody to come and fix this for us. It sort of reminds me of, do you guys remember a couple of years ago when Southeast Asia had a similar problem where they just didn't have any leadership in their support roles? True. Right now, actually, now that I think about it, right, the only captain who's native to the region might actually be Sammy Boy from Wildcard, right? Everybody else has been imported in the region.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
I mean, yeah, that's an interesting stat, but I think that team in general, like I played with a lot of players like Moo and stuff, and Gunner, they're very vocal, right? They're not just like, listening to everything Layla says and just enjoying the ride with a strong captain, right? I think he's adding that extra bit of captain that they want, but they all are very vocal. And it's probably not super hard for Layla to captain because they're all experienced players.
Yeah, they've been around the block for a very long time. Before we get into the draft, gentlemen, are we getting a 3-game series here? I want to see the 3-game series.
It could happen, honestly.
It could happen, yeah. On a big emphasis on the word could, because every time we've been kind of feeling the situation that it might go 3, it's been completely the opposite in the sense that we haven't got that upset series. I guess because we're still waiting for it. That could be one big reason why we're so biased towards the idea that we want to get 3. But I don't think it's an impossibility when you look at these two. I think 5 Rat really wants to contest this time, and Nouns is not going to get an easy day at the office, I would say.
I mean, there's always the question of the Nouns consistency. Like, if they're consistent, I'm expecting a 2. If they're not, it could go 3 games.
Well, we're going to find out right now because we do have a draft underway between the side of Nouns and 5 Red 4 Staff. Game number 1 is coming to us live. And 5 Red 4 Staff, they do the right thing. They have removed the Lina from the pool. Nouns is doing the even better thing. We were just speaking about Stomanen's hero pool and Albino Zebra's hero pool. Their most successful heroes. Rubik, Tree, and Protector gone immediately. Now I'm saying, well, pick whatever else you want. We're just not going to allow you to have these. That does open up the Speed Broodmother as well as his Beastmaster, which has always been first phase. So is that what we're going to be seeing here at T-Panda when they eventually have their turn to pick? Who's first pick here? Nouns is first pick.
That's going to be Nouns.
Nouns first pick. So we get the Tusk, of course. It is Nouns. Gunner Tusk. What can you do?
So one of the things, kind of touching up on your question, is do they lock in Speed? I'm very confident that they will. They have gone through that risk moment where do we get Stomanen's hero through, where most of his heroes are banned in the second phase, but they seem to be very unfazed about it, that they just keep on leaving them for second phase and just lock in speed plus support, which is usually Albino, Zebra, and speed in the first phase, then looking at Stomanen and Kids for the second, and then DNM for the final, unless they want to swap around with Kids who gets the better matchup. They've got the second pick for Fire Rat, so potentially they could mix things around a little bit. So I'm looking at a speed DP for sure, which is actually kind of surprising he doesn't go for the Beastmaster. It's his second most played hero with the Brute Mother and the Primal Beast following right behind, but it's worked out for them pretty nicely. And of course, the Tusk matchup, it feels like DP is a potential answer to the Tusk Snowball. You've got that silence pre or after.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a hero that Tusk has to commit himself to, and big siphon target, so it's very hard to burst. I'm so glad they did this, but will we see results? So I was going to say, if I was Noun's drafter, I would have banned Rubik Sky, call it a day, right? Like, Stomanen's had way too much impact on these heroes. Regardless, I would ban for the player, not really for the game. But this Ricky hero is incredibly strong versus Tusk. We see it. You snowball into a smoke screen. It's not a good time, right? You can't really cast anything. So this response is very good. The question is, have we seen Stomanen really pop off on a Ricky? Like, he kind of
Have we even seen a play Ricky?
I don't think he
I don't
has,
think he
right?
has, no.
Like, he's not really playing we saw his Clockwork before.
Yep.
Was not super impressed by his like melee pause forwards as we are with like his Rubik, his Skies, his rotations. This feels a little bit slow to me, a little bit weak on the laning stage. It's going to be a different look for 5-Rat, but Albino Zebra could play this hero potentially. I won't lock it in quite yet.
5-Rat played Ricky on 20 days ago against Balrogs, by the looks of it, but it doesn't look like there's complete stats for it. It was a win, however. So I like that they shifted up Stomanen into the first phase and not just leave the Sky for banning. And that kind of now targets, do they want to get rid of Albino Zebra's hero pool? They got rid of the Mirana, which is already one ban spent because of the Ricky combo.
Ricky Mirana, thank God.
But what does Kits and Albino actually want for the second phase? What goes well along with this Ricky fear?
I mean, it's just setup stunts, right? The dagger is just a setup for, Arrow's the obvious one. We see other heroes like Leshrax being picked. Some spells, Lena was great, that's banned. You just want to be able to follow it up in some way. I have seen this Darkseer Ricky, which is really cool too. The vacuum into the smoke screen. Plus, you just put an ion shell on the Ricky. He runs around, just kills people before you even notice. That stuff's always fun. But I'm very curious. I still want to see him play Skywrath, to be honest with you, and just have Albino Zebra play this Ricky.
He could. He's
just so good at the hero. It's hard to be like not wanting him to see that play.
I also saw Albino has also played 7 games on Sky with a 5-2 score rating. So that could also be they play 5 Sky, and then now it's like, wait, why did they pick this hero? And maybe they have the flex shuffle capability with this Ricky and the Sky. So I actually like the idea.
It'll be interesting to see that. And Nouns, of course, have gone in for the first phase, Nature's Prophet as well. I personally like it. I think this Nature's Prophet hero is crazy busted. And they can flex this, right? Mu can play this hero. We saw him use it to amazing effect prior. We obviously know that it's not that difficult to play this in the safe lane either. So Yamsen, despite having some rough days at the office, I would back him to be able to play Nature's Prophet, right? Ease of execution is certainly there for this hero. And it's very hard to beat this hero in the laning phase. We've seen these Lina sometimes get demolished in the early laning phase. We haven't necessarily seen that when you have a Nature's Prophet in the game, unless there's a Primal Beast in the off lane.
I mean, something has to go terribly wrong for NP to get owned. Like, the RTZ, he died a couple times in the lane, but it's just kind of like the fault of the hero a bit being squishy, but you're still going to have good CS. You're still going to probably win in that department. And then, when you do have a bad game, it's fine. You have your ultimate, you have a teleport, you have treants, you can just go take objectives. You'll recover really quickly. So they have flexibility on who can play. I wonder if they're going to ban the Ember here, as we see the Rebellion. Whenever they have Tusk, it's like Ember Bat banned. They don't want to see those matchups, right? And I don't really want to see Mu be playing Tusk either that much in a game like this. I really want to see his MP, as you mentioned before. He looked really good on it. I want him to be like more of a carry type of like off laner, getting a lot of the farm, not a lot of stress to do things on the map, and let Gunnar do it. Gunnar's really good at making rotations on the map, and that team functions best that way.
I like the bans coming out from 5-Rat, where they went first for the Phoenix ban, and they're like just considering about this Snapfire option for second phase that Nouns would like to get, because you got the cookie save from the smoke screen, which is already like a ranged tool, basically. We've seen the amount of force staffs being built these days. You have Hero has an inbuilt kind of force staff, technically. So I like the approach that they're taking with these 2 support bans, and kind of having these double core flexes now on the side of Nouns. Probably another support ban, unless they really want to get something out of the way. thinking about the whole Pango situation between these two teams, Bloodseeker wouldn't be completely out of the books, but they could also leave it in and try to get like this kind of bait pick out as well. Like, all right, you want to look for that Pango? Well, there goes the Bloodseeker. All
Well,
right.
yeah, should be Kids Pango coming out then.
I won't talk anymore.
The question is, do you want to see it right now at this point in time, or do you want
They
them
have
to
to.
wait
You
until
kind
they
of have
respond?
to. I mean,
yeah, because Gunnar plays. But that might be the bait, right? They might be trying to force Gunnar to play the Pango
But
and
they
then shift
banned the
Tusk.
Bloodseeker for them for free. But
Yeah,
yeah, I
yeah.
guess Tusk, it could be played as a pos 4. Laylis can play it. I think it's not going to be that big of a deal.
they still went for
All right.
the
They're baiting,
Jakiro.
yeah?
All right, so they picked the, what I call just the Jakiro, the mediocre
Yeah, just the
Treant.
Jakiro. That's what it is. It's just the
Jakiro.
Jakiro.
I mean, the pluses of this hero against the NP used to be like an old school classic counter. You just get the dual breath on the treants. You know, attack speed slow is nice. AoE damage helps a little bit, but I haven't really seen that matchup in like, wow, NP can't play the game,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
then
yeah.
they're just gonna be like, oh, peace, NP's gonna play carry, so you
Yeah.
don't even get that advantage anymore.
And it doesn't matter against the Sprout Leash because there's
Yeah.
no trees. The leash is still there, you know?
Yep.
So that's also a kind of a counter towards the Pango later on during the game, where this Furion gets the Sprout Leash. That makes Pango's game just unplayable. Can't use your first spell, can't use your ulti. If you're in your ulti, you're not moving anywhere. So that's probably something that they're also addressing here, is you can pick the Pango if you want, but I don't think 5-Red is actually anymore going for that route. They could look for, if they want that second pick, most likely that would be, I would actually prefer getting DNM the last pick, to be honest, and get Kits' hero in. That could be something like the Tiny, could be the Shadow Fiend if they feel like they need some extra damage. That could go along with that range initiation that they have with the Riki and the Ice Path from the Jakiro. So bit of protection for the backline.
So where do you want to see this Marcy as it's emerged right now? Half the time we've seen this Marcy being played 5, the other time it's been played 3. So it's been pretty much all over the place when we've seen it in the NA region. Outside of this region, we have seen this hero also occupying the safe lane, but I doubt it in this game. So what do we make of this Marcy?
I mean,
seen
I want it to be paired with the NP. I don't care where the NP goes, right? So like either it's in the off lane with Mu, or they're gonna play it in the safe lane with Yamsun here. It doesn't really matter too much to me, because like this hero really struggles if it doesn't have like some type of melee unit in the front, right, to jump in with. But yeah, it looks like it'll be 4 and Team 5. Sorry, I got confused with the Tusk there. It looks like they're just committing to having that Tusk there. Not a bad game for Pango if they do want to pick it up now.
I would actually love Pango here from 5-4 stuff, because now they have a lot more information, right? The only thing that they're really afraid of is, what, at some point Leash kind of sucks. You don't like to be rooted up, but I'm looking at this burst damage from Nouns.
I'd like Primal.
Yeah.
I'd like Primal Beast for Kits.
Primal Beast, do you want to see him build up like that, move Primal Beast, go with that Vanguard route, and then make sure he avoids a lot of this early damage, like Vanguard into BKB?
I just don't understand this Bloodseeker ban at all then. If, like if they don't want to do this Pango at all, I'm not seeing like...
It's kind of...
I mean, I guess if the DP, some people like it. It's not that bad.
I mean, I guess it was like the idea was to bait Nouns to actually pick the hero and have 5-Red with a counter, but they don't really have any BKB piercers here. It seems like a great Pango game. It still probably is, but I still want to see them have at least someone helping out the DP. If you hit the Primal Beast, that's going to help you out with the side lanes a lot. The Marcy NP is already a pretty... that's a big warning signal, right? Because these guys buffed up together. You've got the +1 global presence, basically, for any gank that you're going for, and the passiveness of 5-Red that we talked about. They want to focus on objectives above fighting. So they might actually have to change that completely, that ideology, to be able to answer Nouns who are looking like they just want to snowball at you and fight you like pre-15 minutes. They don't want to get that Riki shot out of the way. They just want to, you know, choke the map from you. Then you can do whatever you want with your dart, and your initiations are going to be very simple because you know where they're coming from. Like your whole map squeezed in, you know exactly what's happening if a Riki throws a dart. But if you have map control, you don't actually know what actually is going to happen.
Timbersaw.
All right, Timbersaw. This is only the second Timbersaw that
We
we've
got
seen in
ourselves
the
a
region.
mid DP.
Yep, mid DP. I mean, could be mid Timbersaw. You never know.
When you have, I guess you could, but it hasn't been as good ever since they changed like the way the runes work. You have a lot of regen. Like, sure, you're gonna win for a bit versus this Tusk, but at some point, you're just going to bring your supports mid. You're going to have damage. NP's going to come in. He can go early Orchid if he wanted, or if you do want to play it on Mu in the offlane here, he can go an early Vessel. I just have not seen this hero in the mid lane in a very long time, because I just don't think you stomp mid that hard anymore where you can justify it.
Yeah, and Kits hasn't actually even played it lately. He hasn't either played the Death Prophet, so...
One or the other again. I
Riki
suppose.
carry support DP.
Riki carry, let's go!
So what are the positives of the Timber in this particular game? Obviously, we know that in the laning phase, it can be decent against the Nature's Prophet, but as the game scales, because this is 5 red 4 stuff, we know the game is going to scale at some point. So what attributes of Timber Soul makes it easier for the game to be winnable as it starts to scale later and later?
I mean, it's hard to say that their scale is good yet, and my mind is actually still thinking, like, is DNM going to play Ricky here? Because that could make sense.
Yeah, it could make sense.
It could make sense in this particular game. It's a hero that, like, NP, instead of focusing on the Treant, focusing on the heroes better, and you've got a Blink Strike to deal with that, right? And their setup stuns for, like, this Dart Ricky aren't that great. You have an Ice Path, which is fine. And, like, you don't want to pick a hard carry now either if you're 5-rat. If this is your core duo, if you've got a Timber Soul, you've got a Death Prophet, there's not much room to pick a really greedy carry here. And so Ricky could fit that bill.
So let's think. What carries are left actually for DNM? Probably going to be going like for some Ursa. I mean, they have lost picks, so they can still think about it for a while. For Nouns, as they come out of this phase here, we're probably going to be having Mu on the Nature's Prophet, Gunner on this Tusk, so we still need a hero for Yamson. So what is left for him to be able to play? He can also pick the Ursa, I suppose, and going into the Timber Soul.
There's no way they're leaving that. So Bloodseeker's banned too, so a lot of those options are gone. What else would I think about playing versus Timber? It's like 50-50 at that point. A lot of these options are hard. Some people go for the Luna. The Morphling can work. You basically want an Agi core. You want to try and stay away from the strength ones as much as possible.
Yeah, and the best two are basically banned, the MK and the Ursa.
Yeah.
So Sniper doesn't look great. They have some protection for the hero. That could also be a Marcy duo later on, so if they want to get that extra range. But you're not going CK, you're not going Sven, you're not going Pudge, basically. Like, none of those heroes are looking good. We already saw how bad the Pudge is against the Riki, basically. You get your Ags,
Timber, too, you don't want to do
yeah,
that.
you get your Ags, your Silence, and Smokescreen. What you going to do with that? You just wasted 4,000 gold. You don't even have Rot on, so... They are not going for any other strength cores. I think out of the heroes he's played, Sniper feels like it could be an option.
Sniper, Terrorblade all work for me. Like, Terrorblade would be really good this game. You're going to lose the lane. Like, you're not going to crush your lane as a TB here because you are versus a Timber. But if you do get to a point where you're that Scotty, like you're playing versus a Timber. Oh, Viper carry? Let's go.
Gunner Viper or...
Gunner?
Nah, this is definitely going to be Yamson Viper. Wait, unless
I'm saying
hold on.
Yamson going for the NP.
Yeah, Yamson NP,
fine.
Gunner Viper, and then
I think Gunner Viper.
Wutusk, yeah.
I mean, you're going to win your lane eventually on Timber, right? But like we talked about before, this NP, he's not going to get crushed until level 6. Not likely. So he's just going to peace out at level 6 and go join his Viper, right? And then Timber's just going to have a free lane and just be sitting there while the map is kind of getting destroyed 5 versus 4. He's going to have to make some rotations, but he doesn't want to rotate into the Viper. So their game is to like not really deal with the Timber in the laning stage, but like deal with him later with Gunners like Viper.
Well, Fear was saying that he doesn't think that there's not much space for a super greedy hero.
Yeah.
But 5 Rats is still like, screw it, get DNM on this Terrorblade. I mean, we've seen that DNM, when it comes to playing these uber hard carries, he can do a very good job. And yeah, offlane Viper, all right.
Yeah, he plays that too.
All right, okay. What do we think, T-Panda, about this last pick on the Terrorblade here for 5 Rat 4 stuff?
Oh, Helene is bad. I don't want to play against the Viper. I've played plenty of TB games against the Viper, and it's never actually fun. Like, you can punish the hero very, very early on, but then you also need a support who's capable of helping you out with that. And you got a Jakiro. Like, this is, like we said, just a Jakiro.
But
you know,
there's a positive side here. Timber Saw offlane does not need a lot of help. They
True.
can just tri-lane this Viper very easily. So like, it doesn't have to be from the beginning. Sure, you might have a couple deaths on DNM, but this Riki can get level 2, level 3, and just can't move. And you know, he's gonna be fine in the offlane speed. He's playing Timbersaw. This hero wants to play alone, so that should be their approach to this game.
All right, Dean of Dota, hit me. What do you think about this Nouns draft, and how do you ensure that they get a victory out of game number 1?
They got to crush their lanes in this one. They have pretty much no team fight whatsoever. They're playing for the laning stage. They picked a Viper last pick. They got NP. I think if they don't do well in the laning stage, this DNM Terrorblade will actually take over the game at some point.
All right, Drip Panda, what do you got from me? On the side of 5 Rat 4 stuff, do you like what they've done with this uber hard carry on the Terrorblade and a much more greedy draft than what they normally accomplish?
Well, they might end up being on the receiving end. If anything goes with the stats that we've seen before, that they push early, get themselves some control, buys time for the TB, they're going to bounce back on their high ground at 25 minutes and try to win the game from there. So you get the lead, you lose the lead, and then we'll see what happens.
We will see what happens indeed, because we have yet to have an upset here in the North American region. On paper, this is looking like one of those series that could potentially be an upset, but the way that this draft is assembled, it's going to be a lot of pressure on the side of Nouns to ensure that they can put 5 Rat 4 stuff in the dirt very, very early on, because if that's not the case, then we're going to be having a situation where the Terrorblade for DNM just gets out of control. We're going to be finding out what's actually going to take place in this game number 1, though, and to do so, we need some amazing casters, and we have those in store for you with the Jam Jar John and the Margarita Mike. Take it away, boys.
Well, thank you so much. Now we do get into it. Game 1 here between Nouns and, of course, 5-Rat 4 stuff. John, you heard Fear on the panel. This is the one time I actually agree with the man. He said you have to try and against this Viper for the sake of DNM being able to get any farm on this Terrorblade. I tend to agree. I think they've got to shut down this Viper ASAP. I don't know how DNM's going to find any farm on this TB.
Yeah, if it falls flat in the laning phase, you're not going to have that much room. I mean, you've got a Timbersaw that will at least sit in one lane and try to apply pressure on him, but the easy fix for that for Nouns is just to ignore it. And if you want to punish it, you do have that Viper anyway. Like, it's such a value pickup for Moo. 5-Rat have to win those lanes, as we heard the panel say. Very important. If they can get off to a running start, every lane goes well for them, and speed starts to make space. You can get DNM farming up. We've seen how well DNM can farm under pressure. So it can escalate to the point where it's going to be a little bit tougher for Nouns if it does reach that point. And 5-Rat do have a lineup that can push well. So they just need to shut down Nouns early on, shrink the map quite a fair bit, and try to get running from there.
Well, mid lanes, Nouns getting a nice deep ward in. Kits won't see it. Lines being drawn out here from 5-Rat. Seems like they want to try and contest the topside bounties, but Yamsun is around to try and contest those if he needs to. Nouns still being very, very patient down in the bottom half of the map, hoping somebody does kind of go into their trap. Against the Viper, you definitely don't want to run into him at level 1. It's not very fun at all. It's like topside speed. Might cop a bit of harassment. Yamsun out clicking speed there on the Timber. Gunnar still going for a chase, does have the shards up, and he'll force the chains to be leveled up here by speed. But I don't think speed will mind too much. And speaking of speed, we do have a video with the man. I believe we asked him, how do you know if you're winning a game? So let's hear from, Gunnar is what I was meant to say. How does Gunnar know if he's winning a game? Let's hear from Gunnar.
I think when people start joking around, they make like little jokes here and there, and the mood feels very good. It's no matter how hard the game is, the game always feels like you're gonna win.
EMA does matter, John. A positive outset, it does matter.
Yeah, it does, Mike.
What are you laughing at?
Just finding it funny coming up from you.
Why?
You're a very passionate man when you play Dota, Mike.
What are you trying to say?
I saw that conversation with Nina. You get very emotional when we play Dota. So
I get
PMA
emotional if someone's playing garbage. I'm sure Gunnar does as well.
PMA is about taking it in stride, finding the positives, trying to work out a better mind state for your team, Mike.
Hold on a minute.
And Husky might need it.
Yeah, he might need it right now because Stominan's going to secure the kill. I don't know what you're trying to say, John. Are you saying to me I should be happy about trash in my team?
I'm saying PMA is something that only a few people in Dota get. And Gunnar, obviously, when they're winning, he does feel that PMA. Maybe when Nouns starts to struggle, that's when things can get passionate for them as well. We'll have to see. Okay. With this kind of start, already looking all right here for the side of 5-Rat, just getting first blood on speed. I mean, he's happy. Level 2 up, reactive armor up, gonna be hard to harass him out. You at least have Husky coming back into lane with Mangoes, so he has a little bit more play. And Yamsun isn't really being harassed out, although the Pulse are messing with his CS, which is concerning. I mean, you don't really want to fall behind. You're not gonna get crushed, as we heard Fear say, but you do want to get that solid, steady start to kind of outpace that Terrorblade, which will farm a lot faster once the levels build up.
Speaking of that, TB, for now DNM's having a pretty decent time, 7-3. See, Moo only has that level 1 poison attack at the moment, so can dish out a bit of damage, but not too much where it kind of threatens DNM's life. The one thing that concerns me is the fact that you go Pos for Marcy as well, because I just don't understand what this hero really does anymore. But I suppose the dispose of the rebound can be quite nice here for Moo to just kind of have DNM out of position and be able to get right to work. Thing is, DNM's being very good at just pulling the creep wave back constantly and not allowing Lelis to even be able to think about the dispose backwards. And we are going to have a quick pause out here from Gunnar. Looks like there is going to be a mic issue. Back to our conversation, Jonathan. I challenge you. Give me a positive statement about garbage.
I mean, that's the thing, right? PMA isn't about, candy dressing. It's about how you express these frustrations.
You know what he did, John?
I know what he did. You went over it. He
dived tier 4 towers as a Riki and then wondered how he died. And then he dragged the game out from 30 minutes to 85 minutes.
See, Mike, but this is the one thing with PMA. If you're actually PMA, you just let it go. You let it go. It happened. It's a game. You try to just, all right, that was a mistake. You had your fun. Let's play the game. It's about how you express that, Mike. And that's what that's what high-level Dota is, like what we're watching right now. You know, it's about
Right.
how well these teams hold that cohesive nature of being a team, of working together.
Right.
Because Dota is a game of 5 versus 5, even though sometimes it feels like maybe 9 versus 1 sometimes, you know? You've got to try to... Because it's so easy in Dota 2, and you see this everywhere. It's so easy in Dota 2 to make it a game where it's not just... You're not even playing with your team, you're playing against them as well.
Right.
And that just makes it infinitely harder. PMA at least gives you 4 people with you, you know, on your side. At least you try. You know, there are circumstances where it doesn't happen. NA, Southeast Asia, these servers are notorious for that, especially NA. But
SEA, I'm going to say it right here, John, and I've said it on Twitter. SEA server's better than EU server. I guarantee it. SEA server is less toxic than EU. I guarantee it.
yeah, I mean, in the sense that people play the game, yes.
As hard as they possibly can.
Yes, for sure. But I'm saying that that's somewhat, I don't know how to express it. It's somewhat PMA, but not quite. C's actually the exact opposite
Right.
of PMA, and they just keep playing despite that self and expressively spreading hatred for everything in the game.
Right.
That is Southeast Asia.
They have honor, is the way I like to put it.
I wouldn't say honor is the word, Mike. That's a bit generous.
Mid lane. Gunner's copying it here from Kits. He's going to be all right. Bit of a cheeky scan out onto Stominan. Looks like Gunner wants to make sure nobody's sneaking up from the backside. Stominan's actually TPing down to the bottom lane, so there is going to be a tri-lane now for the side of 5-Rat 4-star. I wonder if they can try to pick off Moo here. Reflection out. Dual Breath will connect. Moo is taking a fair bit of damage. In fact, they might have him. Moo is still ticking out. Trying to run, but DNM, he's going to find the kill. And, well, again, I will give credit to Fear, because this is exactly what he said should happen for 5-Rat.
Yeah, just group up, get that level 2 in Stominan. You've got a lot of control, a lot of damage, great ways of just slowing down the Viper. He has no mobility. That's the one thing with Viper. If you can catch him out, he can't run. And early levels, he's not the tankiest hero in the world. Very easy to punish. Lelis can't really help. It's a Marcy. Your spells are all really not that great in lane anymore because of that scaling, so you don't have many options. And 5-Rat, they're applying that pressure. You know, Stominan now just gonna grab a nice Water Rune. Gunner still finds his, but it's not as important for Kits to build that up anyway. And speaking of Kits, he's having a great time mid. DP does tend to win down against that Tusk. You have the Spirit Siphon to just play around. If Gunner does dive in, he can't really look for those opportunities to be aggressive. So you're already at that point where your foundations are set. That strong push from 5-Rat with this kind of strong start, if they maintain that for the next 5-6 minutes, it could go sideways for Nouns very quickly.
Well, Husky's TP down bot now as well on this Crystal Maiden, so he's hiding behind the tree line, not showing himself quite yet. Will run his way back down to the south. Goes a bit of a rebound from Lelis, but way off the mark. DNM having a good laugh about that one. And with that, I mean, Husky does reveal himself now taking down that Sentry Ward. Stominan's going to see him as well. And so it is going to be a tri-lane versus tri-lane scenario, but it does feel like 5-Rat don't mind this. Like, DNM is still, he's farming okay. Moo's certainly not had the impact you'd hope for with the Viper versus TB matchup. Rebounding again, maybe now they'll get it. Dispose is there onto DNM. He'll go for the reflection out, but they've got the backup, this time from the CM. And now Moo, he can just keep getting to work. Smokescreen was a little bit annoying for him. Dual Breath out again from Albino Zebra, but it won't amount to too much. They've got DNM down, that's exactly what they want.
Yeah, they finally find the angle. They can get these chain stunts off. They've still got a lot of magic damage on now, and so DNM does have to watch his spacing. His supports don't have the best saves. They don't even have an ice path to try to kind of stall it out and get some distance out for him. You do have that strong start for speed coming out from this tri-lane, but arguably you're not pressuring Yamsen. Although level 6 being up in speed, that's his key timing to do that pressure, and he almost takes Yamsen down solo.
Certainly does. Yamsen forced the TP back towards the fountain, but obviously has the teleport back towards the lane if he wants. Bottom side, Husky, Frostbite was out. Kids not getting trapped in by the shards. They're still going to try and move in though and take down this Death Prophet. Kids falling very low now, trying to Spirit Siphon his way out, but he cannot do it. They will find a great kill, because Husky does die for it, but it's well worth it.
It's a big kill. That's Exorcism down. That's a little shove on your mid taken away. And that kind of throws the timing of 5-Rat just a little bit off. You are still getting space out for speed. You've already pressured Yamsen into the jungle, although Nature's Prophet doesn't mind that too much. But the big thing is Gunnar has control now. Like with that kill, he's able to rotate with a Walrus Punch. He doesn't have any soft targets to go for though. Like speed and even DNM are pretty hard for the Tusk to just melt down with a Walrus Punch. You will need some setup and follow through from your supports here.
Yeah, and Gunner's just forced to try and address the top tier 1 tower at this stage because there's a massive creep wave there. Like, he can't actually even surprise Speed. Speed will show up, happy to fight Gunner if he needs to. Like you said, he's not an easy target to take down. And you look at that tier 1 tower damage, I mean, he's done quite a bit already. You won't even need to rotate the DP here to try and take that tier 1 out. You just kind of allow kids to stay in the mid lane and start pushing that in. Gunner's still trying to dance around Speed, but again, can't really do too much. In fact, Speed now going to turn right back around on Gunner. Fairy Fire eaten up. Gunner, how are you going to juke this one out? Speed's on the chase. He's a little bit low, but there's the mana regeneration coming in. Nice snowball to juke out the Chakram back towards the north. Gunner trying his absolute best to juke this one out. Speed is still chasing him down. Oh, the chains. It's not on the mark. Shards are there. Gunner, he's still running. Speed, another chains forward. Show us those game league guides. Speed, show us something broken. Chains through. Gunner, still alive. But the chains, oh, another snowball. Gunner, he's still running. Speed, come on. You've got to have him.
He has
No,
no
he's
mana.
given up. He's got no mana.
Gunnar! Oh boy, I mean,
How does he do it?
it doesn't achieve much, to be fair. I mean, it gives space out to Yamsen to actually shove in top and give him farm, so you don't find a kill, but you don't die, and you're just kind of baiting out this Timbersaw while he's strong. Like, ideally here, the response that 5-Rat would want is more investment onto speed, open up the map more down bot, especially for DNM. Instead, they're still able to maintain that trial lane down bot. They're able to drag Yamsen around, and they're looking for a bit of that push on bot. You are shoving in with kits. EXO is ready for mid, but there's enough time here for Nouns to respond if they want to.
It's not easy, but they're going to have to try and do something about this. Kid's just getting to work on that tier 1. Gunner around, Moo's going to rotate. In fact, they have 4 heroes here from Nouns ready to defend if necessary. Problem is they are TPing under vision. So they're very well aware that there's that many heroes in the mid lane at the moment. With that, Kits will back off. No interest in dying for this. While that's happening, bottom lane, Yamsen does find the tier 1 tower. Towards the north, it looks like they found Stomminen. The smokescreen going to make it a little bit challenging to chase this man down. Stomminen looking for another blink strike target. Has Speed there to get away with. And Speed can stick around and protect him if he really wants. But obviously, the Timber doesn't even want to deal with this Viper at the moment. That'll be enough. They'll get the Riki out. 5-Rat, they'll hold on to a 2k net worth lead. And so far, it's really just a fantastic start for 5-Rat.
Now they're getting a pretty solid foundation still. They're getting some space out for DNM. Dragonlance about to come out with his power treads and single rate band. So his farming pace isn't too bad. It's going to take a little bit more effort to burst him down as well. If Yamsen rotates, you really need your supports and Gunnar to be on top of that. And Moo, if you can kind of join in. Gunnar is just on the aggressive though, just constantly hunting, trying to be a nuisance. He isn't able to really tie in. The threat of just this smoke screen from Stomminen is making it a little bit tougher to commit on the jumps. And I think for Nouns right now, despite being 2k behind, they still have this 15-minute timing that they can gun for. And it's on really 5-Rat to maintain this pace. They need to find a way to finally clear out that mid-tier 1. If they can do that, take control, and hit their own 15-minute timing with Stomminen's Shard, then things can really start to get overwhelmingly strong for 5-Rat.
Yeah. Well, 3 to 4 again, 2k advantage here. The way of 5-Rat. DNM, he's going to run right into Husky. Husky kind of just stood there and I don't think he realized the real DNM was around. He went for the Frostbite and just died. Towards the north, they do find Moo. It'll be a nice trade across the map if they can get the Viper, and it looks like they've got him. Moo trying to run. There's no way out of this one. The smokescreen making it just so annoying here from Stomminen. Not allowing the Viper to get out, and well, Moo, he's not having a very good game at the moment, that's for sure.
Yeah, they just get that invasion going early. They might find more.
They're going to try and at least get Stomminen, and they do find him. But in comes the cavalry. Kids, he'll try and go after Gunner. Gunner with the runaway, going to be just fine. So at the very least, you find the pos for Riki, but it's still a positive trade the way of 5-Rat. They'll be more than happy with them.
Yeah, I mean, you're keeping this Viper down. You're stalling out Moo's timing. Does feel like if he is going to gun for something like the Ags with a nosedive, it's going to take a lot longer this game. They're just giving all the space they can onto Yamson, and that investment should pay off. We're seeing a clump up from Nouns now onto the mid. They want to equalize. They want to be the ones to find out tower first. But really good protection out from 5rad. Like, they've got this really good obs ward in the cliff to spot any sort of flanks. The tower still melts pretty quick, though, when Yamson does commit.
Yeah, Maelstrom now up on Yamson as well. Plenty of damage to be pumped out here from this Prophet. That T1 mid tower, it's just going down for free. 5rad not willing to try and fight. They had pretty much all their spells up as well. I suppose the only thing lacking was the meta from DNM. And now Nouns rotating towards the north, back into that dire jungle. They'd love to find Speed on this Timber. Speed just going to chain his way out. Looks like he'll be just fine to escape. Nouns not able to close the gap. Meanwhile, mid lane, 5rad, they've grouped up as 3. That T1 mid tower is still very low, so one Exorcism should get the job done. But I think Kits might need a little bit more backup than just his supports. You definitely kind of want Speed to frontline for the team if you can, but Speed's kind of preoccupied going for the Kaya and Sanj at the moment. Seems like he'll wait for that first.
Yeah, he's clearing out the ancient stacks. Not something Nouns managed to scout out, really. Yamson's being stalked here, though.
Stomin got the reflection with DNM. Metamorphosis has been popped. Stomin trying to use the pick stick to get out, but so much damage being pumped. Yamson, is he really going to run? Oh, he is. There's no blink. He literally just walked out.
Oh.
The macro. Oh, it's not enough.
Oh,
Why not Ice Path?
I think he figured maybe just 2 ticks of damage would have done it. He needed an extra tick. Not quite there. And now Nouns, knowing that there's commitment down bot, they're grouping up here.
Yeah, it'll be a big pick off. Speed's highest in net worth at the moment. Chains out again. He's going to be okay. Props to 5rad. All 3 cores at the moment on their side of things, the top of the net worth board. So again, you really don't want to give any of these kills away if you can avoid it. There goes that T1 top tower. And that's kind of the weird thing right now. It's like they're ahead in net worth, but they're the ones that are losing towers across the map. And it does feel like 5rad have the draft that want to be taking towers anyway.
They still find a key tower on mid, so they equalize the map. And it's one thing, again, when you're running that support Riki, it does feel like 15 minutes is when your lineup really shines.
Yamson. He's alright. Kid's still going. We'll find a T1 bottom tower. Lelis unable to make a jump in and try to punish on this Marcin. Well, to be absolutely fair, he only had Yamson behind him. So they won't bother trying. But here comes Gunnar. Into that Radiant jungle. Ice Path committed. Gunnar will just juke that one out. Still trying to move forward and find somebody. But it seems like everybody from 5rad have left the building. Apart from Stominen. But there's no sentries around to scout him out at the moment. So he'll just keep stalking Lelis on this Marcy. It seems like that's going to be about it. We'll sit at a 5-5. But more importantly, 5k net worth advantage the way of 5rad.
Yeah, they're getting a lot off the map. Like, this is so much space for Speed and for DNM. These rotations haven't really panned out for Nouns on any big kills. So that farm distribution holds steady. You already have the full Kaya Sanj up and running on Speed. A lot harder to burst him down. And he's very close to the Hood of Defiance as well. So your magical burst, or just your magical sustained damage, it's going to take a lot longer to melt that Timb. And you have all the tools you need now in 5rad. The side of Nouns now, they're going to have to try to deal with the Riki Shard, which Stominen almost has the gold for. Has it now, flying out. So now you have to deal with a Sleeping Dart, with a smoke screen when Gunnar jumps in. You don't have any early solutions to any of that. No BKBs being queued up even. Gunnar's just going for that blink, has it now into the Deso. So they want to burst, but so many ways for 5rad to punish them when they do commit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a big smoke up here from 5rad 4 stuff. In fact, never mind. That was actually Nouns that smoked up. There's your 5-man smoke up now from 5rad. Just waiting grouped up there for a moment. They'll make their move in. Nouns going to run right into them. Husky in the front lines. Stominen going to break the smoke. There's your Walrus punch out. They want to try and burst down the Riki first, and Stominen is gone. But Gunnar, can he get out? He'll try for a TP plane. He might just make it, but no. DNM's found him. DNM takes him down first. Moo also caught out on the Viper. He should drop. And will do so. Speed will take the kill. Hell, DNM even finding Husky on the Crystal Maiden. And they can try for Roshan. And John, this is a great moment to bring up the odds here from our betting partners, esportsbet.io, because I believe Nouns were the heavy favorites going into this. But you look at those odds, 1.31 to 3.35. Suddenly, 5rat the favorites.
Yeah, it just goes on a switch, and 5rat come out with this really strong draft. It almost feels like they baited in that Viper and just counteracted it so well, knowing that they had to run the trialing, slow down Moo's time, and just have this insane push. They're just playing this tempo game, whereas Nouns isn't ready. They need at least a 4-staff to come out. They need way more items up on Yamson, and Gunnar, with just a blink, he goes for the soft targets, but without any protection, the control afterwards is overwhelming. Like, he is just stuck. And honestly, the one big thing as well that you raised up earlier, Mike, the Marcy, Lilith's impact, it's not really being felt.
It's always this hero, John. I'm telling you, this hero doesn't do anything.
It's just not in a good spot. Like, laning phase was where Marcy was pretty damn broken, but with the changes to the range, it's a lot tougher to get running, and he's just not able to do much outside of just giving sidekick onto someone. We haven't even seen a full unleash onto a hero kill.
I mean, Speed's been scouted out, but can they actually deal with him? I mean, they've got Gleipnir on Yamson, so they could try. They'll stun up him in the chains. A lot of damage being dealt. Speed's still alive, but eventually is going to drop. That's a big one. Something Nouns desperately needed, and kind of sends a message to Speed that he can be taken down if he gets caught out alone like that. And again, he was the highest net worth on the board there. Now Yamson taking over after that kill. Never a good sign for 5rat.
Yeah, they still have a solid lineup. I think losing Speed is probably the best core you could drop. You want that BKB to be up on kits. You want DNM to have his full Scotty up. So you're kind of fine to sacrifice. That is the Timbersaw's job, to draw attention and just kind of hold the lane, keep cutting creep waves, get that build up that way. For Nouns, and it's still an important kill to find, and they're rushing into some big items next. The Ags coming out for Yamson, into the BKB. Desolator still being worked on by Gunnar, which has been slower. Probably one of his slowest games, is him and Moo just have not had that space to really farm up, thanks to that early game aggression out from 5rat. And the key thing here is just Stominant. Look at him, just sneaking up behind that tier 2 with that sleeping dart. Such a massive threat, and all the information he's getting is just overwhelming. They have some good sentries watching entrances, but you can't drop a sentry everywhere to watch the Riki.
Certainly can't. Kind of one of the annoying things about going against Riki these days. Just never feels like there's enough sentries in the shop right now, as they've caught out Moo and they just burst him down so darn quickly. Not even a question. This Viper is just melting to the damage output. And now that tier 2 mid tower under siege. Another sleeping dart out. They've caught the Marcy this time around. Lilith does get caught on the ice path, and it's going to be another. Just so easy when you have the sleeping dart into an ice path setup. There is just no escape. They will not try and stick around. No, they will. I thought they were all going to back off there for a moment. But the tier 2 mid tower still under siege here from 5rat 4-star. And that'll be about it. It's gone.
Nouns, they just have such a hard time to connect.
Yamson. Oh, look at this, John. Stominant's right behind him. Yamson going to try for a TP. Smokescreen will stop that. Sleeping dart out. Do they have the help in time? Ice Path is going to connect with the Macro Pyre out as well. Yamson, he'll try to TP the old-fashioned way, but no, the Yule Scepter. Kits is there in time. Yamson, he'll try again, but they've got another silence.
Oof.
How many teleports can you try before you realize you are just going to die?
I mean, you've got to try all of them.
Right.
Try to give yourself a chance there, but there's just so much AoE coming out. They don't even need to target you through that Sprout. You lose vision, doesn't matter for 5rat. And this just goes back to their draft. Like, they just can't connect. There's no big team fight. There's no big initiation outside of Gunnar blinking in onto 1 with a snowball. And the only relief I see coming out from now are these BKB timings. Gunnar shifts out from the Deso, realizes he does need that spell immunity. They are on the hunt.
Yeah, but Stominant, good positioning, still gets caught out. He'll tank the gank for his team. Speed was just around the corner, and so was DNM, so it was very good of Stominant to kind of tank that gank. And naturally, the Riki was not the target they wanted.
Yeah, it's a low priority target. It's still some gold going their way, although unfortunately Husky did get the last tick there with a Frostbite, it seems. But you just need everything you can. Like, just work onto that BKB, have that presence. They're trying to go onto kits here, but It's a tricky one to go for. There's still some good wards as well watching the backline.
Certainly is. Albino Zebra maybe in a bit of an awkward situation here, just stuck in that tree line. More TPs incoming. If they smoke, they're going to know somebody's there surely. They haven't realized. The Jack is still just hiding. He'll go for a TP out. Kits, though, he's the one caught out. Albino just TPs out immediately, leaving Kits behind. And Kits, he is still trying to fight this one out, but he's dead. You know what, John? Had the Jakiro stuck around with a nice ice path, you may have been able to turn that.
Yeah, if he didn't just bail out, they might have been able to find more. I mean, Macropyre was ready. They've got a lot of damage. Still no BKBs, as we mentioned, on Noun's end.
That was hilarious. Great.
So they sacrifice. That's a lot more painful for 5rat to lose out on. And Nouns, I mean, they're still behind 8K. It's not like this game's getting any easier, but they are working their way onto their item spikes. Ags up on Yamson. That route is going to be pretty damn helpful in the middle of these fights. The lower cooldown as well allows more presence, more aggression from our NP, and straight into the BKBs. That BKB timing's the big one to be scared of. Once it's up, that Ricky combination, the follow-up from your Jakiro, it just kind of falls flat. Heck, even the output of speed just disappears. And Scotty taken away as well.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's a big one.
2 minutes.
He was 100 gold away from the full Scotty up. That's the worst part. So now both ultimate orbs are just gone for another 2 minutes. Not good news. Still, they're going to try and force a fight anyway. Top lane, Moo. He is just melting. This Viper cannot survive anything. A gust of wind would take him out at this rate. Stominan's gone. At the very least, it's a 1-for-1, but you've lost your pos 3 Viper. Gunner is just dead. And this is what I've been saying about 5rat, John. This is a great team. People have been making fun of me about saying they're a great team. But every series we see these guys, they're getting better.
Yeah, they get better and better. And it's the coordination building up, right? Like, they're working together as a team a lot stronger now. I do want to point out, though, as you say that, Speed it does have 2 Ags queued up.
Whoops.
So this is the broken strat that you'd find on his Game Leap. 50% off, by the way. Double Ags.
Double
Very
Ags.
stat efficient.
Of course. Of course. Good on your Speed. Good guy Speed, always revealing the secrets without people having to sub. You love to see it.
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And 5rat is a great team. 14 to 10, 8K lead. That esportsbet.io odds at what, 1.37 to 3.4 or something?
1.18 to 4.66 at the moment.
It's now, I mean, a lot of people had this team in their top 3, but 5rat aren't too far behind. If this was the form we saw 5rat earlier in the DPC, we would have had some tussles for that number 2 major slot. And heck, again, maybe proving a point. NA, they could use 3 slots here. You know, best region in the world.
Absolutely. And people, again, were laughing at me on Twitter, John, because I said Shopify casually got to the major. And they're like, yeah, of course, it's NA. And I'm sitting here watching Nouns and 5rat. I'm like, these guys are going to be contenders pretty soon, I think, against the bigger teams like TSM and Shopify, as they do jump in. Albino Zebra is gone. But you see my point, right? Like, there are teams that are competing and they are getting to a higher level. I think by 2 or 2, these guys, they might be a contender.
I think they are. It would be. I feel like, especially if you look at Nouns, their circumstance here was that loss against TSM kind of ruined their chances there. They had a pretty
They were 1 game
competitive.
up.
Yeah, they had a really good series, and it just went sideways. And for 5rat, just the earlier performance in the DPC as well. But they're just improving so quick, and I'm hoping these rosters stay together for the next tour.
Right.
Because that is something that's endemic to both C and NA. Once a tour goes bad, you kind of shuffle hard between tours.
Yeah.
So hopefully that doesn't happen. Fault Scotty finally up on DNM. He's managed to wait the 2 minutes. And he is at the point where if you don't manage to lock him in, if you don't manage to chain stun him while he doesn't have his own BKB farmed up yet, he will just whack you from the back. Like, he will just wail on you. And
Yeah.
for now, and again, this lack of team fight is a big problem. They can only focus on a hero at a time, unless Lelis somehow gets a huge rebound somehow.
I think the main kind of point for here for Nouns is the fact that Gunner is working towards the Ags, right? So once you have the Ags up, then you have a pretty nice displacement spell against this TB. And see, DNM does not want to be at the front. He wants to be at the back. So I suppose Nouns, they just got to keep buying time until the point where Gunner does have that kick up. And then maybe you have a better way of catching out this TB from the back. But that's a bit of time away, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's going to take a load of time. Gunner still a ways off from it. At least has his BKB, so a little bit more to play. You're not scared of the Ricky. At least you're not scared of the smoke screen. Roche is spotted by 5-Rat though, and they've got the vision to protect around here, but you also do have a slightly sneaky obs ward that doesn't really spot anyone. So 5-Rat can get this for free.
That they certainly can. Quite frankly, I don't know if Nouns would want to try and fight, but it does feel like they kind of have to. They'll scan out, they're rushing towards the Roshan pit, but can somebody jump in quick enough? Not quite. Shards will be there blocking in DNM, but it's all too late. They'd be more than happy to force a fight now. 5-Rat, they will rush back into their own triangle looking for said fight. Nothing will come of it though. Gunnar, however, does reveal himself on that courier, will go for a TP out, and he's going to be just fine. They cannot catch him. Husky, though, is kind of trapped at the moment. That courier, I don't know if it spotted him out, and it did. They ping him out. Stominen's on the chase. Swift as the Wolves of Ice Rack. Look at Husky run. So darn quick. Bye-bye, Husky. I mean, that Crystal Maiden moves a bit too fast, John. I think we might need another nerf on that movement
take
speed.
5 more. Heck, just make her a turret. You know, when you pick CM, you just spawn in mid, you're at the tier 1 tower. That's it. That's how fast you go.
I mean, that might be a buff, John. She'd have too much HP. Jump in. Mid lane. They're on to Kids. Walrus Punch is there with the dispose. Kids actually dropping very down low and does go down. That's a little bit of a concern. They'll lose the DP. And if you're going to keep giving kills like that away, you are really going to put all the weight on the shoulders of DNM.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, DNM is in a really good spot. He's working onto that BKB. Once that's up, the Terrorblade doesn't have too much to worry about. Except Gunnar, if he can get that jump in. But there's not going to be any follow-through if he doesn't have the Ags. He's going to have to hope that Lelis can kind of follow up with a good rebound on top. Easier said than done in some of these fights. And you still maintain this 10k lead. Where Nouns is suffering is just how far behind Gunnar and Moo is. Especially Moo. It just feels like the Viper doesn't have as much impact unless he can also just sit there and spit away. It's not going to be easy to get that done until the BKB's up. DNM just casually takes top. 3 minutes left on Aegis. They could gun for the high ground here if they wanted to.
I mean, DNM might try. Maybe just a bit of chip damage, because, well, Nouns are a bit preoccupied in the mid lane at the moment. The DNM just going to move in. Nobody around to defend yet. Husky's there, Moo will TP, but DNM is just freely taking this away. Smokescreen to make sure he's protected from Gunnar. Cliff will be forced out. Shards won't lock him in. In goes the Walrus Punch. They've at least got one thing going for them. Gleipnir out as well. DNM still not caring. Looking for a Sunder target now. Will be forced off back out. Kids will take over instead. Backing onto that tier 3 tower. DNM sundering out Bino Zebra instead. Making sure he doesn't lose the Aegis. And more importantly, doesn't lose the Metamorphosis. As Moo almost goes down, but Dispose will save him by Lelis. Top racks, however, it's still going. How long does DNM want to stick around here? It seems like not too much longer. They're thinking about it, but the Metamorphosis is gone. They'll throw the illusions at the top range racks, but it won't be enough. Nouns will protect for now. And it seems like they'll have to TP back down towards that bottom lane and start defending that creep wave. 5-Rat not able to quite get it done yet. They'll have to wait out the next meta.
They're more than happy though, and that'll leave that top lane shoved in. Always a bit of a threat. Even the Jakiro can just throw out the liquid fire and slowly get some chip damage in. So you have ways of just ensuring Nouns will have something to respond to. And for Nouns, I mean, they still have the split push that can come out from Yamsen. He's still a ways off from the 25 talent, but he will hit his level 20 leash up rather soon. You might actually even opt for the miss chance if you can catch out DNM. That could be a big one as well, depending on what they feel they need here on Nouns' end. Still, with 5-Rat opening up the map like this, I mean, they take over the top jungle. They're cutting off areas where R2 Starved Chorus and Nouns really need farm. And Gunnar, the Ags is still 3 parts away. Moo, BKB, a ways off as well. And as long as those items are stalled out, I mean, the impact is still very, very hard to pull off here for Nouns. And you still have all the world here to play with on 5-Rat. I mean, Speed's had a great time. With a double Chakram, he's been able to just melt heroes. And again, just a bit of a shove in. Doesn't take much.
Sleeping Dart on Gunnar. There goes that range racks. DNM going to try for the melee. Trying desperately to slow him down is Husky. Shards to block DNM in, but he doesn't really mind that at all. There goes that top racks. Completely down now. Nouns still trying to push in that bottom lane. Kind of ignore the push that was happening topside. They'll force a TP back here onto Stominen. The rest of 5-Rat still sticking around that dire jungle. I don't think they mind a fight. They still have 20 seconds on the Aegis, but it is about to wear off. They've got meta back up as well. But now they're the ones that need to try and find an answer back into this game. And Gunnar is about 2k away from the Ags up. But that 2k, it's not going to be that easy to find in a game like this.
Map space just so limited. 5rat have such good aggressive wards to watch whenever Nouns wants to dip out to farm. And again, you've got the threat of just this Riki running around. It's so troublesome with all the vision you have from 5rat to feel comfy anywhere on the map. At the least, they've got the gem, so they can get some D wards out with Gunnar up front. The side of 5rat, I mean, there are still ways this game can go sideways. If Nouns somehow picks off DNM with that Ags on Tusk down line and get the kickback, I mean, their push is really quick just by virtue of having Yamson and potentially Moo with a shard in the future as well. So you can still run around with that. The combination of sidekick plus NP is still strong. Low.
Gunnar, he's been caught out. He's got a big KB though if he needs it. Exorcism was popped a little bit preemptively there by Kids. Kids still having a look around for somebody, and what feels like that ulti might be wasted this time, and that is actually going to buy a bit of time now for Nouns. So I don't think they're going to have time to try and force high ground with this. And so with that, I mean, you could try for the bottom tier 2, but the wave is already way past that tier 2 tower. Yamson making sure of it. And so EXO, down for 2 minutes, completely wasted. In fact, now a fight to be forced out, perhaps. There is a bit of a chase coming. Nouns. Smoked up rushing behind the side of 5rat. Nothing going to come of it, though.
Yeah, it was an opportunity, but if you don't manage to capitalize on it, 5rat are fine. Like, yeah, EXO's down, a minute 30 without it. Just sit back, farm, maybe actually just wait for next Roche. We'll see that timer in about a minute 20. So it all kind of lines up. Still a very close game, despite the kill difference. 15 to 12, but a 12k lead for 5rat. But Nouns still has some play. 5rat definitely have an easier time. And again, if you recall our esportsbet.io odds, it's been shifting towards 5rat, right? Just consistently going their way. It's been rising up, and a lot of people going in here would have probably thought Nouns would have been the favorites, but it's just been a little bit of a rockier season, and 5rat have just been improving so much.
They certainly have. 11k advantage now for 5rat. Next Roshan, it's still 40 seconds till we find out when it is going to respawn. Could be a fight to break out, but now they have great vision around that high ground area in that dire jungle. Kind of hard for them to force a fight here. Gunnar though, blinks out. Sleeping Dart is there. That'll lock him down for a moment. The chase is on, but 4 staffs will ensure that the Tusk does get away. Still a bit of a chase here for Husky. Reflection will land. Chains from Speed to try and catch up. Husky still just casually running. Is going to be okay, but here comes the chase once again. Speed puts him in the shredder. Completely bursting down the CM. Meanwhile, Gunnar, split pushing the mid lane, does skip the creep wave and just TP's out. Stominant could not find him, even with the blink up on this Riki.
Yeah, it's tricky. They're doing the right things on now. They're stalling the game out, ensuring the high ground push can't quite come out. Roshan is the big fight they'd want to go for here. About 20 seconds left until that's up. 5rat does have all the tools they need to get into Roche though. Metamorphosis ready, BKB, even the EXO ready to go. Ooh.
Sleeping Dart avoided again. Roshan up in 9. I mean, if you can win this team fight for Nouns, that's Roshan guaranteed to go their way, but 5rat do not want to allow that to happen. They've still got a huge advantage to fight with. Nouns trying to get back into their own jungle. Roshan now has officially respawned. They do see the side of 5rat. Albino Zebra, he's going to be the first target. EXO popped, kick away from Gunnar. He will not allow into this team fight, but DNM, look how hard this man hits. He's already taken down Lelis. Yamson in the meantime trying to find Stominant, but they are chasing down the Prophet. Will be forced to TP away, barely making it out. Kids is still going though, onto the Viper. They found Moo. Gunnar, can he hide in that tree line? It looks like for now he has. He's got a TP in 4 seconds. 5rat, I'd say it's still a successful team fight their way. And they might just try for high ground.
Yeah, they've got the opening. There's nothing to stop them from Nouns at this point. BKB already popped by Gunnar. It's going to be hard for him to re-engage. The kick has been revealed. At the least, if they do attempt, no secondary life for DNM, no metamorphosis in a bit. So you've got an angle back, but 5-Rat could just easily go Roche. I mean, they don't need a Metamorphosis for that one. At this point, you don't even need the Exo. You have the full Daedalus up and running already on DNM. He just hits so hard, and you have nothing to stop it. Like, Yamsen didn't even want to engage there. He was on the low ground. He just kind of walked back. And 5-Rat are just finding every win. Now they jump in, they kill a Jakiro. It's not the target you want, but the only target they could feasibly burst down. That's just how rough it is. They're just not at the point where they can even think about trying to tackle that Terrorblade when he's grouped up with others.
Lelis has been caught by a sleeping dart, but they don't seem to want to move onto the high ground, even with the vision. BKB was there. Looks like the Jakiro Albino Zebra will drop. So 5-Rat, they lose something here. They will end up eventually protecting the Observer Ward on the high ground, though, so they have that going for them. They also remain with this 13k advantage. One thing that surprises me, though, is Roshan still has not gone down. And here's a smoke. This could be a massive opening for Nouns. D-Ward again. This time around, they'll find it. Nouns should be able to know Roshan is up, and with the Treant, they do. 5-Rat, it felt like they had the time to just force that, but now Nouns are moving in. This is a huge loss for 5-Rat if Nouns do take it away. And it's going down real darn quick with this tag team damage. They've got to get something done, but no, it's gone. Oh, that is such a massive loss. That's huge.
That is the opening Nouns needs. They're still really behind, but if they can get something done with this Aegis, if they can finally take a team fight with his full Bloodtorn up and running on Yamsen, they can just easily collapse onto these objectives. Try to work their way down to bot tier 3, take a Rax, equalize map control that way, or even just force out these tier 2s and reset and go again. 5-Rat not dissuaded though with a respawn up on Albino, just to smoke out.
They're going to find Mu. He's got the 4-staff and does have a BKB up, so he should be able to survive through this. Back onto the high ground, underneath his own vision he goes. 5-Rat, it's a bit of a desperate smoke play here. They are still the stronger team in terms of net worth. Mu forced to BKB up. 5-Rat, they do get something for their trouble. At least they'll know the BKB's down for a little bit longer. But in terms of forcing anything else, they're kind of in dire straits. The only thing they could realistically go for is that bottom tier 2 tower, but the wave is way pushed out. So instead, they'll take over the dire triangle. But now you can see how much more comfortable they seem across the map now, slowly moving back out into their own jungle. Stominant, he's going to move in with the sleeping dart onto Gunnar, but he does have protection around him. Ice Path will lock him down, but they don't have the backup. Gunner's just fine to 4-staff away. Yamsun's getting huge on that profit. Only about 500 gold behind this DNM TB to boot. You just start to ask yourself, have they waited too long? Yamsun, he may get caught. Stominant is right behind him. You've got the BKB up, but does he have the game sense to know Stominant's there? Speed is around. He's going to try and TP the old-fashioned way, but without the BKB out, he can't do it. He'll try again. Do they have the damage? Not quite. They need DNM around for that one.
It's still a BKB charge wasted down to 7 seconds now for Yamsen. And not having that spell immunity for a minute 10. If 5-Rat managed to force something out, it's going to be a lot less comfy for Yamsen to show up and help. So they're keeping that aggression up. Going into the triangle.
Mu pops the smoke here for 5-Rat. 4-star forward, onto speed they go. He Viper strikes himself though. Kicks all the way around. Gunnar, that's an awkward position for him now. He'll snowball back towards DNM, but he is trapped up. Another snowball is there. Meanwhile, the Prophet has gone down.
Cool.
They've got the Aegis. 5-Rat, they'll surround this Nature's Prophet. No BKB available. He does have cheese, but the fear is there. He couldn't pop it in time. A great team fight for 5-Rat. But what can they get out of this? They still don't have a creep wave by that tier 2 bottom tower. They could try for high ground. It's still risky though.
It's risky, but that is such an awkward time for Nouns. Again, with the BKB down there on Yamsen, it's just not something he can fight into. And Gunnar already popped that refresh as well on his, just to have a secondary BKB. So you don't have that play anymore on Nouns' end. High ground, they do manage to hold for a little bit longer. The creep wave's taking a lot more time, so at the least, Mu is around to help. But they have to be so careful with when they pop these BKBs. Because once they fade, and all the control's there, the damage is there, they can just focus in. There's no threat onto DNM. And it's tough. Like, yeah, even your kick now is not the comfiest here for Nouns just because of the Lotus Orbs coming out from Speed. Like Mr. Broken himself.
Well, there goes that bottom tier 2 now. Dota Plus currently giving Nouns a 6% chance of a comeback in this game 1. 5-Rat just so darn strong. Like DNM with that Daedalus up, he hits like an absolute truck. He's holding 7k net worth, 7k gold rather at the moment. I mean, what would you like to see DNM buy here, John?
At this point, probably just the Ags. Really, you don't miss anything else. You might be able to just, you know, Ags and Shard. That's really it. If you want to sell your treads, Swift Blink, but maybe not even necessary this game. So just something like that. He's running out of slots, and when it comes to the core-to-core matchup, TB does feel a lot better than NP anyway. Like the NP has tougher conditions to be on top of that Terrorblade, has a tougher time to just kind of face up against all that raw output that you do have on DNM. So yeah, just Ags, more uptime for Metamorphosis, have the Demon Zeal on hand as well for a lot more damage, and you're kind of good to go. Nouns, I don't see any items that repairs this for them. Mu is going for his own Blink, and he's had his BKB for a while, but the impact hasn't been as great. You're going for a bit of a smoke play out, but 5-Rat aren't in that area, and they don't really have vision outside right now on Nouns.
Well, here we go again. 4-man smoke up. They've always got the teleport in from the Prophet if they need it. Stominant might be the one to break the smoke on the Riki. Does avoid them for now. Kits will show on the mid lane for a moment. They'll know where the Death Prophet is, but he's not an easy target. In fact, 5-Rat are completely grouped up here together. They'll pop the Exo. They want that mid-tier 3 tower, and they'll move in. See if Nouns can try and force a defense out of this one. BKB forced out immediately, kick back. They found the Riki for a moment, but the tricks of the trade is going to buy time, and Gunner's taking way too much damage. DNM just right to work. Gunner's gone. He'll buy back, but Kits is right in. Into the tier 4 towers. Husky is dead as well. More buybacks. In fact, now Kits, he's taking a bit too much damage. Gunner, there's a kickback.
Oh.
They found DNM, the Terrorblade. He needs some help, but the stun is there. Oh, DNM is down. They have not found the mid-racks. But Nouns, they can't find anyone else to punish. That'll be about it. They'll keep having a look around for Stominant, but he's out of range of the dust. And there we go. They found a tier 3, but they will hold on to the mid-racks.
Yeah, they find a big kill they want. They need to capitalize on it. Respawns are still fairly short. Map control isn't the best. Roshan's still down. They can't quite get as much as they'd want to, but they could at least try to pressure onto tier 2s. Really rocky back and forth. I mean, we just see how quickly Gunner melts. He needs a lot more to kind of be durable up front. Still working onto his Octarine, just to have lower cooldowns, just to keep the kicks around and the snowballs up to save. With a tier 2 taken,
Wait a
you
minute.
could try into high.
I mean,
Yeah.
is this a comeback? It's starting to slowly look like a comeback here, John.
Potentially. I don't think you're really out of it for 5-Rat, though. You still have the buyback saved up here on DNM. That was a very specific circumstance that came out from Nouns. It cost a buyback on Gunner to really get the angle in for that kickback. And he's not going to have that option for a secondary life anytime soon. Speed being aggressive.
Now, Husky just bought back. This could be a dieback immediately onto that Crystal Maiden. Stominant still just trying to find a sleeping dart. Look at the chains. Look at the length. Husky just trying to run, but they've got him. Put him to sleep. That'll be the dieback up for the Crystal Maiden. At least you get rid of that long timer. But we'll see if 5-Rat can try to force high ground with this, knowing it's a 4v5 scenario now. Problem is, you still have 25 seconds left for the Metamorphosis.
Yeah, it's not the longest wait. I think even with the CM down, it's not the biggest issue from 5-Rat on these fights. It's really more on just Gunner dancing around, enabling his team to get some damage. With the Lincolns to protect on DNM, though, it's going to be a lot tougher for Gunner to get the kickbacks. He needs to find at least one way to burst down that Lotus, that Lincoln's first. Probably needs to expend the punch.
Kickback. Albino Zebra, he was the target. BKB forced into the Ogre Seal Totem. Gunner trying to run, but Speed's right in. He'll force the cheese out of Mu. Mu will barely survive through that engagement. Range Rax is gone. Onto the melee racks they go. How are you going to defend this one? They will not. Onto the final lane of barracks. 5-Rat. If they can find this, the game's almost just in the bag. That smokescreen makes it so hard for them to get the kickback here with Gunner. Shards are out, that'll lock DNM in, but he'll just force stuff out of there. Meanwhile, Moon put to sleep and Speed's right in again. Snowball's gonna buy a bit of time back towards the north. They will survive, but their buildings are not. The final native barracks is slowly going down. Speed has died, however. They've lost the Timber Saw, but they need DNM down. The TB gonna BKB up and force staff away. In goes Lelis. He found a couple stunned up. Gunner, he'll get a kick back onto Kits, but he BKBs TPs. The Walrus Punch is there. Kits, he will go down. But they've got Mega Creeps incoming. Let's see how this defense goes.
They've got to play it perfect now. Announce. No mistakes can come out. Roshan a minute away. They've got a window where they could try to take Roche, but it's a tough one. And they're not going to have that much time to gun for it. And for Nouns, Mega Creeps, they can kind of handle it. You've got the Nature's Prophet, you've got the Viper. They can kind of get a good grip there. And they actually find Albino Zebra with a gem on a courier. So that's actually pretty big. Take it back for themselves. So at least they can scout out these really good wards and good vision coming out from 5-Rat and spot Stamina out a little bit better. But even Widow's kills, I mean, they don't have that much to do. Like, they're shoving in the lanes. They can't really go for the tier 2 top. Roshan, it is seconds away. They've just got to be patient for that Roche. They could give it a shot. Could be their window back in if they get the Aegis, get the free upgrades on that Ags, get the refresh and cheese. I can see them trying to equalize the game.
It's just so crazy, right? Like, they're the ones that are against Mega Creeps, yet somehow they're the ones getting away with Roshan. These are one of those little mistakes from 5-Rat that feels like, again, it could cost them this game if they're not too careful. Mind you, I appreciate their 2 heroes down, but just feels like you should have at least scouted out with a TB illusion. There you go. Aegis the way of Nouns for the second time in a row. Who took the Ags Blessing?
Moo has the nosedive up,
Okay.
has the corrosive skin upgrade as well. So he has a lot more impact now, and he can clear out these waves a little bit. Not as quick as you'd want, but he does have some wave clear on hand, so they can sort of handle the Mega Creeps a lot more outside of just Yamsen. And Yamsen, for his own part, is going on to the refresh. Double BKB, double Gleipnir use, double Rat of Nature, which, with that Ags upgrade, the root is actually pretty damn big. So a lot more impact once these items can come out. Just need the safety net of the buyback first. And 5-Rat, they've lost a significant chunk of their lead from double digits onto just 8K. It's still in their control, and they're the ones with Mega Creeps. But if they give out 1 or 2 more fights, I mean, Nouns, the high ground still melts with this kind of lineup. You have to respect that Nature's Prophet can turn around and take these objectives if you make a mistake.
I mean, it might just be one fight. One fight feels like it's all they need. 9k advantage for 5-Rat, it literally doesn't matter anymore. Somehow, Dota Plus still giving Nouns a 6% chance against Megas. So nothing like 100% the way of 5-Rat, not even 1 or 2% the way of Nouns. 6% is the exact number. And 5-Rat being very cautious not to allow this game to go back the other way. I mean, they can just patiently wait out the Aegis if they want. Just farm the whole map for 3.5 minutes until Yamsen has that expire. No need to force a fight, even with the Megas up. They'll find a double damage rune down a bot very soon if they walk that way. And DNM seems like he will. I'm not sure if he actually spotted it there. It would help their cause just a little bit, but well, eventually Kits will find it. There it is. Maybe that'll force them to try for the high ground again.
Yeah, don't quite have anything like a bottle to save it up. So I'm not sure if it's going to last long enough for them to get any action in. Interesting thing to note, Mike, if you look up top, there are 2 obs wards making the eyes of that lane. Coming out from Nouns.
Very good.
Love to see it. Sometimes, you drop that vision in the heat of the moment, and you end up with double wards. Does make a good face in that lane, though. Look at that. Lovely.
Certainly does. 5-Rat. Still hanging around. Again, very patient. There's just no need to rush this.
This Ags for DNM into the Blessing. I'm just having that Terror Wave. Because BKBs are so low, any sort of control ruins you. Like, we've seen that impact coming out from Kits. If you can get that Spirit Siphon off, with the duration into the fear, even one hero getting feared away is massive for 5rat to capitalize on. So that's my concern right now for 5rat. Yes, you're holding on to this game for Nouns, but once all of this control comes out, you only have 6-second BKBs. These fights are just so difficult to execute. 5rat just needs to keep composed, stay calm. You know, they've still got the map under their belt. They've still got the Dota Plus odds on their side, esportsbet.io odds on their side as well. They've got everything. And it's on them to really kind of make a mistake here for Nouns to come in. Like, feasibly, if both teams play evenly, 5rat will still be on top. They have to somehow misplay for Nouns to kind of get that opening. Or, you know, Nouns has to pull out some crazy buyback plays, but you don't even have that in Gunner, which is what enabled them in some of these earlier fights as well.
Well, that's kind of the problem, though, right? Because while they are waiting for the Aegis to expire on Yamsun, they've allowed all the buyback timers to be back up. And like you said, I mean, yeah, sure, Gunner's low on gold for that buyback, but you'll probably have it soon enough. There is going to be a smoke rotation out. Oh, DNM, he's kind of by himself here. DNM, Gunner, he's going to jump in. They really don't want to lose this Terrorblade right now. BKB's out. DNM.
But the silence.
He's trying to run, but he's not going to make it. He has buyback, but this is not good news for 5rat. They've given so much away. Oh boy, that is a big problem.
Oh god, that is such a sneaky smoke play from Nouns as well. They go in, they didn't have vision. They just go for it.
How do they know?
They just gun for it. They're like, all right, we have to make a play happen. Let's go out. We can just have Yamsun TP on top, and that's the big kill they want. Those are the big kills they need. Granted, buybacks are there, you know, as you mentioned, Aegis is going to expire now.
Can they force buybacks?
They could force, but once that's forced out without the security of Aegis, it could be a little bit rough. You do have buyback at least on Yamsun. So he could buy back and TP in at least. You have to afford further losses here from 5rat. Maybe just surrender a Rax if you really don't want to buy back. It's not the worst thing in the world. You are still mega creeps up.
The thing is, if they don't buy back, like, Nouns might try and force tier 4 towers. It's not like they don't have damage for it. Here we go. We'll see if they can even find a tier 3 in time. 20 seconds left till the TB's back up. Kid's still down for 35. Nullify now also available on Lilith. Glyph is forced. Of course, Moo is not here, or in fact, he is here. Someone else defending. That is Husky back at the Dire base. Always leave the poor old Pos Fire to defend the base. It'll only be a tier 3 tower, though. So while it is a step the right way for Nouns, it is still a very small step.
Yeah, it's... Again, they're not willing to risk it. They still are behind. And in terms of the map state, I like that little cheeky play Moo did. Used his Manta Illusions to just kind of stall the creep waves out on mid, buy them some time on the side lanes, so they can equalize a little bit better. For 5rat, just being back up, you're in a good spot. Minute and a half till Roche. That's going to be the big objective for them. They've got the Hex up on speed, so your Timbersaw can just kind of lock one of these heroes in. No saves coming out from Nouns at that point. And that could be the item that turns this game, or seals the game for 5rat at least, and kind of locks in Nouns. Got to be careful. One good Hex and it's over.
So scary for both sides right now. 3k advantage for 5rat. Nothing to write home about, that's for sure. It's 5 minutes away from the 60-minute mark. As 5rat, you don't want to allow those tier 5 items up. They can be such game changers, and you're kind of putting the hands of RNG into the picture, right? Like, you don't want to allow that RNG to be that important in this game. And here we go. Sleeping Dart is out there. Find Lelis. Keep in mind, he still has a BKB up, but the Ice Path's going to lock him down. 4 staffs away. They did pop Terror Wave. So Terror Wave completely whiffed here. Nobody really getting hit by that fear. That'll be down for 80. Metamorphosis will wear off. They still have the actual meta, though, if they want it. But again, Nouns are proving to be very scary on their high ground. Another Sleeping Dart from Stominant to set up. But 5rat, a lot of caution here, not moving in yet. Respecting Nouns. I mean, Roshan, we're going to find out very soon when it does respawn. About 10 seconds away till we find out. 5rat could try to wait for the Roshan to be back up. But again, you might be putting your hands into the tier 5 bucket in terms of those items, and you don't want that. Fire Rat again, they're going to head down bot instead. 2.5 minutes for the next Roshan as well, a long timer.
If it was a quick one, a cheeky play that Nouns could have done, scout out with Treants and just try to solo. They've got the Treants already scouting that pit. I'm sure Yamson is actually yelling at his team, guys, buy me time. If Rosh is up, I can solo it. Just let me take it, come back in, and we can clean this fight. Unfortunately for both sides, a longer timer is pretty devastating. Smoke is still running for 5-Rat, but with EXO down, it's a little bit more awkward to fully force out here.
Mu, Ice Path, gonna lock him down with the setup of the Sleeping Dart, but it's not gonna last too long. He'll back off again. You do have the Terror Wave back up now on DNM, so both forms of Metamorphosis are there. But they understand, like, if they lose this one last team fight, if it ends up going the way of Nouns, this game is going to flip on its head real quick. They can't afford for that to happen. Play it safe, wait for the next Roshan, I think is the idea, but Nouns, they've got nothing to lose. They want to move in. Speed blinking out at the exact right moment. I don't believe he even saw them. They're still chasing him down, though. Gunnar, no, he's not going to catch him. Speed, in fact, pings them out. He wants to force the fight now. He gets the Hex up. He found the Tusk. Gunnar, how's he going to dance his way out of this one? He wants to get on that high ground. He will do so with the Yggdrasil Totem. Now the Sunder and the Terror Wave. It's onto Husky. The CM at least going to get caught out. That should be at least one down for Nouns. Still Gunnar is on the chase. A nice kick away from the Tusk, but the chase is on. Speed is not leaving him alone, not whatsoever. There's a snowball. Buy him a bit more time at the Ice Path. It's going to land. Gunnar has no way out of this one. But they do have buybacks. They'll need to commit them for this defense.
Yeah, it's big. That's the opening that 5-Rat needs onto that high ground. Nouns, they've got to find a way to play around here. Even with the buyback and Gunner, he doesn't have BKB.
Well, there it is. Husky will commit his own. Gunner's still waiting very patiently as Moon now is being chased down to the Viper. There's your Tusk buyback as well. Yamson, he's taken out Bino Zebra down. That's one. In fact, now the rebound. They found the Terror Blade. DNM, he's going to run. Lelis is still going, though. They've got another. It's Dominant down as well. But he'll buy back. Husky almost dying back there, but not quite. He will survive. Yamson with the Gleipnir holding down more. Kids still trying to rush forward, but they've got the Sprout out into the side, the Vice, the Prophet. Yamson walking away just barely, but Nouns are still holding. They're back onto Kids now. Kids, he'll heal up. Back onto the Marcy they go. Lelis, has he gone too far? Not quite. Meanwhile, to the right side, Speed. Speed is down. They have buybacks. Do they commit him, though? 5-Rat, they need to run. They want to get back, but the kickback is there on Stominant. They want the dieback. In fact, now the leash is out. They've got Kits again on the Death Prophet. That'll be another Tier 4 towers under siege. Meanwhile, Stominant somehow gets out of there. Lella's still chasing, but it's not enough. Oh, Ancient is basically exposed. Like the tower has 74 HP.
Yeah, this is just so awkward for both sides. I mean, now it's managing to work that out, threatening onto DNM. The good news for 5-Rat, DNM doesn't fall. He doesn't need to buy back.
Are they going to get Roshan?
They will.
Oh.
They've got the opening again. Just off the key kills they took, off the support pickups, off the threat onto Kits. Another opportunity here, but now someone needs to keep defending because Ancient is fully exposed. It's a toughie.
Yamson's there to defend, but he can't leave. The creeps are there. Lelis forced the BKB up. Buybacks are expended here from Speed. They've got the Sleeping Dart out onto Mu. Mu is going to drop. Speed, he will hold the rest of them back. Make sure they cannot contest this Roshan. Gunner is still around the area, but he can't jump in without buyback. Lelis gets caught out as well. He's down without buyback available. Roshan still going. In goes Yamson. He'll man up on the Prophet, but he's all alone right now. Yamson, that wasn't it, sir. That was not it. He has buyback. Here we go again. He's going to commit it. But Roshan's down. All the items are on the deck. He just buys back because he knows he has to. And we're past the 60-minute mark. Tier 5 items are up.
Oh, no. Yamson, he had his Satanic ready.
Oh, he did too.
He might have been able to just live through. Maybe even steal that Aegis, but he was shifting items around to open up slots.
Oh, okay.
He buys a refresh. He's got a secondary BKB use, but they've got to take care of 2 lives on DNM. Ancient exposed. This is not going to take too long. If they lose a couple of heroes announced, it's just going to fall.
Yeah, it's a 4v5. They'll send some TB illusions in first. Keep in mind, 5-Rat, they committed some buybacks of their own. Mood trapped up in the shards from Gunner, actually. Might need a 4-staff out of there. They'll put him to sleep for a moment. Ancient is exposed. DNM, he's not wasting any time. He's going right after it. There goes Gunner. He just completely melts. Yamsun's in trouble. Can they do it, DNM? Mu is trying, but he's taking way too much damage. The Ancient, it will eventually go down. It's Yamsun versus the world, and Yamsun's not going to prove to be enough. 5-rat 4-staff, after 62 minutes, have finally taken game number 1 here against Nouns. Would you believe that?
Yeah, that's our first actual upset here in NA.
Wow.
5-rat beating out the veteran team of Nouns, and not in the way we'd expect. It was a lot more back and forth. Nouns did have a couple of openings there. You know, Gunner was trying to pop off on the Tusk, but 5-rat, very disciplined. They come out with this lineup that just needs to keep pushing, and they managed to do that. And for Nouns, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. You know, watch these comfort picks. They have to watch Stominin, that Ricky. It takes 15 minutes, but once it's online, boy, does it just wreck you.
Color me impressed once again. How many times do I say, John, these guys have so much potential. They've taken down Nouns in Game 1. Let's see if they can do a repeat performance here in Game 2. As we are going to throw back to the panel and see what they have to think about this Game 1.
Woo! What a game number 1 here between 5-rat 4-staff and Nouns, and 5-rat 4-staff in their own fashion, you know. Yet again, a very long game coming out of them. Yet again, some difficulties going up the high ground, but for different reasons. Beforehand, they would just run up the high ground and feed. This time, they were disciplined in their approach. They took it slow, very easy. It took a while, but eventually they got over the finish line, boys. 60 minutes, shattering the previous record of 55 minutes, which, funnily enough, was also 5-rat 4-staff. But they managed to do it here. What do we make of their performance, T-Panda, coming into this game number 1 for the side of 5-rat?
Well, for the side of 5-rat, the draft order adjustment definitely worked out for them, and that is something that may be a surprise now a little bit. They got a perfect beginner for their draft. You got the Furion, and you got the what was the other pick that they had?
In the first phase?
Yeah, in the first phase. The Tusk,
Furion
the
Tusk, yeah.
Tusk and the
Furion
Furion was
Tusk.
your opener, which is like fantastic. You got a great opener for yourself. Things start sliding away from there, but into the game itself. Very good laning stage from 5-rat. The trial lane worked out completely. Viper falls into absolutely nothing, and they have a game plan. They play with their ults, they push with their ults, they move as a unit, and Nouns draft is just not suited for these engagements.
Unfortunately, though, on the side of Nouns, because they end up losing, let's be honest here, right? Despite the fact that 5-rat 4-staff was a lot more disciplined with their approach, right? They weren't just running up and feeding all the time. You know, there were a couple of weird ultimates that came out from kits, but if not for Gunner from the side of Nouns, Nouns would have lost a long time ago in this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the reasons why they couldn't go high ground. Like, Gunner played amazing, but it's also a lot to do with Gunner's... right there, you saw there, he refreshed to get this, the second punch, too, there. Like, everything he did, from the kickbacks to the disables, he was on point this game. He was playing his heart out for sure, but I will say... I want to see this Ags changed because they could not end this game even though they deserved to win earlier because they didn't want to end up in the fountain. It's really annoying to play against.
It's very annoying to play. I mean, the one opportunity where Nouns were able to mount a small comeback is when they use the Warriors kick to dislocate Albino Zebra. They're able to kill him, secure the first Roche of the game. And then from there, they were slowly but surely trying to claw their way back, especially Yamsun farming his heart out in this game, but ultimately not going to be enough. One thing I've loved about seeing this game here from 5-rat 4-staff, Mike was mentioning it in the cast, boys, the very clear improvement from this team day in, day out. They're a much better team. Had this matchup happened at the beginning of the tour, no doubt Nouns would have been able to take this one, but the way things have been looking, I've been very, very impressed to see them. The question is, what do Nouns do coming into this? Because now, like Mike said, it's the first sort of upset, right? Yes, on paper, when you look at the actual stats sheet, they're remarkably similar, but the history between these two squads, the history of all the players that are on Nouns, you would imagine that this shouldn't have been as challenging as it ended up being here, Panda.
Yeah, Nouns is definitely in a position where they're not feeling very comfortable. I mean, this is their laning stage into this point is kind of, I think it put some mental damage on them as well. Like, they weren't expecting 5-rat to actually hit this hard. They have Yamsun from game to game kind of uncontested. Now that he finally is contested in the game, they kind of fell into a very interesting place of, how do we bounce back into a game we're actually playing from behind? We have to find some kind of solution how to corral together, because this other team that we're playing right now is just snowballing on their own pace. They're setting everything that they want to, and our draft isn't really suitable for these kinds of engagements that 5-rat was looking for throughout this game. So there's a very, I would say, there's a lot of mental pressure on the side of Nouns here coming into game 2, especially starting off with the draft, because I feel like they have a disadvantage now with this Ricky that they decided to put into the first phase for Stomanen. There's a lot of question marks.
One of the questions that we have to ask as well for the side of Nouns is, what do we do about the offlane, right? Mu, yet again, we had a sort of famine performance. You know, different from his counterpart on the other side, Speed had an amazing performance, itemized incredibly as well. Everything that he built had an immaculate purpose, and several times he was the one jumping in, killing Leeless, getting the sheep sticks off. Speed just had a really good performance, but for Mu, Fear, it's another famine performance, unfortunately, coming in from the offlane of Nouns.
I mean, I think this is going to be a long story. You can ask me like after the break, but for now, I think I want to focus on 5rat and like how well they did in this particular game, because like, yeah, the Speed. Look at him. He was left alone in the offlane, right? He did super well, got really far ahead, allowed Salon to make some rotations as well, and he's our MVP for sure here. And like, he got super farmed in what he was able to do in this entire game while being contested by 2 heroes in the laning stage. I think really what put 5rat ahead, as well as Kits. You know, we saw it again, winning mid lane versus Gunner. I think that's not an easy thing to do. Sure, the matchup is a little lopsided, but they really got ahead in the laning stage here, and they played a very methodical game of Dota here. Really impressed by them.
I'm very impressed by what we saw from the side of 5rat 4 stars here. The improvements and the lessons they've been learning over time have clearly ended up working out. One of the things that I think has also was very apparent in this game is the positive mental attitude, right? We heard from Speed mentioning that Shamanan has helped bring the team in a much happier place. And after a couple of rough high ground pushes, a team in worse mental shape could easily have ended up crumbling, made bad decisions, go for some panic buybacks in these situations, but it ends up not happening because they're thinking clearly about the game, they're happy about where they are, they had confidence in their overall draft, and that leads them into a Game 1 victory. Very excited to see what Game 2 is going to look like between these two squads, especially considering that if they're able to win this one out, 5rat 4 star put themselves in place to maybe come third here in the division. They'll be putting Nouns in a 3-3 scenario and forcing them to have to perform in their final series against the side of Wildcard. So the Game 2 here means a lot for both of these squads. But I think for 5rat 4 star, given their journey so far and given how much further they want to go, being able to say, hey, we're good enough to beat Nouns would represent huge, massive progress for this young team. With that, though, we're going to be taking a small break. But before we go, in the game, I'm sure you saw the odds shifting very drastically in favor of 5rat 4 star. And those odds were brought to you, of course, by our sponsor, esportsbet.io. And if you didn't know, they are launching a watch-to-earn platform. And not only that, we're also doing a giveaway after every single game. And you can find yourself a part of both the watch-to-earn and the giveaways by joining the Discord, the description of which is in our Twitch channel down below. So go check it out in the Twitch description to learn more in the Discord itself. Before we take a break, boys, going into Game 2, do you think Nouns has what it takes? Fear?
Yeah, for sure.
Panda?
Potentially. Let's go Game 3.
Let's go Game 3. A non-bait Game 3. I would love to see it. 5rat 4 staff have been in a Game 3 before. Let's see if they'll be there again, and we'll find out shortly after a small break. welcome one and all to the North American DPC. Div 1 action continues here today. We're almost halfway through this week 3 when we will be after this first series where 5 Red 4 Staff have taken game number 1 against the side of Nouns. A very intriguing game, a very long game, but a game that 5 Red definitely deserved to win. So let's talk about what that happened in that game before we move on to game 2 here. What happened in the early game? How did this start off and what led to the game cascading in the fashion that it did?
Well, it started kind of from the draft. We saw the last pick Viper there, and I was like, why? You know, I found some reasons why it could work, but let's just start with why they picked it from Moo. They pick it, you know, it can kill Timber at some point in the game, right? Maybe it was going to go mid, we thought, for Gunner. It's good versus the DP. You do see them pick the Terrorblade last there, and I think Moo should know better here, that when you're playing against a Timbersaw, you can expect the Pos 4 to roam you. So their idea of picking this Viper offlane kind of got shattered by the fact that Stomanen just like ruined his lane. And let's go back even further now, like now they have an NP versus Timbersaw. You don't win that matchup 1 versus 1. Moo is getting camped in the off lane now because the Timber does not need help because he's laning versus NP, and then your mid lane matchup is losing too. So they just straight up lost all 3 lanes because of that. What could they have done better? Well, if I was in that game specifically, right, and I had the same heroes, I would have done some adjustments. Put the Viper as carry versus the Timber, shut him down. Put the NP mid against the DP. That's a winning matchup. This region doesn't like doing it, but I've seen Paparazzi do it. He pops off on it. And then the off lane, you can put CM Tuss there. Just get what you can on lane, and then they could have made this draft work with some adjustments.
So some adjustments are definitely going to be necessary, especially I think from the carry role. Speaking of, let's take a quick look at the carry-to-carry matchup. But one thing I also want to find out from UT Panda, how often does it happen that Nouns, we've spoken about them being behind in individual games and how difficult they find it to come back in those games. What about overall in series? Do they come back in the general sense in the series? And how often does 5 Red 4 Staff leverage a game 1 win into victory in the series?
Well, I mean, in terms of basically where the teams are right now and what they've been, like Nouns last year was a very good team, and now coming into this season, it feels like they're losing their sharpest edge, basically. But they are still somewhat considered the favorite for the series. But I'm starting to more and more agree with what Mike also said in the cast, what you guys also referenced, that 5 Red is starting to look like the better team. And, I mean, if you look at numbers, Nouns was supposed to have a 61% favorite part for this series. But now when you look at like sweep numbers, if 5 Red sweeps this, there was a, I think, 19.65% chance according to Dota Diesel. So, you know, they're not very high numbers in general. And Nouns, they definitely should have just taken game 1 and go to game 2. But that's not the case here at all. I mean, we're in for a very spicy series.
Very spicy indeed. I love it, right? Unfortunately, as we saw in the comparison over there, Yamsen and DNM still comparable in their numbers. And even in game number 1, Yamsen still did what he needed to do in the carry role. He'll have to definitely keep that consistency, but the rest of his squad needs to step up. And that, of course, starts with the draft, as Game 2's draft is available for us to peruse. Let's get into it. 5 Red 4 Staff, they are on first pick. So what do we want to see from them? They ban out the Mirana here. Now it's deciding to ban out this Broodmother. So game number 1, they banned Rubik, Tree, and Protector. So now we guaranteed at least one of those are going to go through, and 5 Red 4 Staff are going to be able to grab it. Which one do you think is going to have the highest impact for them? Do you just go first pick Rubik for Oshtaman and make sure that he has one of his best heroes?
Yes, sir. Just do it. I think they banned the Mirana because they don't want Nouns to do 1-2 Ricky Mirana. So they're just getting that out of the way there. And, you know, maybe they do have the option of picking the Jakiro we saw with the Ricky. They could do that later if they want for 5 Rat, but if they leave Rubik, go. Take it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is the thing I was talking about, the draft order adjustment for 5 Rat, is that since they had that shift between Stoman and then Speed with their heroes with phase 1 and phase 2, and they win the game with a hero that hasn't actually been in the first phase, that puts you in a very awkward position, because you're thinking, man, like, if we don't get first pick for the next game, we're going to choose second pick most likely because we're going to get a good core matchup. 5 Rat is definitely going to get a good starter. And they already got the Rubik for themselves. I'm pretty sure they're going to find a second hero that's also going to sit in nicely. So what I'm waiting for Nouns is, do they take the Tusk path once again? Do they pair it up with, say, one of their supports like Husky or Lelis, for example? Does Lelis take the Ricky? Does he show that he's the better Ricky player? But there's also the Rubik with Sleeping Dart. I mean, if you've got Ricky with Sleeping Dart, imagine with Rubik with the same spell.
I'm just trying to imagine that range. Like, it'll just be like screens away. You're just like, where the hell is this coming from? I think they should go for Tusk,
Is that a bird or a plane? Oh, it's a dart.
No, it's just a Sleeping Dart.
I mean,
Tusk should come, right? Given how good it was from game 1.
they look kind of shook a little bit from their player cams. I saw Yamsun, he looked a little,
Under the
bored.
weather.
Yeah, and then Moo, same look. They're not looking too happy about that game number 1 there for sure, and that could definitely play a fact coming into this game number 2 for sure.
I think it's like kind of like Stamanen, that Lelis is now kind of has to be the spirit of the team, right?
Yeah, I mean, they look pretty down. I'm not going to lie to you. Even Husky doesn't look like he has no giggles over there in the announce room right now, that's for sure. But they do pick the Treant Protector. If they would have left it, I'm sure Albino Zebra would have taken it for himself, right?
Yep.
So a bit of a block pick on top of something that, maybe they want, but it's not really a good sign here if they go into reserve time here. They're not super confident in what they want to do at this current point in time. They'll pick the tree. We've seen this before. A lot of damage, right? In the early game, you do have the root, then you have the Mortar's Kisses. It should secure a lot of the early game team fights.
Unfortunately, it does mean that Tusk is left in the pool. Like we saw exactly how effective Gunnar was on his Tusk. Probably going to get banned out. And a lot of the bans in the second phase from both teams were focused on the mid lane. So we already know that his pool of heroes is going to be wildly curtailed. So do we just go for Tusk right now on the side of Five Red?
I mean, I would say just go for Tusk here. They've already done the transition where they get Speed and Albino Zebra basically for the second phase. So Tusk would make a lot of sense. It's still a very solid pick. As you can see, if you're in a losing position, you still got high ground defense because of the goddamn axe. Like, it's so weird because usually we've seen range heroes, snipers, arc wardens, medusas. These are like, we can't push high ground, man. Now, what are we going to do against these guys? Now you got a bloody melee Tusk jumping in with a Blick and he kicks you somewhere, man. Like, it's an option. But they actually go for Speed with the Timber Saw, most likely him to pick up this one. I mean, it's an alright transition. It leaves the Tusk open. You could ban it now if you want to, but there could also be, that could be a mid-snap for Gunnar. That could be Lelis with the Snapfire. It could be Husky who plays a 5 if they want to shuffle around with the Treant Protector, put him on the off lane, maybe Moo does it, I don't know. But at least a bit of flex. Bit of ideas for the second phase.
Yeah, I mean, back when I used to play a bit of Tree and Protector, I always felt like in pubs, you pick Tree, second phase, they just, pick Timber against you every single game. But unfortunately, for the 5-rat, this is not a pub, so they get to see more, and they get a counter with their carry pick here, where I think on the side, if you're a Tree Protector and you've got a nice ranged core that's agi, there's a couple, I mean, Ursa's fine, Bloodseeker's good, Monkey King's okay as well. I'm not a huge fan of the Monkey King carry, but it does the job. Like, he should be fine. Tree might not enjoy the matchup, but Timber isn't super popular in this meta for a reason. Because if you don't crush your lane, he doesn't add that too much to the game.
And what I like is that when we talked in the green room about the offlane comparison between Speed and Moo, is that Speed is happy picking his hero into basically any matchup. Like just pick my hero. I'm happy with whatever. But Moo apparently is much more reserved. He's like, he wants to see his matchups.
I mean, Moo has always been the type of player, even pubs, where he just wants last pick. He wants to win his lane. He wants to see his matchups. And that's kind of like more of his style. I don't know if he's changed a lot since then, but it doesn't really look like it from the way they've been drafting, right? He's more of like a carry-ish type of like last pick offlane player. And he needs to have a good game. And he was going to have a good lane on that Viper game, but I think he just miscalculated the fact that it was an easy tri-lane choice for 5-rat there.
You just get tri-lane easily. So now we're going to see where the rest of this draft evolves into. Obviously, DNM's hero is going to be left for as late as possible from 5-rat, so we're not going to see that in the second phase. We still need some...
We might. They don't have the second pick.
That is true.
They could just go for the second phase pick where they open up with the double. I mean, Nouns... They have the second pick, so that means they get 15 and 18. So they get a response pick there, and they get a response pick in the last phase as well. That gives them a bit of an advantage to the later part of the draft. That kind of puts me in the position, is this Timber Saw going to be as effective as we saw? Speed was the only level 30 hero, by the way, in that last game. So he was massive with his build-up. He got the most XP, and... is this going to be just as good of a Timber Saw game? It already looks good, but does it get worse towards the later parts of the game?
It really all comes down to like Yamsun here. Like they need to learn from last game here. Like if Yamsun does not play a hero that can 1v1 the Timber Saw, we're going to see the same thing where the support's just going to leave. He's going to go roam. It could be mid. It could be on their carry. It doesn't really matter. It's going to put you in like a bad situation here if that is like the route they go. And, NP, it can lane versus Timber. It's fine. But like what... I guess a part of the last game too was a little bit Gunnar's fault too. It's like if they wanted to do that style, Gunnar kept running to the the Timber, right, trying to gank him, and it didn't really work out. I feel like Gunnar should have ran towards the carry instead. The Amazon should have pieced out, and you just kind of ignore the Timber in that situation. But that's kind of like a more difficult way to execute this. So I just want to see Yamsun play a hero that can just lane versus the Timber and hopefully just shut him down.
Speaking of the lane counterparts in game number 1, Nature's Prophet is still in the pool. Do 5-rat 4-star, do they angle towards that hero perhaps, given how good Yamsun looked on it for such long periods of the game?
I mean, they're going to ban it if they're not going to pick it, because Nouns could grab it, because they have 15 and 18. So
But do they want NP versus? I don't think it's doing them any favors right now in their draft.
True.
Because like we just saw it versus the Timber, right? Timber versus NP. Timber free farmed, and that was a big problem for them. Speed got MVP, right? So like I don't think they're angling for that route again. But they could do it on Moo. It would be fine. But I think he's really looking for something more magic damage.
All right, so let's see here. The lane counterparts that would bother Timbersaw have now been banned out. No Monkey King, no Ursa. So now the question is going to be, what does Nouns want to remove? And then what is the response going to be? So they're also trying to isolate Kids' hero pool here. So he can't play Pango, can't play Tiny. Yet another Bloodseeker
They
ban. I
banned their own.
suppose DNM does play this hero quite well. And okay,
Oh.
we're going for the slog here for Yamson. All right, maybe that explains why they took out this Bloodseeker. Didn't want the Thirst to debuff on the Shadow Dance passive. Decent enough, I suppose.
So there's a couple type of players out there, right? The ones that like playing Anti-Mage and Slark into this Timbersaw. And if it goes well, it goes really well.
Yeah.
But it also can go really bad really fast. It's not like a straightforward counter. It's something that like it's either going to do really well or it's not going to be the answer we're looking for. And it's skill-based matchup. That's basically what we call it.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like you've got the counters on both sides basically with the Timbers and the Slarks here.
All right, so let's see. 5 at 4 stuff. Their turn to respond. We're probably going to be showing the Albino Zebra hero here. I could go back for the Jakiro, I suppose, but doesn't have the uber easy setup that we had with the Ricky. There is some setup with the Rubik, but not exactly as strong.
I mean, the question here is the Snap going to be put into a support role if 5 Rat's going to go for Naga and then they bring themselves up like, say, Silencer, for example?
Hey, almost like you do this
I'm
for a
up to-
living,
almost
Silencer.
up to
Now the
something
question
here.
is, do they want to pick their mid or carry here?
Yeah,
Probably
exactly.
their mid. I'm imagining there's still a Tusk in the pool, which will be an easy response with Ember. But you got Silencer, which helps a bit with that matchup. If you pick the Ember here, as we see a lot of teams do, like you get countered really hard in the lane. So it's actually not a super easy pick for your mid laner here. I think Tiny is also banned, which would have been the safest. They're going to go for that. I'm expecting an instant Ember response to this.
Definitely, that hero has not been banned out. They instead chose to focus on protecting speed in the second portion of banning here, which definitely makes sense given his performance in game number 1.
Ember would make sense. Gunnar just has 0 games so far. He's played Tusk, Viper, Tiny, Lone Druid, Storm, and DP.
But he is like Grandmaster on that hero, so I
Yes.
know he can play.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, of course.
The classic.
Generally, you
I'm
just
just
don't
looking at
get
what
it,
he's
right?
played so far.
Yeah.
Like, what does he feel more in the competitive area right now?
I mean,
But he's
it's
a very good Ember.
It's either he wants to crush this, but I feel like getting Ember versus Tusk is something that teams haven't left an opportunity to do yet because of the way the bans have worked.
I'm just worried that does he just get griefed by the Storm,
Let's
by
try.
the Silencer?
All right, so he's going in for more Timbersaw counters.
All right.
This hero can rotate to Timber's lane. We saw Gunnar do it last game with Tusk.
Oh, yeah.
Not so effective, right? But when you're a Leshrac, you can actually kill him.
There's only one Leshrac win so far, though, in our region of the DPC. Hero's been picked 6 times, going to be its 7th game right now, and hasn't necessarily performed up to expectations. So in this game, does it look like an easier game for this Leshrac? We've spoken a lot about this hero needing some kind of battery. It has the Chain Protector, I suppose, just to keep you a little bit alive, but not necessarily as good as, to say, a Pugna or an Io to ensure that this hero does all the damage. Do we like it here? Given that BKB especially, if Silencer can get to you before you cast any of your spells, they can actually kill you fairly quickly.
Yeah, but it is also AoE control. That kind of takes away the idea of 5 Rat necessarily going for micro heroes. Like the Naga now doesn't look as great because the illusions just get bursted right away at the start. Are you going to get yourself a game if you have nobody creating space? We already addressed the Timbersaw counter problem here. So if you go for this super greedy late game hero like we had in last game with the Terrorblade, who actually popped off super early on into the game, Naga just doesn't seem to have that much of impact, at least what we've seen in NA so far, the few games that we've actually seen the Naga. So I'm a bit fearful for that hero pick, and also maybe the is the Furion still in the pool? The Furion's still in the
somehow,
pool.
dude.
So that could maybe work. Like you're still scaling very strong into the late game, and you can be active early. You have a +1 with the Tusk for ganks, and you got the global silence. So these attributes kind of help you to fight against Nouns early, despite them having heroes that are also capable of fighting early.
And I think good thing for now is Moo gets last pick.
Yes, Moo
so
got last pick.
It's a lot more difficult for 5 Rat to pick a hero here. And there's nothing that's going to... He's going to feel super good on, because like you can pick like, you know, random hero that's good versus anti-mage, right? But then you're just going to get crushed in lane by like some Slardar or something. So they're in a bit of a difficult position to pick a hero that is like super good for the game, because, you know, Moo is there sitting there at the last pick waiting for you to pick it, and he's going to try and counter you.
Just go Nature's Prophet. So good.
That I think it's fine. Like you're not really playing. Yeah, there you go. You're not really playing for the Treants because the Treants are not very good for Celestial. It doesn't matter. It's all about the right clicks anyway. It's about the map control. Like, do you man fight a Slark? Not really, but no heroes really do unless you want to talk about like a Faceless Void or something. But this hero, more importantly, is hard to just counterpick, right? We saw him do this before. He actually made Arteezy feed a little bit on it.
Yeah.
But his mid game was a little shaky that game. But I think against a team like 5rat, they could transition that into, you know, getting some kills on DNM, into getting map control, and to a much more rounded lineup this time around.
All right, Japan, now let's talk about this. The last pick on the Nature's Prophet on the side of 5rat, 4-star for DNM. How do you think it fits into the draft, and what do you make of their draft overall? Do you think they have the prospect of making this a 2-0 sweep?
They have strong mid game. Like their laning stage is already looking pretty solid, but most importantly, their mid game looks pretty good. And I think that's where Nouns really wants to address the problem. Maybe even earlier, like depending how good of a game Gunnar and Moo has on these primals and these Leshraks. So I think 5rat is maybe slightly, I would give them a disadvantage against Nouns. I'd say there's like a 45-55 to me, but I'm pretty sure Fear is not gonna he's gonna hit something completely different. But I feel Nouns is a bit of a better draft.
All right, Dean of Dota, traded for me on the side of Nouns here. What do you like about their draft, and do you think they have what it takes using this draft to push us to a game 3?
I do. I think Nouns should take this game. The only way they don't get this game is if this Leshrac and especially this Slark does not work out versus the Timbersaw. So if they can make those two things work this matchup, 5rat could do 2-0, but Nouns, much better draft from last game.
Certainly a much better draft from Nouns. A lot more cohesive, I think, in terms of what everyone is supposed to be doing. To find out, though, whether or not it's cohesive enough to actually have an interesting storyline develop for a game 3, we will throw it over to our wonderful casting duo. Let us see if this game goes into the Journal of John and if this game can make it into the movie of Mike. Take it away, boys.
Well, thank you so much. Now we do get into it. Game number 2 here between Nouns and, of course, 5rat 4-star. John, 2 new drafts, 2 very different drafts. What do you think? Do you think Nouns have drafted something that's going to give them a better chance in game number 2, or are we going to a game 3 or not, Jonathan?
Yeah, I think Nouns has a better chance with this draft. They can play a lot faster. You've got a better way to make plays for Moo, which I think was the big difference from game 1, where he couldn't really do much for his team. He was just very behind. He got the Urn. That was it for a long time until he got 4-staff. And he just didn't contribute. I think the one worry for Nouns is that Slark lane. Like, it has to win. At the same time, you're supporting Tree, and it's up against Timbersaw. You're not going to have a tree line again.
Right.
And we've seen what happens when Treants don't have that tree line. Their early presence is kind of shot. So that's the one thing I can see for 5rat to build off of. Just a strong start for speed again.
Let's find out very, very soon. We are going to get into game number 2 here between Nouns and 5rat 4-star. Again, 5rat pulling off an upset here in game 1. I don't think any of us were quite expecting that to happen. Nouns obviously going for a bit of a reset here for game number 2. See what they've got in the bag, as there is going to be some tips handed over between Yamson and Speed. And we actually have a video with Speed, I believe. We ask the man, what is your strategy going into the DPC? Let's hear from Speed.
Our energy is pretty high. I'd say it's pretty high because last season we barely made it through. We had to make it through tiebreakers, but we're feeling much more confident. I feel like everyone on the team has practiced way more than last season. We feel much better about our ideas. So yeah, we're hoping to do much better than just tiebreakers this season.
I'm going to give you a TLDR, John. Game Leap. That's the new strategy. Everyone's watching Game Leap. That's it.
When their energy levels are high, Speed must have gotten a good amount on those 50% off on his subscription on Game Leap.
Of course.
And, well, we did see him in last game. He played spectacularly well. That Hex pickup towards the end game just ruined Gunnar when he did go in for that last fight without his BKB. And he's on that same hero. He's back in that Timbersaw. So he's got a pretty interesting lane matchup against Slark. Again, I'm curious to see how much Husky can get out of that lane. That's the bigger question I have on mind. And there is a little bit of an early switcher, early aggression coming out. Moo just kind of scouting around. For Moo, we have to see this connection with a snap, right? Like, there are times where it feels like, yeah, you know what, Onslaught's not going to feel amazing with a cookie. It's going to be hard to connect. But at other times, just having that cookie with a trample on top, you can certainly get work done early. And for Moo, this early start has to come out. Like, again, the big difference, game 1, he didn't have that early presence on the Viper. We've got to see that presence out with the Primal Beast.
Absolutely, I do agree. But at the very least, like you mentioned, they have a pretty strong combo with the cookie into the trample, and see if they can kind of abuse that. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Speed and Stomin are going to be up against Husky and Yamsun. Now, in theory, the Slark shouldn't have the worst time in the world, but the thing is against Timber, is he still does a hell of a lot of damage to Slark, and once you hit the level 6 mark, you're not actually scared of the Slark anymore. Like the 6 mark, you have the Chakram up, the Slark doesn't really do much anymore either.
Yeah, it just doesn't survive. You've got AoE damage to kind of deal with him when he does go into his ult. They're trying, yo.
They're going to try and Stominen. Nice little pounce out onto Stominen. Yamson taking quite a few stats away, but even just the level 1 Whirling Death, quite painful for both Husky and Yamson. And just look at the damage. Yamson, he has to be super careful. He's got 1 Tango left to use up, and it's not going to get any easier. This is level 1 for speed.
Yeah, it's tough. The level 1 for Slark is pretty awkward up against him. It feels like it needs level 3, heck, even 4 or 5, where you can start trading a lot better with the Essence Shift out, or just trying to burst with a Dark Pack, get some magical damage going. But Speed already in control of the lane, and just applying so much pressure onto Yamson. Stominen on his Rubik as well. He did get his courier sniped, so he lost out on a lot of regen, but he's not being shoved out of lane. Still soaking up EXP, contesting the pulse, getting some CS here and there.
Gunnar, for mid lane, Kits almost has it. 1 right click would have done it, but now the bottle charge is giving Gunnar another chance at life, and Kits taking quite a bit of harassment from the tier 1s on the way back. Very close call there for the Leshrac. And Gunnar, he had a bit of a rough game last time around. They found a great way of shutting the man down, and oh, if you can do it again, he's such a big... Oh, look at that. Shards out as well, just slowing down the pace back into the mid lane. It feels like Gunnar's so key to the success of Nouns. If you can find a way to just shut the man down, odds of you winning against Nouns is just so much higher.
Yeah, and they just had his number last time. It took him a long time to kind of dominate. They did stall out the mid push coming out from Kits, but this time Kits is on the Tusk. And the matchup against Leshrac can go back and forth. There are ways to play. They're chasing Stominen.
They are. Lift is going to save the life of Stominen, though. Yamson not able to continue the chase. Husky will, though. He does have brown boots up. Stominen also has those brown boots, but Husky trying to abuse the movement speed in the tree line. Eventually going to give up on it. Stominen, he does have some tangos, and looks like he will stick around. Just wait out that tango region instead of going all the way back to the base. So far, no first blood being drawn between either side. Currently, Kits having the best time on the map. 19 and 4 in terms of CS on the Tusk. I suppose you've got to be happy if you're 5-rat for now.
Yeah, you've got a pretty solid start. You are giving a little bit more out to Moo, but at the same time, Moo's not able to really be aggressive just yet with Lullis. He does leap away from Bino Zebra and Stominen, rotating up, so our Rubik is already getting some action across the map. He can afford to leave Speed alone. One of the great things, again, about that Timbersaw is it doesn't really need help. You can go around the map, you can get some stacks up for your team, and you can scout around to see what Nouns wants to do. I mean, again, just because of that movement, Gunnar has to watch himself. A little bit of that damage and control early on with the Tusk can just
DNM.
squash a Lesh.
This will be a big pickoff. DNM's been caught. Cookie is going to land. Hands up here from Moo. DNM eventually going to drop first blood to go the way of the Primal Beast. And well, that was DNM just going to getting caught out of position. There was no onslaught up for Moo to kind of commit to. It was just him walking in with the trample, and eventually Lilith came in with the Cookie.
Now, that's the one awkward thing for 5-rat. They grouped up their supports. They played tag around the triangle a little bit too long, and they didn't back off when Lullis backed off. So they get an opening where the NP's just unprotected and get to run down. So already a much better start for Moo again. His laning phase in game 1 wasn't the best. A lot more coming out now on his Primal Beast at the least. But Speed still has his really good lane. And Speed is still keeping Yamson down in that 1v1. Sure, the Slark has a little bit more of magic damage now with the Dark Pack. But you can't really afford to lose that much HP up against the Timbider. And with the reactives already up, trading prolonged with Essence Shift stuck at level 1, you don't get as much out with that Agi. It just fades a little bit too quick for you to hit in and out and sneak in for a little bit of an opportunity.
Oh, very, very low net worth lead here for Nouns. Just 5.5 minutes in. A lot of supports roaming around the map at the moment. Like, you've seen a lot of Stommen and Lilith just running across the map, but not leading to too much. Meanwhile, DNM, he's actually left the top lane now, opting to go into the jungle instead with these Treants. Very, very early, but I suppose he just doesn't feel like he can safely farm that top lane now that Moo is level 4 with the level 1 onslaught. Certainly much easier to catch the Prophet out. Lelis being a real pain in the butt, just kind of standing by DNM soaking XP. Won't steal any CS, but just even the XP alone is going to be very annoying for DNM to give away. Meanwhile, mid lane, Gunnar Was being jumped by Kids, but the shards will not connect. Still Gunnar trying to move forward, but doesn't realize the supports are around. Albino, Zebra, and Stomin doing a great job of just hanging around at that 6-minute mark. And to be fair to Gunnar, I mean, these 5-rat supports, they've been missing off the map for quite a while now.
Yeah, they've just been all over. Again, they abandoned top for a bit. They've been chasing around Lelis. They didn't have vision here from Nouns to watch that movement. I mean, they have a ward now, but just comes out a little bit too late from Husky. And again, once you connect with that Tusk, it's relatively simple to clear out the Lesh, although Stomin.
Yeah, trample out, lift away. Onslaught is there. Cookie will be just enough. They don't even need the Onslaught. High fives up once again from Moo. He's having a great time this game too.
Yeah, he's on a roll. Level 6 up, Pulverize ready to go. Shoving in the NP to the jungle, which they are tracking with the Obs Ward really nicely. And just kind of forcing 5-rat to play this slower game. They are looking to maybe drag in Kits. He does have the Arcane Rune bottled up. Doesn't quite have the healthiest mana pool. The good news is still that Speed is having a pretty free lane. But Yamson is also not too far behind. He's not hurting too bad now. Has a level 6 to save himself. The threat of Chakram is there, but you do need someone to connect with you to bully out the Slark, unless Yamson just kind of missteps. Gunnar though?
Right now, 5-rat are just trying to support and make sure this jungle can be farmed by DNM. Still very afraid of Moo and Lelis. Kids is going to see Lelis. Shards are out, but he's got the cookie to just jump right over. This is how desperate the situation is right now for DNM. Just make sure you stick by him. Even the mid-tusk, just making sure that they cannot infiltrate that dire side jungle. And eventually Kids will run up back towards the top lane, make sure that tier 1 does remain defended. And with that, DNM can have a bit of peace and quiet in that jungle. But you look at the net worth difference right now between him and Yamsun. Like, Yamsun's almost 1k ahead of the Prophet at the moment. It's a pretty rough affair for DNM. Like, he's level 4 in the jungle. This is not what you want.
No, it's far away from what you want. And the pressure is just constant from now on. So they keep checking. They still maintain that Obs Ward. They've got the center in Stomin, but he's not looking to drop it at all. And this is just so much space out for Moo. So much space out for even Yamson, who isn't threatened by just the Timbersaw alone. And even space for Gunnar as well to get his farm up. Like, this lineup of Nouns does need a little bit going for themselves before they make a play. So they're more than happy, as 5-rat are just starved. I mean, they haven't lost any towers, but they're playing like they're already suppressing the jungle.
They are. Moo's just having such a great game. 4.2k net worth. Spirit Vessel almost up on that Primal Beast now. See, that's going to make life very, very challenging for Speed as well. Having that early Vessel up here on the side of Nouns is Onslaught. Lift up from Stomin. Going to make sure the Onslaught doesn't go all the way. Moo will just trample right through the tree line. It's very hard to hide from the Primal Beast when he can just get rid of all the trees. And with the Pulverize, it's not going to be too hard to deal with Stomin, though he is still trying to buy himself a bit more time. But ultimately, it will not be enough. Moo will take him out. Meanwhile, Yamsun currently being watched by Kits, but Kits is kind of all alone here. Yamsun has the level 8 up. He has Shadow Realm. Or rather Shadow Dance. He's perfectly fine. And so no trade going to happen across the map.
It's just a lot less active for 5-rat, coming out with her supports as well. The only hero they can really connect with is Kits. He's the most comfy to go in on. Stomin and TP'd cancelled onto mid, so
they might need that now, John. DNM's been caught. Moo doesn't land the Onslaught. At least the stun part of it. But it doesn't seem like 5-rat can really try and punish him for that movement. He was all alone. And in the meantime, Gunnar just finds a tier 1 tower for free on his Leshrac.
Yeah, they've got Kisses ready here as well if Lelis finds stun.
Uh-oh, Kits. Oh, Pounce did not actually land. Well, he hasn't actually... No, he did commit it. It just never landed. Onslaught gonna fly through. The Snowball will buy the save he needs. Kid's still trying with the shards out, running back in between the shards, but just can't get away. Getting completely smothered here by the side of Nouns. In comes Speed, however. Right onto Moo they go. Chains will not connect. Stomin will take the kill himself. But with the Timber, they will at least be able to defend this mid-tier 1.
Yeah, they relieve some of the pressure and just hold on to that key objective. You lose out a lot more on slowing down Kits, though. We've seen the Tusk maybe go off to a bit of a rougher start. They need to kind of connect. And Speed, he's not able to really punish that Slark still. Yamson just goes down bot again, knowing that the TP isn't there. Just farms up. Kits is forced to respond. And D&M is even showing up, trying to get a little bit of a push going, but his own farm is going to be suffering from this movement. Bottom network core on the map, on that NP. Nouns know something's up. They're grouping up for a bit of that defense.
Bounce is there. Onto Kids they go. Morris punch was committed. Doesn't seem like Nouns are going to have the backup to try and get Kids, so I say that, Moo. Did commit the onslaught, but decides better of it. Runs down towards the south instead and just make sure he avoids the side of 5-Rat. Maybe assuming Kids would have the help incoming. And with the way this game's gone, like, you're more than happy to just keep the state of the game the way it is. Nouns currently 3k ahead. Their only problem right now being the fact that Speed is top of the net worth board. But there's going to be nothing to purge off the Spirit Vessel from Mu. He hasn't opted to try and go for anything like a Lotus Orb right now. So you should have the answers for Speed once he does get involved in a team fight. And speaking of, here we go. Yamsa pops the Shadow Dance, just runs away. Doesn't really care for the Timber.
Again, it's a lot of space they're buying out here, and Gunner's just allowed to free farm in the triangle. Bloodstone only the recipe away. That's just massive. Like, having this ultra durable Timbersaw up front, sapping away some HP, doing a lot of damage, no early BKBs that you can find on 5-Rat, and even with his threat of Global Silence, it doesn't really affect Leshrac as long as he popped all his spells beforehand. We'll go for a smoke play here on the side of 5-Rat, but they don't have vision. They actually don't have any information on the map to kind of go out here, so it's pretty blind to look for this kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very desperate kind of smoke attempt from 5-Rat. They'll try and bait with Stomin down at the bot lane, hoping somebody takes it, but Speed does reveal himself with that Chakra. Tier 1 bottom tower still remaining protected here by Husky. It's not like you can really rely on D&M to come in either. He's still level 6. He's behind the tree in levels. Mu getting caught by the shards, will onslaught out. Snowball will chase him down and does connect from Kits. They should have the damage here for Mu, and they do. He is gone. In comes D&M. Lillis kind of trapped between a rock and a hard place right now. He will drop as well. Overgrowth is there, but it's not going to matter. Nouns are melting. Speed dealing way too much damage, and D&M, he finds a double kill out of this. That's huge for the Nature's Prophet.
It's so surprising that Nouns opts to force that fight. I mean, they just didn't have the angle in. They probably didn't expect all the heroes from 5-Rat, to be fair, as they all do show up in that successful defense, and they even hold on to the Global Silence. So they still have that tool for an upcoming fight, if need be. Interrupt the kisses coming out from our Snap. Lillis will not have an easy time finding that angle here. And 5-Rat keep themselves in the game. They're still 2k behind, but they're getting some activity out. And the key thing is their mid is still standing. Gunner's been farming top and triangle. He hasn't been making moves onto that mid. He does have the full Bloodstone, so this could be that time where you could start to get active on your Lesh and connect. And full Spirit Vessel for Mu, as you mentioned, it just makes it so much easier to deal with some of these tougher targets. But they just played a little bit safer.
That's a surprising thing, right? Like, you got such an early timing on that, but you never went for the kills. Well, here we go. Stomina will be chased down. Onslaught will connect. Stomina had the Overgrowth stolen, so he will hold them down. The Vessel's still ticking him out, so he should drop from this. Tango given by Albino Zebra, but it's not going to be enough. So at least they get to support Rubik, but not really the biggest deal here for 5-Rat. I think they're okay with this.
Yeah, they're fine. Like, they're getting good farm out on D&M. He's got a lot of room up top to play with. I think the side of Nouns doesn't mind either, though. Like, they are still farming in Gunner. They are still farming fairly well on Yams, and he's almost got Ags at 15 minutes in, just 2 parts away. So he's set to still have a good game. Smoke out from Nouns. Look for something here.
Gunner, obviously D&M, had a bit of catch-up farm there with the double kill, but now may get caught out. There is a smoke here from Lelis and Mu. They'll spot out the Prophet. D&M will have no time to react, but no, he hears it. Pulverize is there, but Global Silence will cancel it off, and D&M immediately just TPs out. He wants none of this. Great escape here from D&M off the back of that Global Silence. 5-Rat in the meantime have been waiting mid lane for somebody to show up and take this creep wave, but nobody around, so instead they'll start pressuring this mid-tier 1 tower, and that does give us a good chance to bring up, of course, the betting odds here from our betting partners, esportsbet.io. 1.26 to 3.69 in favor of Nouns. So the odds are back in favor of Nouns here in this game too. They do hold a 4k net worth lead, to be absolutely fair, so I kind of agree with those odds this game around. But one bad team fight for Nouns, and that's going to fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, you can just tell 5-Rat, They're playing it perfectly. They're using that global silence from Albino Zebra just great. You have two spells that just get interrupted by that you can't preemptively BKB for. So Albino Zebra always has the counterplay. And it's just tricky to commit for those kills until you have a way of just not caring, even if you lose one of those spells. They do clear out the mid-tier 1. Gunner shows up with that Diabolic Edict, nice and easy. So that does open up more invasions up top, cutting off the farm sources for 5-Rat, but DNM's just been playing bot. You know, he hasn't really cared too much about the top jungle since he's been chased out of there earlier on. Nouns, they need to make use of this space. They've got the Ags fully up in Yamson. He's going straight for the Mage Slayer. So his times are lining up. Going for the shard as well. You are ready to go with a Slark if you want to drag him into these engagements. He's got some really good damage and chase here.
I just kind of question, like, with these early item timings that Nouns had, like, do you really want to keep playing the slow game? Like, this is kind of like classic in a Dota, right? Like, you just... It's what it used to be, like, where it's just higher net worth wins the game. Game 1, we didn't see that at all. Both teams just kind of running at each other constantly. Game 2, a bit of a different... Oh, Yamsun jumps into Albino. Kid's right behind him. Shards will block him in. Yamsun!
What?
This is what I'm talking about. You know, they're playing maybe too passively here on Nouns. They're not appreciating the net worth lead they have right now.
That's a big kill to bleed out Kits, though.
Yeah, he's jumping in. Gunner will try for this. They don't have... Oh, they do have the global now. It just came off cooldown. Kisses are in. It won't really do much. This is a very, very interesting fight from Nouns. I don't know. Is the communication suffering right now from Nouns?
It's an interesting choice out from Yamson. He goes for the D-Ward play, waits one leap, leaps down and dies.
Here we go. They've got speed, but the global silence is going to protect speed just fine. I mean, the vessel alone does a lot of damage, but if that's all you've got, that's not going to do enough. Now Husky showing up bottom side onto DNM. Does have overgrowth, but he is completely on his own. We'll just stick around to try and make sure the bottom lane does remain pushed out. And 5-Rat, they are still hanging around the mid-tier 1 of the Radiant side, but with that global silence, it could be risky.
That should be the opening that Nouns plays with. No global silence means you can get a full pulverize, you can get the kisses, although that's on cooldown, but just the pulverize alone with some follow-up should give Nouns the opening they need up against 5-Rat. They still hold on to that lead, but it feels like 5-Rat are still the ones with the initiative. They're holding this really good aggressive position despite losing their mid-tier 1. They've got a ward to watch the movement out from Nouns across the river. And they're still stalling for DNM. This guy already has his BKB up. And he's ready to go. Nothing to really be scared of outside of maybe the overgrowth from Husky with his blink.
Certainly so. Considering how far he was behind in this game, like, he's happy to keep the farm game going. He's a nature's prophet. He excels in the late game. Here it is, a 5-man smoke. This is what we've been waiting for from Nouns. They group together into that dire jungle. The dire triangle, rather. DNM, he'd be the primary target they want, and he hasn't seen them yet. He'll BKB, he'll try to get up with the overgrowth. It's going to hold him down. There will be no escape for the Prophet this time around. Meanwhile, the rest of 5-Rat just trying to escape themselves. It looks like they have found one target. It's going to be speed on the timber, and that's going to be another great target for Nouns.
They get it done. They find the kills they need. Kit's in a pretty good hiding spot, but doesn't have a TP.
Oh! Yamsun!
What?
Did you not see him? I mean, he pounced right over him.
Come on, Lelis.
Do they know?
Oh, they got him!
Cookie's there. Lelis has found him. Shards are nice. Oh, high five maybe a little bit early there, Lelis. Let's see what Kids can do. He'll blink towards the north. Still running. Yamsun on the chase for Pounce. It's 5 seconds away. He needs a few more seconds. Snowball is back up. Kids is still running. Cookie's off the mark. Snowball is there. He can't commit it though. He has no way out. He wanted a snowball back towards the ancient camp. So they do find the Tusk in the end. And with that Nouns, they'll go right after the first Roshan of the game.
And that's just such a heads-up play now. Nouns finally online, finally willing to jump into these fights, taking this first Roche as well. 5-Rat, they don't really have the play. I mean, when you think about their team fight, it really just boils down to global silence to interrupt and Rubik's stolen spells. Best one is probably Overgrowth. You wouldn't be too upset about taking Split Earth. But it's tougher for them to force these big 5v5s. And as long as Nouns plays with that power of 5, Five Rat don't have the openings. They play really well with pickoffs, and we saw them do that really nicely with their clump ups. But the moment now it sticks around as a team, it doesn't materialize. And again, you just look back at the odds from esportsbet.io. It was favoring Nouns. In the last game, it was bouncing back a little bit more, but this time around, I think it's just solidly locked in for them. 8-6, 5k up. You've got this really strong start for Yamson. He's got his Shard and full Mage Slayer ready when his career's back up. So he's going to be able to save his team as well in the middle of these engagements. And you do have the Timbersaw to take care of that to an extent. And Speed is at his Ags, pretty much. So more damage coming through from the Depth Shroud and the Shadow Dance, but Speed has to survive long enough to get that done. And without anything to prevent the magic output of Gunner, that's a lot tougher to do in this game.
Full Ags up, though. Speed just bringing it on the Courier. So they might try to go for a bit of a surprise reveal here on the Timber. That double Chakram, just so much pure damage. But again, it is really about survivability, like you mentioned. And, well, here goes Five Rat. I think they saw Yamsun there for a moment. They'll see Gunner top side, but he does back his way out. See everyone missing off the map right now from Five Rat, so the smoke is kind of obvious. Moo's still sticking around. Speed will eventually show himself in the creep wave. Still smoked up, but it will be broken. In they go. Gunner maybe laying the bait. Does pop the Bloodstone. The rest of the cavalry, they are incoming. Kids completely caught out and just bursted down. Five Rat. I mean, it seemed like they committed with a lot of hesitation there, and the bait from Gunner ends up panning out.
He's just such a tough target to go on to. Until BKBs are up, he'll just melt you, and he gets a lot of value. Oh.
No, and he was stunned. Yamsun's going right to work, and they found DNM. BKB's only going to save him for so long. There's the overgrowth from Husky. Sprout is there, but Yamsun all over the Prophet. Gonna find him, no problem. Oh, Yamsun, he does die to the Chakrams of Speed, but it's not gonna matter. At least they find Speed. And you've got plenty of tower damage here from Gunner if you were to think about high ground, but they've still got a top tier 2 tower to go back for.
Yeah, they have to take care of that. They have to equalize the creeps. DNM has sent out his treants, so it's shoved in quite a fair bit. They're not going to be able to fully capitalize on that just yet, but it's still a strong engagement. They managed to bait out the silence earlier, so they get a good use of the kisses out from Lullis. The output is still there. BKBs are key for Five Rat. Without them, I mean, you can only do so much. You do have the one BKB on DNM, but it's not really him that needs it. It's Kits. He needs to be able to jump in and just set up for the team, and Speed as well. Like, you need these two frontliners to enable your Nature's Prophet. At the moment, they can't quite do that comfortably.
11-7 now. AK advantage here for Nouns. Five Rat just hanging around that die triangle. Nouns looking so much more confident during this game too as Gunner, he does get rid of that tier 2 top tower. Still a minute and a half left on the Aegis, so they could group up and go again if they wish. Group up is mid. Speed, I think, may have been spotted in that Radiant Triangle underneath some vision, and he was. A lot of TPs incoming to try and chase down the Timber. Yamsun has the pounce up and will land it very nicely onto the Timber Saw. Speed, how are we going to get out of this one? They could not stun in time. He's still just chaining away, but look at the surround coming. Speed, somehow, still running, but again, being pincered in. Moo's gonna try an onslaught. Speed will go to the south, but where are you gonna go now, sir? Spirit Vessel and Pulverize out, and he cannot escape. Moo, he's having a fantastic game in this game too.
And again, that's the big difference maker. He had a great lane. He's got a lot of impact now. They're chasing for more.
Yeah, Albino Zebra. He'll get slowed up by the Nature's Grasp. There's just no way out for him. Even rooted up there for a second by Husky. Still trying to run, but the right click from Gunner will be more than enough. In fact, now they even found Stominant. Stolen Split Earth, stolen Dark Pack, but he wanted the pounce. He will die to the Pulse Nova of Gunner.
It's lining up for now. They're on the aggressive. They know they've got this big power spike lined up for themselves already. And for Five Rat, they're buying space out for DNM to farm. But this is also what we saw in Game 1 from Nouns when they had Yamsun on the Prophet. Right? They just sat back, they tried to farm, they tried to go into this late game. And the matchup for the NP in this case also doesn't feel like the best. Like, you're up against a Slark. Sure, you can kind of leash him in. but you have a Timbersaw who's going to break the trees anyway. So how much can you really lock in the Slark in the ultra late game? And your durability, I mean, once BKBs are up, there's going to be a spike for 5-Rat, but in a prolonged game, when those BKBs go down to 6 seconds, the same thing happened to Nouns. Their BKBs down to 6 seconds, doesn't matter as much, your window's just that much smaller. We'll try to smoke out here, though.
I mean, closest target is Yamsun in their own triangle. They're going to head the other way. Yamsun, so close, he could break the smoke himself. They won't know, though. They didn't have the vision to spot out the Slark. In fact, now Albino Zebra getting caught from the backside. Yamsun, he'll just pounce right in. Global Silence is up if he wants to commit, but it's too late. Onslaught is there. Snowball will not give any time over to the Silencer. Stominant also getting caught out. Speed going to try for the TP play. Will make it just in the nick of time. But again, both supports being caught for 5-Rat. And with that, Nouns, they could think about the tier 2 mid tower for sure. And it looks like they will.
And there's not much stopping them. They've got the output with Gunner. They know there's no global silence. They know there's no play for that 10-second window. And they just have to surrender it. The best thing for 5-Rat now, keep trying to just look for pickoffs when you can. Get that build up into the BKBs on both Kits and Speed. And try to get some map control back. Like, the vision game from Nouns this game has just been the exact opposite of what it was in game 1.
DNM. Uh-oh. BKB up. How do you get out of this one, DNM?
Doesn't have TP?
He has no form of TP. I mean, he was just trying to fight. Literally, both TPs were on cooldown.
Yeah.
That is so rough.
The thing is, he feels safe because he has a ward there. That's the one area that 5-Rat has warded outside of this bottom ramp near the secret shop. And it's just not safe. Like, they have so much mobility on the side of Nouns. They can be on top of you from a mile away with the onslaught and the leaps. And it's just really easy to melt you. Again, the BKB on the Nature's Prophet, it's not a big deal in this game. It's your 2 other cores. It's the Tusk and it's the Timbersaw that has to be online with that spell immunity, and they just don't have the space to do so.
And now Moo going to run right into Speed. Not going to try and go for this target as he had no help around.
I love this ward. Look at that ward behind the tier 2 on bot side. So much information there, and not an easy D ward as well.
Certainly not. The bright side, John, Stominant stole and pulverize. That could be a bit of a game
That's always
changer.
fun. Yeah. It's always fun to see. I'm still sad that they drag it here all the way back to you now.
Yeah.
You know, before, when it's just like, telekinesis, yeah, that's pretty neat.
It's a psychic type Pokemon.
It does give them a lot more control. They need to kind of tie in. Kits has to find a good angle with that blink in with his BKB up now.
That he does. They are going to jump in. There's your Walrus Punch up. And Moo has the BKB. Meanwhile, Yamsun, right onto work. Onto that Timber. There's your Global Silence. But Yamsun, he'll pop his BKB. Speed is still being chased. In fact, never mind
DNF.
Speed because they found DNM. He'll BKB up, and here comes Gunner from the side. Trying to go after the Timber. Kits is gone. Now they pulverize the left rack, but it won't matter because DNM is dead. Moo will keep going. Albino Zebra caught, Stominant caught, everyone just dying as now the pulverize. Moo will just hold down Speed. The chain back towards the fountain, but Gunner's
What are we
still
doing?
going.
What are we doing here?
I mean, who cares, John? Nobody's there to fight back.
Albino Zebra?
Can he get him?
Oh, no!
He couldn't see him. He couldn't see him.
I mean, they're diving through tier 2s, tier 3s, tier 4s. They're just going all the way into the fountain while these racks are up. And 5-Rat aren't able to respond. Now they're feeling it. They're out for vengeance in this game too after that game 1 showing. They take a tier 3, not the end of the world for 5-Rat. They are 22k behind, which is a much bigger deal. You're just so starved out. This BKB from Kits, it gets revealed there and it just doesn't feel like the impact's there. It's just not enough.
It's tough. It's a real tough situation now. 22k behind here for 5-Rat. 1% chance being given to them by Dota plus a Speed. Again, being spotted. No, they found Albino Zebra on the back as well. Yamsun almost getting bursted by the Chakram damage, but Gunner, he doesn't care for it. Stominant's gone again. Speed is trying to TP up, but Gunner's got so much damage. They can't even leave the base. Now just sending a message in game 2.
Oh yeah, they're out for revenge. I mean, game 1 was really dragged out. We saw Nouns kind of find some small openings back in, but now they just dominate. And 5-Rat, with this draft, with the confidence they had, it's a Speed. All these voice lines. These UD Vesuan voice lines, man. They've spread into NA.
Well, shout out to the boys. At least, UD Investment, they've made some money.
That they have. Another set of racks to fall. They are protected from Mega Creeps with the Tier 2 still standing. And 5-Rat, I mean, we've seen Nouns hold off as well with his Tusk and NP. They can do sticker spam, jeez.
I gotta ask, who is that guy with the purple hair? Who, like, what is that? I mean, it's gone now. Moo's got one there. What is that?
We could ask Neff, right? Neff would know.
I don't want to talk to Neff, John. I'd like to avoid it if I can.
I'm sure everyone would. Unfortunately, that you would have to contact him as he is the manager of Nouns. Very unfortunate for Nouns.
Very.
As they go into the Roshan now. And 5-Rat, again, the team fight, the lack of team fight here is just hurting them. Like, outside of Global Silence, you don't have any way of taking control. Whereas for Nouns, they've got so much AoE, they've got Overgrowth to pierce through the BKBs, instant smoke out now as well. And 5-Rat feels like you're one fight away from just losing everything in this game too.
Smoke broken. Speed, he's just gonna jump in. They want to try and burst somebody down, and it's gonna be Lelis. Kids. Oh
no.
Yeah, the depth shroud is out. Yamsa will save the day. Kids caught in the tusk. Nowhere to go. DNM's gonna try and snipe somebody. Meanwhile, to the north, Speed is gone. Albino Zebra's gone, and this game is gone. They've called it. They've had enough. Game 2. Nouns took the belt off, John. And there was a spanking that happened in this game too, I'll tell you.
Oh yeah, I mean, they come out with a really strong draft. They allow Speed to have his Timbersaw once more, and they actually give Stoneman his Rubik.
They did.
They instead take away that Ricky, which was such a big issue in game 1, and they have a much more tempo-based draft, right? Like, Moo has a lane, and that feels so key for Nouns to find that success. As long as Moo can get something going and make plays for his team, that's where they can really shine and connect with Gunnar.
Well, with that, Jonathan, let's head back to our panel. Let's see what they have to say about this game number 2.
Game number 2 going the way there of the side of Nouns. Moo gets his last pick, Primal Beast, and not only does he do amazingly well with it, he's able to make the game extremely difficult for DNM in the safe lane. This is the second time he's managed to do so, with the Nature's Prophet being picked. In the 23, he goes for 24 Primal Beast and absolutely stomps the lane, makes the game very difficult to play. But this time around, as we were mentioning, they were playing with amazing tempo here, Panda. Nouns were just on it. They were everywhere, it felt like, throughout that game.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about Moo, like getting such a great start for himself, and then he dies at mid in 10, 11 minutes, and we've seen how that happened before. But luckily, not a repeat from that, though.
I mean, definitely. Like, last game he got last pick as well, but like this time he chose the right hero, right? They did all the right things. Like, he really showed off on this hero. Gunnar doing great in the mid lane as well, and I think Yamsun as well. Like, everything was just so much better. On top of it, they had some team fight. Like, they weren't all in on the laning stage. They chose better heroes. I feel like this game 1 that we had was just kind of like the inconsistent Nouns that we see every once in a while. Now they're just brushing it off. We made a mistake, and then back to the business as usual.
Yep.
Yeah, and also, like, one of the positive things that I saw was actually looking at the player cameras when we were going almost 20 minutes into the game. All those kind of confused and fraught looks that we saw after game 1 during the draft, now they're actually smiling a bit. They're feeling it. They're like, okay, boys, we're back to business as usual, like Fear said.
Back to business as usual. They were just amazing. And they really were able to put 5-Rat Force on the back foot, right? Because 5-Rat Force clearly were trying to angle for a later portion in the game. They went for some early BKBs as a recovery mechanism, but it never really felt like there was any moment in time where their draft felt that strong. And one thing I liked about what they were doing on the side of Nouns, they kept hunting down DNM and forcing global silences in very inopportune moments. We never really got to see 5-Rat Force utilize global in tandem with like a big smoke gank to try and kill a primary target. Nouns were just ready, it felt like. Their vision was always correctly placed. The amount of times we saw these 5-Rat Force heroes getting caught out from in Nouns' side of the map was, they were playing with just like global vision. It was really incredible to watch. Really love what they did, and Moo especially, we know what it is. We know who's going to get the MVP on this game because he did an amazing job here. In particular, I love this itemization, Fear. This is the first time ever that a Spirit Vessel has been bought on Primal Beast. And you've mentioned before that Moo has his own idea on how to play these heroes. And when these ideas work, they work really damn well.
I mean, from 0 in game 1 to hero in game number 2 here, like, his itemization, yeah, he just loves the Spirit Vessel. He's going to buy it on every hero, it looks like. So it worked really well this game because he is against the Timbersaw. But I think his laning and his map movements were really great this game. And, you know, when the Timber, this game, unfortunately, the other side of the end, maybe we shouldn't be picking it so early on because, like, it does have its weaknesses. He's playing against this Primal that does have the what was it called? The Vestal, sorry. And then they also had the Leshrac. Really tough game for speed.
Yeah, I like itemization-wise on the side of Nouns, things went a lot better. We were kind of pondering in game number 1 about why are they building these items in this particular order. We're missing BKBs, for example. Now we're getting BKBs to start things off with. The Aghanim stuff on like the Nature's Prophet. And like, do you really want to go for like first item on this hero and whatnot? I see Yamson, who's actually in-game Nick Monet right now, which is pretty insane. He went for Bloodthorn on this Slark. And I really like the idea against the Furion because it's going to reduce the damage output he does with all those Gleipnir, basically Maelstrom procs and all that. And there's a lot of casters on the enemy side. So this allows the Slark to kind of sustain these fights a bit longer, build up more damage, and they know what happens in a sustained long fight against Slark.
So before we go to a quick break, one last question, gentlemen. The fact that they were given the Stoman and Rubik very early on in the draft, right? One of their primary weapons that we've seen Fire Red 4-Staff utilize, and then got trounced with it. Does that remove the priority from Nouns to have to ban this out? Do they feel like they would have an answer now going into the third and final game?
I mean, they might, but I think the bigger problem lies within the Timber pick than the Rubik. I think 5-Rat tried something new. They're like, we won with this Timber Saw. Let's just pick it again, but Timber's a very game-specific hero.
All right. A game-specific hero indeed, and this game was not the game to allow 5-Rat 4-Staff to win this one out. You know, for them, unfortunately, this also is harkens back to their history. We've seen this before in this region. They win game 1, end up losing game number 2. Let's see if things will change up today and they win game 3, or if Nouns will continue the positive momentum swing we saw from game 2. We'll find out very shortly once we resume the series for the third and deciding game between Nouns and 5-Rat 4-Staff. Join us in a couple of minutes to resume the action. Don't go anywhere. welcome back one and all here to the North American DPC. Div 1 action continues. We're pretty much at the halfway mark of week number 3, and we've just seen Nouns come back from a Game 1 loss to make this a 3-game series up against the side of 5 Red Force. Going into this third and decisive game, if Nouns are able to win this and then win tomorrow, they'll guarantee themselves third place. 5 Red Force, still trying to solidify themselves in the region. But after that game, they should be a little bit rattled because they were given no quarter. And to make matters worse, in game number 1, when they were beating Nouns, at their peak was like a 19k gold lead, right? Which was it's pretty high, it's pretty stompy. This game, much faster and much steeper gold lead as well in favor of Nouns. So given what we've just seen here, do we have any kind of hope that 5 Red Force can come back here, Fia?
Yeah, for sure. I think they just need to focus on their support duo for one. Like, they had damage problems this game. Like, you have the Tusk, right? But you have a Silencer, doesn't do that much damage. If you don't get the right steal that game, which Simon didn't have a lot of like good high damage spells to steal that game. Like, they couldn't really follow up with kits. I mean, you would argue Timber can, but he really had to commit himself in all these fights, and there was just too much things that you didn't want to commit into as a Timber this game. First the Vessel versus the Leshrac. Like, I feel like they just didn't have the pieces to really come back in this game.
How do you feel about this, Panda? Going into this game 3, 5 Red Force, of course, they were given some of the keys that they've normally been able to utilize to get victory out of this, right? And you were talking just before the game started about the drafting order. So what do you want to see them adjust and change in order to get victory in game 3?
This is the third time we actually get our starting series of the day going to game 3. And the first time we did that was TSM Nouns. Nouns, they weren't able to kind of close out the series because they got game 1. Then they started losing their grip. Now we're in a vice versa situation. When it comes to the draft, I think that the ideology that they had behind countering the Timber Saw, I think for Nouns, that was a win-win basically. Like we're in a situation where Speed just want to go for that first phase hero pick for themselves. And what do we look around? Do we counter the hero? Do we counter the player? Do we counter something around? Do they want to play around this hero? What's the game idea that they have? So for 5Rat, maybe look to shuffle around Speed's hero pick, for example. I don't know, maybe go for like double supports in the starting phase, go get a couple bans in, see what goes from there. It really just comes down to like what's the drafting order is going to be. Because I had thoughts that 5Rat would be in a better position coming in from a win and getting themselves the second pick. First pick for themselves, yeah. And now is just going again for the second pick. So that is probably going to shuffle things around a little bit. And now just, what is the response going to be? Is first phase going to be just a repeat? Because it could be.
No, I want to particularly pay attention to the support picks here because Noman and Rubik was given away. But on the other side, Lilas was also enabled to play a hero that could make a little bit more happen for himself. So looking at these 2-4 position players, both of them specialists on this Rubik hero. If it is left in the pool, if 5 Red 4 Staff do not feel like it's strong enough to justify first overall pick, they could actually wind up in a situation where Nouns is like, well, we're second pick. We might as well just take the Rubik. We know exactly how strong it can be, and we might be able to utilize this better for Lilas. So let's talk about this here, Fia. How contested is this hero going to be going into this game, given that I doubt we're going to see a Ricky again?
I think in general, like most teams when they draft, like they blame certain things for why a draft isn't doing well, and I think Rubik is almost never like in the discussion for like why we lost, right? Almost never. So I think it's still going to be a highly like contested for sure.
All right, we're going to see if that contestation will indeed end up happening because our third and final draft is underway. 5 Red 4 Staff versus Nouns. The winner of this will be feeling a lot better about what their season prospects look like. Obviously, there's no major qualification on the line. Those slots have been taken, but we're Dota players. Pride is always on the line. In 5 Red 4 Staff, they've gotten themselves the Lina, a hero that has really struggled so far within the DPC in North America. Rubik has not struggled. Treant Protector has not struggled. So I feel like Nouns are very happy with their opener here in response to the Rubik, in response to the Lina, even if they don't have the Tusk, which we've seen counter this hero before.
Yeah, double support opener. But it was actually for Nouns instead of 5Rat, who I thought if they have the second pick, they could go for it. Since they have first pick, they go for Lina. Still stable. I mean, they could go for... Actually, does 5Rat just go double core here?
I mean, you could, unless there's nothing that I see that like strikes out that you have to pick.
All right, well, there's that as well.
Well, that leaves that very open, right? Normally we see either tree or clock with it. I was gonna say like you don't want to go for like your range nuking type of like phosphor with Alina. You kind of want to right away get a hero that can go on first, that can protect Alina, initiate, so Alina can follow up.
Yeah, and this could also be some flex. Sometimes we've seen it in the region as a 5 position. So this could be the lane pair as well. So leaving things fairly open. Earlier on today in Europe, we did see Lina also being played in the mid lane. So that's something
And
that
they
could
lost,
be
but-
They did end up losing. They did end up losing. But I think that they were probably going to lose no matter what in that series. So going into the second phase here, what do we want to see? It's obviously not going to be a Tusk. And it's taking out some of these Zoo heroes. They're not going to allow Mu to play the Lycan. Beastmaster is still in the pool though. So that could still be a potential option.
Yeah, Lycan is the Lina semi-counter, I guess you could say. Shapeshift is something that Lina just kind of struggles with, especially if you build up a BKB. Like, Lina just spends the entire duration just running away, and Shapeshift still goes over the BKB duration. So you can't really land an LSA stun on this hero. I mean, they've gone for these Monkey King Ursa bans in Game 2. In Game 1, they were last phase because we're waiting for the carry pickup to come open. So I wonder if they're actually shuffling it around a little bit and maybe targeting potentially Gamson.
Yeah, they had a first phase Timber though too, so they're kind of protecting him last game. And this game, I think they're just going to protect their Lina. As we saw, like Rebellion, like other team picked Lina first pick. They instantly respond with Lycan first phase, right? They don't want to deal with that. So I think the way 5rat generally drafts, whoever gets first phase gets second phase bans, right? And they're going to focus on that.
It was also interesting in that game because we also saw that apparently Rubik and Lycan is a lane counter as well, not just a game counter, because they crushed him. Like the damage reduction, Lina was doing absolutely nothing between Fade Balls and the early Howl. So probably that factored into the decision to remove this Lycan, and you don't want to just have your entire map taken over.
So what I'm seeing with these last 5 Lina matchups, at least in North America, Lina has won against melee cores. Lifestealer, the Troll, and the Sven. And then we have range heroes who she's lost to, the Sniper and the Fury. So potentially those are something that Nouns might look for. And 5rat are probably discussing the idea. Do we just ban the Fury in here?
Let's see, I would actually like to see a Furion ban. Would feel fairly decent. Yet again, another Bloodseeker ban. This hero's been banned in every game so far, but all of them in the second phase. Well, one in the last phase. What do we make of this? Like, and we haven't actually seen Pangalia, even when this hero was just removed.
It just comes again with the positioning tools for Lina. She's got high movement speed. You're going to take a ton of damage from the Rupture. It also opens up the Pango idea because you have a frontlining, a mid laner basically. Well, I mean, in this case, it does look like we're looking at a mid Pango if this Bloodseeker is banned out because you get much more rain inside the game. So you're able to protect the Lina, give vision, and this hero builds up really nicely with like Aghanims, for example. You can go for these AoE disarms, you can even build up into a basher, get the occasional stun. All of these little pieces of like mini stuns or targeted stuns are just a bonus for this Lina. Like, she just gets more damage the more time there is in the fight. If there's a lot of, you know, our heroes are just running around, we don't have a proper front line, you don't get to hit, you don't get to attack. You're not a TB that just stands and fights and just dishes out damage onto any target you can. You still got a Sunder to back you up. Lina has no backup.
Yeah, of course not. She desperately relies on her team to just be in front and make the space. And ideally, you come in a bit later towards the end of the fight, and you're not beginning it. Unless you're like, you know, by far the most farmed hero with some Satanic, and you can't be touched. But
yeah.
Unlikely that'll happen. Oh, it might happen. I say that, but in this region so far, Lina has not looked. It's looked very mortal. Let's put it that way, especially in the laning stage. So I do want to see Nouns focus on that, right? I did get impressed a lot by Centaur versus Lina as well, because you do go. Everyone gets to be a little Lycan for a small amount of time, right? And plus, in laning with Rubik, if you misstep even one time in the lane, you're dead on Lina. You're just that squishy. So something that could punish it in the lane. Primals in the pool too, that also works. Like, it's the same type of counters that we saw in the last game. You just want to get on top of the Lina, and there it is. They're gonna pick the Primal. They just want to get on top of it and kill. It's basically like NP in that regard, right? We saw it last game.
Way, yeah.
NP and Lina, they're these squishy ranged cores, and now it's like, hey, it worked last game. Run it again.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
So Mo is going to be playing as Primal Beast yet again. This is, I think, his 3rd time playing this out. It's also the 3rd time that we're going to be seeing, or 4th time rather, DNM Lina is 2-1 at this point in time. So decent return, 5 at 4 star. One of the few Lina players to actually win in NA.
That's a positive win rate, yeah.
So let's see. We need to still protect this hero a little bit. What's Albino going to play? Doesn't feel like he had that much impact on the silencer.
He should be clocked this game with the Lina, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, exactly. So we would need speed and Stamanen basically here. Sky is not amazing, and
When
Hoodwink.
Stamanen plays it, it's always amazing.
True. That's a very valid point. So I'll ignore my stats on that part. Sky would be, yeah, but I would like the Hoodwink again. Like, we've seen Hoodwink Lina go together in multiple games, but then again, you've got a Primal Beast against you. It could be a bit difficult to run. You're going to go for the Sky Wrath for Stamanen, and now we need a speed hero. Or Kits even, actually. Are they leaving speed for last?
It appears
It's
so.
a flex pick. It's a flex pick.
Maybe they're learning from what Nouns has been doing and say, let's try and leave our offlane pick for as deep into the draft as possible. And you know, you were mentioning earlier just in the pregame that normally they pick up Speed's hero in the first phase.
Yeah.
Game number
I got
one,
the
they
Centaur
sort of
anyway.
messed
What's
that up.
going on?
All right, so mid Primal Beast.
Yeah, looks like
Looks
it.
like it.
Alrighty, so Gunner's gonna play this Primal Beast. We're gonna have the Centaur being picked up by Moo here. Has Gunner played the Primal Beast? He hasn't played it yet, right? So this should be his first run around on the hero.
At this DPC?
Yeah,
and this DPC, I think
this
so.
season, yeah.
That's
But
the
I do know
seventh.
he can play it, so.
Yeah. Yeah, that's his 7th hero. Or sorry, 8th actually at this point.
All
Yeah,
right.
it's a new hero. Cool.
Because we got the Lesh. That was also a unique one. Yeah. But we got the Pango for the Fire Rat that we kind of already discussed upon, like how good this is to protect Alina in a sense. But they went for the Centaur. We don't really discuss this too much. You've got the Stampede close up now. You have not only just the Primal Beast Onslaught and the capability of getting close with your BKB protection, you have the whole team comes at you now with this Centaur. And that, again, just comes down to like how much free time does this Lina have hitting targets. You got your hands filled with Pango's positioning, isolating targets, and same thing with the Clock, where Clock is actually quite durable in the sense. Where's Noun's damage? You've got the way to close in. Now you need someone to actually benefit from all that space that's being created.
I mean, yeah, definitely. If it's not Gunner like snowballing like crazy and getting the damage, they're gonna need it from their carry position here. So Yamsun's gonna have to play something that hits quite hard in this game because they have tons of lockdown. And you know, they do have a Rubik. In some games, Rubik, like last game, doesn't look like he can do too much. But in a game like this, he can steal a lot of good spells this game. And all of Lina's spells are like phenomenal on Rubik for the most part.
So the heroes that we've seen so far output the most amount of damage in the NA DPC have been Terrorblade and the Nature's Prophet, respectively. And those, like, they're far and away. Like, the damage numbers is not even close between anybody else. So we've already seen the Ursa getting banned out at the end of the draft here by 5x4 stuff. They've removed the Sniper now as well. So that does kind of leave Nature's Prophet, Drow, Morphling perhaps as, like, major damage dealers.
I mean, they'll get a no, right? Because like 5-Rat does have to pick here, and then we're gonna kind of know where this Pango is. So that'll give last pick for the side of Nouns, and NP would be great unless they pre-counter pick it here and make it type of situation. I don't even know what that would be anymore because I think the Primal is like so far the best, and the Timber could be good too. So we might just end up seeing the NP. You know, versus the Pango too, the leash talent at some point is incredibly annoying. But if he does get a certain matchup where he has a hero that he feels like can really crush it and it's very specific, he might go for it there. But 5-Rat, I do think they're going to pick an offlaner here. Like, we saw the Axe before. I think they need a harder lockdown. Clock is not going to be enough. Something, Centaur's already gone, Legion Commander, I think he might like playing. Something that can just really lock him down. I don't know if he plays Mars, but that's incredibly good for Centaur as well. Those are some options.
They banned out Ursa and Sniper instead of 5-Rats. And I'm just looking at Rebellion RTZ beats
Ooh.
the Lina.
No, I'm not going to
with,
believe this. I was thinking of this.
They beat it with a Drow. They beat it with a Drow, and that would be a lot of damage for the side on Nouns, and the protection provided to it as well. Beats the lane against the Doom, in a sense. So, Drow, Tree, and Protector, I would go that way.
Gentlemen, I'll be honest, right? I'm always a bit iffy about seeing Doombringers in games that have a Centaur because Stampede is a really good tool against this Doom
Yeah, it's
spell.
really good this game.
So, what do you want to see here from the side of Nouns, Panda to round out
Drow.
those Drow? Just Drow.
Drow.
Straight Drow.
Just give me Drow.
Outrange him with the Drow. It's pretty much just what are the big options? They need a range hero, definitely, right? So,
Yeah, it has to be a range damage dealer. Right?
Drow,
That's the only
Morph,
thing that's
NP,
missing right
SF. Those are the only 4 options I can really conceive of right now.
I think you just still go for the NP, personally. I think
Or the
it's
Fury, yeah.
really, really good here. Can get on top of him. I mean, Drow's fine, but Drow is good. I don't mind that at all. Like, some range damage dealer, ideally, so you don't have to worry about getting Doom, because I think those melee ones... I
Range
thought
damage
about
dealer.
Templar, but I was like, the lane might be kind of tough. Like, there's a chance this TA in the lane... We haven't seen it too much, but like the damage from Sky, we've seen Stamon and all the time. Like, he outputs a lot of damage, and Refraction is not going to be enough while you have like this Scorched Earth burning it down, especially if he does want to pick up an early Urn here. So this is a bit of a risky choice. It's good versus Lean in the late game. You can knock it Burst Fire and you can burst her back, but very risky choice. Like, I could go on for like 2 minutes about how this is risky, but just believe me, this one is very difficult to pull off. I feel.
Despite the nature of the risk here, is it good enough? How does it factor in with the rest of Nouns' lineup, and what do they need to do with this CA in order to achieve victory?
Just a lot of damage. It just needs to be able to get on top of the heroes, do tons of damage and just not get initiated on first because they have tons of ways of disabling and knocking off your refraction and killing you this game.
Drip Panda, we've also had some pretty rough games with the Doom in this region. We've also had some rough games with the Lina. Seeing this 5-rat 4-star draft, and we already know that the TA is a gamble. Do you think this is a gamble for 5-rat, or does this draft make sense cohesively to you?
It does in sense of comfort picks. Daman and Sky, Kits and Pango, these are like, they span these heroes basically. So they're very comfortable with what they have. DNM on the Lina, has he learned his lessons? Is he going to pop off this time? I think he will. I believe in 5-rat dominance right now. I feel like they're the stronger team. I feel like they're able to pull it back despite corralling a defeat in that last game.
Well, it's not just the teams that are
Let's
making
go,
some
Rats.
gambles here. You know, Drip Panda is putting his reputation on the line in favor of 5-rat 4-star. We're going to find out if that gamble is going to pay off or if it's going to be now somehow clawing back and making themselves get a bit of luck out of this last pick TA. And to find out, we are going to roll the dice with the machine of Mike and the jackpot John. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Snare. Snare, I've got to admit to you, I am very confused right now. Gunnar is playing mid Centaur. John, could you please explain to me why Gunnar's playing mid Centaur?
I wish I could.
Right.
I honestly wish I could because that combination with Rubik just sounds so good to play with the Centaur.
offlane. Right.
Yeah, on the offlane. So now it's going left field. I'm not sure because Moo instantly picked the Primal Beast.
He did.
So
Maybe a misclick.
Maybe a misclick because he's like, oh, I'm going back to Primal Beast. It's good. Gunnar mid Centaur.
Is it time to build the axe? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
It's axe
time. It's time. Have the TA run at your back, run up, get some damage going. That's the way to go, right? Right?
I like it.
I don't understand this. I don't understand it at all. I am keen to see what the hell Gunnar does. Why is he playing mid Centaur?
Well, regardless of that, I do believe we have a video coming up in just a moment. Who have we got in the video? Looks like we've got a Husky. We asked Husky what the best start to a game is. Hold that thought. We might have a fight. Bottom lane. Nouns are around and so are 5-rat.
Look at me. I see you. Look at me. I see you.
I love the voice lines. In they go. Nouns, they'll spot out Stominant. Kids is going to move in, though. Lelis is being targeted. Albino Zebra to back them up with the battery assault, but a big hoof stomp out. Gunnar landing on 4, and now the whole team shows up. Trample is out from Moo. Albino being chased down. They don't have enough damage, though. They'll have to turn back on speed, but they can't take him out. Moo's back in trouble on the Primal Beast. Light Strike Array, though, is not going to land. Nobody dies. How is nobody dead?
They're just also durable on both ends.
They can keep going. Will they? Moo? He still thought about that damn bounty rune. They won't have enough to take him out. Okay, and that's going to be enough. Going back to the video, we asked Husky, what is the best start to a game? I have a feeling this is not one of those best starts, but let's hear from Husky.
I think the best start to a game would be Gunnar getting a first blood with the runes. That would be the best start for sure. I think you can sometimes tell a game is won just from the draft, to be honest. You don't say it out loud because you don't want to overhype the team too much with that mentality. But sometimes you come out of a draft, or I come out of a draft, and like, as long as nothing catastrophic goes wrong in the first 10 minutes, they cannot win this game. And that's a good feeling.
Oh, there you go. Apparently it's all on Gunnar, right? Like, if Gunnar says it, it's going to happen.
Yep. And we'll see. I mean, his lane so far up against Kits is going all right. He's going for the hoof stomp wave clears. Kits can't really walk up, cop some extra damage. Of course, it goes back and forth. Kits does have good nuke and shield crash, and Swash. He can kind of bail himself out when he does decide to jump Gunnar. But the one thing for Gunnar here is at the least he can get some really strong push going depending on how much he wants to go all in on that retaliate. So the mid-tier 1 is going to be under pressure no matter what with his Centaur pickup. I'm still keen to see how much Gunnar can get because this matchup isn't the worst thing in the world for Centaur up against Pango. It's just not something we see. We see stuff like Lush, we see stuff like, Tiny, but Centaur, it's new tech.
The thing is, you can't really harass him out, right? Like, you pointed out the retaliate. He's going to get a Ring of Health. Probably will build into something like a Vanguard or even the Hood of Defiance. And it's like, well, you can't kill him. Even if the supports rotate, I don't think he's necessarily going to die. And hell, I mean, I have seen some mid-centaurs in the old pubs, John, You can get some ridiculously fast heart timings on this mid-centaur.
Yeah, it does pop off quite fast. And
look at that.
Yeah, with level 3, 111, you do have a lot of nuke. And it actually hurts Kits a lot more to spam his spells. He's already out of mana. He needs a bit of a top-up. Does have the bottle coming in. But it's easier for the Centaurs to sustain that, because double edge, no need for mana, baby, just some HP.
Love to see it. How's that bot lane going? Looks like Yamsun still finding some farm. It can be a bit of a rough lane. Every time you're against a Skywrath, it's never fun. Speed with the Scorched Earth obviously has a great way of chasing down and burning through refraction charges, though Yamsun hasn't even gone for any points in refraction yet. Meanwhile, top lane, bit of a stun out onto Mu. He's going to be okay. Of course, we have seen the Lina clockwork quite a bit, and this combination is very deadly. Especially once you have the level 2 up on Albino, you get the cogs up, you can guarantee the Light Strike array landing. And with that, the Lina has so much magical burst, and, well, quite frankly, it's kind of impossible to get away from the clockwork with this duo.
Yeah, it's just a great pickup. The clock counteracts what Mu would want to do. It's a lot harder for him to just stand there, jump in. Battery Assault's going to be a constant annoyance. Pulverize isn't a free deal as well until you get your BKB. So you got a ton of ways of doing that. Even with the BKB, Hookshot can kind of ruin you. So they can manage that lane. It's a little bit slower for Mu in comparison to his Game 2 performance, although they might be able to get some harassment onto DNM.
Oh, that's a lot. DNM? Albino Zebra, he leaves the damn lane for a second, maybe just trying to go for a small camp pull, and DNM's gone. You got to be wary of that lift back into the trample of Moose. It does hurt quite a lot. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they'll try to move on to Husky. Yamsun's going to be there to protect. And he knows there's not really a great way of locking down the TA, at least in this laning phase. So they can't really punish Yamsun for moving so forward. Speaking back about the top lane, though, DNM, you really want to try and avoid deaths like that. That's for sure.
I mean, 100%. It's tough. You need Albino Zebra to just camp around. At the same time, he doesn't want to sap too much XP away from DNM. His levels are so key to get him gunning down at his level 6 mark. And again, you can kind of connect with that level 2, but the issue is, even if you have all that damage, Mu is still really tanky, and you can just get lifted out of cogs, at least taking away that battery assault, allowing Mu to just clear out the cog and jump away. So you still have a lot of options there for now to counter fight on what 5-Rat 4-Staff might want to do up top. And down bot is probably your best bet. Like, we've seen that aggression coming out. It's kind of rough for Speed in the sense that he can't really stop Yamsun from farming. This TA's pace is still matching up with DNM's. And there's really not too much you can hope for. You might kill Husky.
You may. Husky's dropping extremely low now. Nature's Grasp is out. It's just not going to make the difference. They do take him down. Stominant to take the kill.
Yeah, you just pump out those spells. You punish the Treant more than the TA and try to build off of that. Speed's still set to have a pretty good game in terms of farm. He's not being stopped either. So that is some good news there for 5-Rat. And Stominant on the Sky, we know what he wants to do. He just wants to hit his level 6, connect with Albino Zebra in this game, and just play with that Mystic Flare. You've got a lot of burst on hand. And for now, for them, BKB timings are going to be key. They just have to find a way to avoid a lot of that magical output right now. Gunnar has been left fairly unchecked, though. He's severely ahead of Kits, and that's not the best of news. We heard Nouns, we heard Husky in that interview. As long as Gunnar kind of gets that running start, it can get going. He doesn't find First Blood, but, you know, he's still set to have a good game here.
Absolutely. Kind of 37-6 right now in the Centaur. Bottom lane, Yamsun again going to be chased. Refraction charges getting burnt through real quick. Husky's going to be there with the Leech Seed. That will make sure they can't really chase Yamsun. See, one of the strongest abilities in the game right now. It just really does make it impossible to chase anyone when the train's around. Meanwhile, mid lane, Rolling Thunder popped, but you can just stampede away. And that is one of the beauties and strengths of playing mid Centaur, right? It's like, you can't really kill the guy. As long as he has the ulti, he'll just walk away every time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a longer cooldown on Stampede, but you don't get that kill opportunity from the rotation coming out from Albino Zebra. So you're more than happy here on Nouns. I mean, the Vanguard timing you talked about there, Mike Gunnar, is going to have it pretty much up already. He's got the gold, just needs to get the courier out to the secret shop. You've got a really solid start for Nouns from the mid, but the side lanes for 5-Rat, they're not doing too bad either. They're getting that farm and speed. DNM is kind of slowing down, but so is Yamsun.
Bottom lane, Stominant's getting chased real deep. Yamsun will keep going, so will Husky. They haven't really got any more spells to throw out. Husky, he'll just keep the chase up himself. Kids is going to show up, though, on the Pango. That means Husky does need to go for a bit of a run, but now he's trapped up. Trying to hide in the tree line. Eventually, Stominant will get his revenge back the way of the Treant, even finding the courier of Husky. Very, very frustrating for the poor old POS5. And that'll make it a 1-2, currently in favor of 5-Rat 4 Staff.
Yeah, they're getting a lot more aggressive. Again, this lineup can just run down very easily. They know Stampede is down, so no save here from Nouns. But for Nouns' part, they build a stack up in their own triangle. Gunner with a Vanguard clears it so fast. Like, that is an insane farm rate, actually. That's like a triple stack already gone.
I mean, why are you hitting yourself, Creeps? Why are you hitting yourself? That's basically what Gunner's sitting there just spamming to himself. Is the Ancients, he won't go for them quite yet because 5-Rat do show up. Doesn't want to take on too many creeps and heroes at once, that's for sure. It's like 5-Rat will head up north as well, maybe finding Moose there on the Primal Beast. Moose actually going to take both creep waves for himself and goes right for a TP out. Beauty of that kind of play, though, it is going to push the lane back his way with a double creep wave, so he can just chill out by his tier 1 tower knowing the creeps are coming.
Yeah, just get a lot more farm for himself in the solo lane. DNM does have 6, so there's the threat of Laguna to just melt down. And Mu is off to a bit of a slower start in terms of net worth. His bottom net worth core, but he's doing his job here. He's distracting, he's holding a solo lane, he's allowing his supports to play elsewhere, and he's just kind of giving space out to Yamson and to Gunner. Like, this build-up is pretty damn quick from both of these cores. Gunner, once he has that blink up, you've got a lot of ways of playing. Like, you can follow through from Mu when he does commit with his Pulverize and his Onslaught in. And you have a lot of squishy targets here from 5-Rat. Lena's still squishy at this point. Clock, Stominin is very behind in EXP. Doesn't take too much to burst these guys down.
It definitely does not. Bottom lane, rotations are in from 5-Rat. Hookshot not up for Albino, so it's kind of hard for him to catch anyone out. Meanwhile, DNM being chased down here by Mu. Use the pig out and just walk away. Stominen's going to show up. In fact, there'll be more TPs incoming. Albino Zebra going towards the outpost with the TP. But again, has nowhere near level 6 yet, so can't really close the gap and hold somebody down. Kind of the real shame right now of the 5-Rat draft is the fact that this Clockwork just sitting at level 3 at the moment. Take a bit of time to get to that level 6 mark. So can't really join his team. Speed. About to hit that level 7 mark. Does have the Doom up. Would love to be able to commit it onto this TA, but Yamson TPing out of the bottom lane, so it's only Husky really left there. Meanwhile, topside, Albino is spotted. Lelis not going to look for a lift onto the Clockwork either. We'll just leave him be. It seems like Nouns will slowly start setting up for the top tier 1 tower. Another very slow game between these two. It seems like Nouns just more than happy to take their time. Gunner top of the net worth board, just about 200 gold off having the blink up. I suppose once you have that blink up, you're more than happy to get going with your team. He does get lucky with a bit of a double damage rune, but it seems like even with that, he's just interested in farming for now. He's not going to rush for anything.
No, just want that build up. Nouns, I mean, if you allow them to farm to this mid-game spike, it's such an overwhelming show in comparison to 5-Rat, because for 5-Rat, you've got this Pango who tends to go Diffusal, gonna need Blink, maybe the Shard and the Ags down the line, takes a lot more time. The Lina obviously just wants to sit back and farm, and even your Doom.
Oh, that's a big pick off if they can find it. Yamson gonna get caught by the Rolling Thunder. Doesn't take any damage though as he has Refraction up, and Stampede gonna allow him to close the gap. Kit's already having a bit of a rough game. Meanwhile, top lane Albino Zebra does drop on the Clockwork, and that's gonna open the tier 1 tower up. Though 5-Rat still sticking around for the mid-tier 1. See, much more valuable. Gunner, without the Stampede, does have to play a little bit more cautiously. The tier 1 mid is going to drop. DNM will take care of it. The real shame there was Gunner had his blink on the courier on the way. Sadly, it was just 2 seconds late, so he couldn't make an initiation in. So instead now, they're going to smoke up as 2 and see if they can get this blink reveal going. See if they can find themselves a valuable pick-off. You know, at the moment, they may run right into Speed, but instead they change their direction back towards Stominin, the mid lane, and if they can find the Skyrath, maybe they can commit for this mid-tier 1 tower. Skunner trying to get in, does have the range, does get the hoof stop, and they've got the damage with Yamson.
Yeah, nice simple kill. Should be able to lead to a little bit of a shove down mid, although Moo's doomed.
He is doomed. Speed will find a great trade across the map. Gunner unable to get the deny off. Speed still running. Blink will be up from Gunner in just a second. Thing is, he doesn't really have backup for this. nobody to help him with the damage output, so Speed should be just fine to walk away. In fact, Speed's asking for backup. Stomina will show up, but Gunnar will back.
Yeah, it's actually a big kill and a big movement to force out from Nouns. 5rat, they drag the Centaur away, so the mid push doesn't go as fast. You don't have Desolator up on Yamson yet, so you can't just melt towers with that TA. And without the Centaur retaliate, the push just stops. So by killing Moo, Speed just creates so much space for his team. They get to hold on to mid. They can regroup for a fight around if they feel like down the line. They've got level 6 on Albino Zebra. They've got the jump in this lineup. They can start playing around with that. They don't necessarily need the Doom as well, although now it's for their part. Smoke up once more. Stampede's ready. Still have that Blink to play with.
Absolutely.
That was under vision, though.
That's concerning. It's a very deep ward there, but it won't matter. Stominant still getting caught with that smoke, so they do still find something out of it. Again, that T1 tower going to be under siege. Albino around, but has to back out because the overgrowth is there from Husky. Another support, maybe gifted the way of Nouns, and it will be.
It's always funny to see the Pulverize go off while Battery Assault's there. Never a great feeling, but you know, it works out. They get the kill, 2 support kills. Not the biggest losses in the world for 5rat. At the same time, these are 2 supports that want to play aggressive. We talked about the timing into level 6, Hookshot and Mystic Flare, and they haven't been able to get a successful movement out with that. They've got to start to find these pickoffs and start to play around kits, which they seem to do here.
They've got the Diffusal Blade up. A lot of damage with the Mystic Flare, though. Stampede again. Gonna buy a bit of time for Moo, but not quite enough, it doesn't seem like. TP's incoming. Moo is still running. Rocket Flare connects, but they can't get the final tick off. Albino, he gets him the hook. It's gonna be barely enough. Now Gunnar, he's a much bigger kill on this mid Centaur, and he is dead. Oh boy, 5rat. They're feeling it now. Onto Lelis they go. That'll be a 3rd down. And that's your mid tier 1 tower gone. Or rather, bottom tier 1 tower gone.
Yeah, they connect really well in 5rat. They respond in a timely manner. It looked like they might have missed out on Moo, but when Stampede fades, still had enough output coming out there with kits. And they just punish. Nouns feeling a bit overconfident and coming back in. Maybe not expecting, again, all 5 heroes to show up. The only good saving grace for Nouns is this is a lot of space for Yamson. His Desolator timing is going to be coming up soon. That's when you can start to threaten for Roche, threaten for some bigger fights, get the disassembly play into BKB, or just rush your Blink in this game. And you start to feel a lot more confident in that TA carrying through. So, for 5rat though, this aggression doesn't stop. Hookshot's back up, Mystic Flare's back up. They can still keep playing the pickoff game.
Absolutely. And they want to. They were heading up top side to try and find Yamson. He backs off at the right moment. So he's not going to get caught here. Though he might move into his own triangle, but no, he feels like it's just too unsafe at the moment. And 5rat definitely feeling like they want to hunt right now, that's for sure. Nouns, they group up in their own triangle, though. Make sure it's just safe for this TA to keep that farm going. Yamson is just so important in this kind of draft. You don't have heroes in the mid lane for Gunnar that can really carry this game. It's all up to Yamson on this TA. Stominant going to reveal himself topside. Start moving in onto that Rubik. Gunnar's going to happily jump in. There is help around the corner. Stominant still alive, but Gunnar going to get the job done. And with the Stampede, he will juke out the Rolling Thunder of kits. So it does cost you a Stampede, but it's another kill to go the way of Nouns. They'll be okay with this.
And the one issue is, for Nouns, they haven't been finding the big kills in a while. It's always been the 2 supports, Albino Zebra and Stominant copying it for the team. And this is just giving out so much space for DNM. Still, they've got the timing for Roche, Desolator up on Yamson. So it's not going to take too long. And without that Rolling Thunder up on kits, they can't even contest, even if they had vision, which they don't.
Yeah. It's a huge loss here for the side of 5rat, and of course it's a great time for us to bring up our odds from our betting partners, esportsbet.io. Currently 1.70 to 2.10 in favor of Nouns. So very close odds. I would agree with that, John. With the way this game's gone, the odds should certainly be very close. So Albino, well, this isn't going to be too close. He will get bursted.
Yeah, that's the one thing as well for Nouns right now. It's a really good Rubik game. First phase Rubik for Lelis, really effective. You steal Ancient Seal, you're not going to survive through for the most part. And he can cast it from a mile away. Gunnar?
Moving in. Ancient Seal out. They just want to allow kids to get out of there. He will, but Stomina will have to sacrifice himself for that.
Oh, man. It's getting a little bit scary with this early timing coming out from Gunnar. He is rushing the heart, as you mentioned earlier on there, Mike, with the disassembly on the Vanguard. So once that heart's up, you can try to machine gun down with DNM, but that Retaliate's going to hurt a ton. You have the BKB already up on DNM, though. So he is ready for maybe some of these earlier jumps onto him. And you still maintain a good net worth lead on 5-Rat, right? Your Doom is still farming. You've got this Guardian Greaves already up on speed. He's going for the pipe next into a nice Sanj, just to have a lot more durability up. And he's going to be able to just let his Lina survive and just drag this fight out. And we heard the panel, as long as DNM lives long enough, he's always going to do a lot of damage. As long as he survives. That's the big question here.
I mean, with the BKB, you'd hope he does, right? It's like it's a 9-second charge right now. Should be plenty of time for him to survive through it. And sure, Yamsun, if he can close the gap, he can still burst you down on that Lina, especially with the Deso up, but doesn't have anything like a blink up yet. Still 700 gold away from that. Mid lane, Speed, hoping for someone to make the jump in on the Doom. Does have the backup there if he needs it, but nobody from Nouns gonna give him what he wants. Speaking of Speed, how's his own farm going? I mean, he's going for the pipe up next after the Greaves, and he's going to go straight into a Sanj after that. So maybe into the Halberd against the TA. Always a great item here against Templar Assassin. Never mind that, though, for a second, because 5-man smoke is there from Nouns. Smoke broken on Mu. He didn't see them, though, on the right side of him. So Nouns not going to really get much out of this 5-man smoke. They do scan out nicely, though. They do know where 5-Rat are. 5-Rat grouping up as 5 themselves now. Aegis time is still 2.5 minutes here, but Yamsun immediately caught out first. Mystic Flare, though, not there as the Stampede does allow him to escape. There's a hook shot from Albino, but again, they're not able to hold anyone down. Overgrowth, not enough either. Kit's able to remove himself from that scenario. Nobody tying from either side.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a reset. They hold onto their mid-tier 2 here for 5-Rat. Now it still has some play, although lacking Overgrowth and Stampede is going to hurt them, but they still have this BKB Pulverize out from Mu if he finds an angle in. So you do still have to be a little bit cautious here in 5-Rat. DNM's already just back to farming. They're a little bit more split up, and now they see an easier objective up top. They've got the Creep Wave with that Deso up and running on Yamsun. Doesn't take too long to melt this, and they should be able to find it. 5-Rat just out of position for that defense now. Just opt to farm what they can and get that build up. And it's going to be kind of funny with this early heart for Gunnar. You're going to be doing, I did maths, about 78 damage back on Lina, who's hitting you for 160. You're doing about half damage back.
Excellent.
With all your HP, and the only thing Gunnar will need is a little bit more armor. Once you can kind of settle into that, it's actually a lot more painful for Lina, that kind of exchange there.
If you want to be really cheeky, you just go for a Blade Mail, but...
Oh yeah, that's the sickest one.
yeah.
That used to be the play with Centaur, eh?
It did. Good old days. Nouns. Still 1k behind in this game, number 3. 8-6 at the moment. Kill score their way. Aegis, 1 minute away from expiring, so they still could try to get a fight going in that mid lane if they wish. They are waiting for someone to show up and defend that mid-tier 2 tower. Speed will be the one that shows himself, but that's not really the target you want to make the jump on. He's a tanky boy right now with those Greaves and the pipe up. Not going to be too easy to burst that man down. But Nouns, 4-man smoke. They'll wrap around through to the Radiant jungle. Try to make their way into that dire triangle if they can and have that high ground advantage. In fact, never mind that, because they'll run right back into the mid lane. But again, not finding the angle they want to make a jump in here onto 5-Rat. And it seems like at this stage, they probably will be forced to just let the Aegis expire. The Yamsun, he was scattered out with that rocket flare. Trying to get himself out. Gunnar will do the same after skipping the top creep wave. And so it seems like 5-Rat with this 5-man smoke, not really going to amount to too much. They could still try for Lelis in the mid lane. Pings are out. Rolling Thunder is committed. Kits, he's going to rush for it.
Oh,
but Lelis, he takes it himself.
Oh, no.
The rolling cube comes out. Lelis is fine.
Yeah, they hold on to Stampede. They get a good spell steal.
I love the guy that made these animations for the Rubik Arcana. It's just so clever.
It's a fun one. Now just give us back the long-range Pulverize. That's all I ask. Just give us that buggy mess. It's beautiful. Sure, it was really buggy, but it's fun.
It was great.
And for 5rat, that's not so fun. It feels like for them missing the smoke, it's a lot bigger of a deal because you're not able to use your Doom. You want to put that on cooldown. Speed's just been farming for the most part. The Blink's gonna help him engage for his team at least. But you're not playing around with this combination, although...
Yeah, it's been caught. Kind of hard to go for an onslaught with the battery assault, but it won't matter. He's okay. Everything just perfectly fine. He's a tanky boy. He'll walk out.
You're missing these opportunities to play with Stominin and Albino Zebra. You want to just get the cogs into Mystic Flare, and they've been trying with the Mystic Flare at least, but without the cogs against the Centaur, you're not finding that kill.
No.
You just aren't. It's they're tipping Stomina now too. I mean, he's going Midas, you know.
Oh, he's not really.
He actually has the recipe.
Oh my god. Why? This
he's
is
getting
speed.
it from Speed.
This is Speed's doing. Speed's like, bro, I've got the broken build, trust me.
Yeah, NADPC, first tour cycle. Speed,
Oh, there it
PL
is.
Midas,
Yuck.
everything Midas.
Disgusting.
And he's passed that disease onto Stominin.
Oh my goodness. This is revolting.
I mean, if he gets away with it.
Sure, but I mean, I guess it is a slow game. 23.5 minutes, 8-6, you know? I mean, it is going to help him catch up in levels. He is still only level 9, just about to hit level 10. Those levels very important in the Skyrats. Like, all right, let's see what happens. Who am I to judge, John?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's something Speed used to advertise there.
That he did.
He used to go PL Midas, and it was like, why? Then he would also go Octarine in that game, too. Octarine Shards. I remember that succinctly, because it was him and Pale Horse that went for that exact same build.
I think we can say BSJ at this point, John. I think everyone
No,
knows.
the role-playing has to live on, Mike. Don't ruin it for me.
Oh, where are
Don't ruin
John?
us.
Are they even in Div 2 right now?
I missed them so much. Those degenerates.
I mean, you can cast NA Open Qualifiers if you want. I'm sure they'll be there.
That is true. Would be lovely.
Shout out to Fart Studios for taking out their previous organization. There you go.
I mean, you do have a good point. If this game does drag on, that investment just pays back. But now they're going for a smoke. You know, if they find a kill because this guy doesn't have a Force Staff, well, you might feel a little bit silly.
Speaking of investments paying back, John, one that didn't pay back is Arkosh. But we'll get into that later. Jump in. Onto the clockwork. There goes Albino Zebra, but Speed's there. He's got the Doom out. Yamsun, he is the target. Trying to run. They can't deny him off. Speed's got him. Mo trying to run with his BKB. Should be alright. Yamsun's the big one they wanted anyway, though. And that's not a great sign. Like, this is your POS 1 TA. You're relying on him to be able to carry you through the game. It just, you get doomed once. You do nothing. Zero. Nada.
Yeah, it's rough. They had Stampede. They didn't really pop it because Yamsun just melted so fast. That was the Mystic Flare as well on top. Just a really good roll spot for Kits to play on top of. So, 5rat, just get the big kill they need. I will want to point out here to Mike Gunner, he has the heart. He is going for Blade Mail. So it's all about just, all right, if you have no other targets to hit but me, you're going to be hurting here.
Idea. Here's an idea, John.
Yeah.
What if we gave Centaur, like, maybe even just a talent, maybe change the shards, right?
Yep.
So if you double edge, they get taunted. What about that? Because think about it, right? Like, what does Centaur do?
Then doesn't that just completely remove Axe from the game?
No,
Almost?
it doesn't.
Somewhat?
That'd be the second hero that can taunt you.
Yeah, but
I mean, I guess LC theoretically taunts you with Jewel, but why not?
it sounds really busted, you know. That would be fun, but for 1,400, we're having issues with Ricky already, right?
We'll make it the exit. Make it a
All right.
make it a level 20 talent.
But hitch a ride. Hitch a ride,
Make it a
Mike.
level 15, level 20 talent. Hold on a minute. There could be a hook shot in for the Roshan pit. Onslaught over, they're not going to have it. Moo, he'll find Albino Zebra. Albino, hook shots back to the creep wave, but a nice lift up from Lelis. Speaking of Lelis, by the way, I didn't notice, but he has Doom available himself.
He has Doom?
Yes. On the Ruby.
Oh, for some reason I thought of Albino Zebra. I don't know why.
On the Clockwork.
Yeah, I
No,
was
that's
like,
not how
how
Clockwork
does the
jumps.
Clockwork have Doom?
That's not how
Like,
Clockwork
I'm
works,
losing my
John.
mind here because I'm seeing Blade Mail Centaur Heart. You know, it's just, yeah.
I'm glad we only
it's
have the
way.
best here, Jonathan.
Absolutely, only the best. And but the best for the best region, of course.
That's true.
As they will start to take that mid. I mean, For 5-Rat, again, they're not out of this. They're getting the farm up in DNM. He is going for travels. So he's going to have some ways of just keeping the split push game going. But you have a lot of protection now. Just this Lotus Orb alone on Mu saves you from, at least makes Speed a little bit more cautious in throwing that Doom out, and saves you from the Ancient Seal Silence, which is the one real big killer for some of these heroes without the BKB. Yamson has his. He just has to be quick on the trigger, and they can still commit on Stampede. As long as he has BKB with Stampede, they can just kind of back him out. Maybe go for the deny play if need be, and reset and come back in. For 5-Rat, you are reaching to the point where you will have the Ags up in kits. Whew, the damage. You know, it's been a while since you've seen TA. Man, this hero is so obnoxious.
It hurts. It's not fun to go up against this hero. I'm glad she's not in the meta right now. Though, knowing a couple changes will happen, she probably will be back.
Oh, look, it's dominant.
Yeah, there's the tips out. Midas Gaming. That's what happens to you if you pick up a Midas on Skyrat.
Me.
No, it does, John. Don't even bother trying to defend the Midas pickup. Because if I see this in my pubs, you want your PMA mic? I guarantee you PMA mic is disappearing if I see it again.
Nino, you heard him. That's what you got to do next game.
Nino's banned from playing with me. I'm deleting him.
That sounds very PMA, Mike.
He's getting off my friends list right now. I'm deleting him right now, just in case.
I mean, he is going for the Ags as well over Force Staff here. So he just wants that utility.
That's what Nino would do.
I mean, look, Stamen and Sky is really damn good, okay? He knows what he's doing.
That's true.
He knows what he's doing with his Midas.
Right.
He knows the Ags is going to be impactful. They just need to stall. That's it.
Okay. Let's see it happen. Tier 2 bottom tower. Gonna drop. No contest. 5-Rat. I mean, it's still just a 1k advantage the way of Nouns. It's not that big of a lead. For Nouns, like, they know if they win one team fight, they're onto high ground, 2 Raxes are going down. Like, it's the classic going up against TA with an Aegis up. You lose one fight without pipe axe, you are screwed.
It just melts that fast with that hero. It's really easy for Nouns to use that opening for themselves. And for 5-Rat, the map just feels so shrank down. DNM
Shrank down.
Shrunk.
Thank you, John.
Shrunk.
I've got to correct you.
Shrank.
I don't even know. I don't even know anymore.
And the map shrunk down.
I don't think it shrunk either. Just keep going.
I mean, it's the same size, but you know they're not able to dip out here, Mike.
Not what
That's
she
I'm trying
said,
to
John.
say.
That's not what she said.
This is definitely the kind of cast we need right now, for sure. Nothing but the best here in NA, of course. And yeah, for 5-Rat, the big issue is trying to get farm in DNM. He is so far behind in comparison to Yamson. And his lane wasn't even that bad. Like, he managed to hold his own against Mu for the most part. Just when they lost map control, when they couldn't play around with these two, it just didn't line up.
Look at that. Lelis has got a free Midas with Devour.
Yeah.
That's nice.
You don't need to farm for one on Rubik.
Jump in, speed, Scorched Earth, stun. Bit of an Infernal Blade on Yamson, just burning through the refraction. Still 50 seconds left for the Aegis. Tier 3 tower's gone though, so now they can just continue chipping away as long as Yamson doesn't get caught without his Aegis up. He should be alright. Go speed again. Disarm is there with the Heaven's Halberd now. Daedalus is available on Yamson though, so if he does get some attacks off, it's going to hurt even more than it did before. Might see a couple one-shots as another Disarm comes out on Yamson. Very cool.
You know what would be funny? What if they buff TA so that Psyblades reach back through buildings?
You lost me at why wouldn't we buff TA, John? This hero comes in every second meta.
But
I'm
imagine
tired.
if Psyblades worked on buildings.
Why?
Why not? It would be really broken, but
Yes.
also really funny.
No,
It'd be funny.
It wouldn't.
It would be for the guy playing TA. You know, not for anyone else. Not for the enemy team, not for Stamen with his Midas.
If there's one hero that's going to get buffed, it's Earth Spirit. I'm so sick of this hero being in the trash can. Please buff Earth Spirit. We've had enough.
Let's see, Mike, is 5-Rat. They'll see as well if they can find something. They haven't connected with the Cogs hookshot and the Mystic Flare. I mean, every now and again you get a good locked-in roll for kits, but those circumstances are few and far between.
They found a haste rune, I think. Here, 5-Rat, maybe they can make a play with that if they see it. There you go. Speed will go ahead and pick that one up for himself. No, kits maybe. He'll take it. They are on the wrong side of the map if they want to fight, though. Maybe just looking for a straggler on the bottom side. They did have vision around that area. In fact, they placed vision around that area with that smoke, so maybe for future purposes. At least allows them a bit of space to farm here as well on DNM. But you look at Nouns, they've drawn another line out through the top lane. They just want to keep pushing the racks. Range racks is gone. Melee racks are still there. Another smoke out from 5 Rat. They'll head up towards the north. I think Yamson's got time to just burst this racks down. And he will do so, forcing the TPs back now. Yamson, no Aegis up, still feels quite protected, but hook shot, oh, it's on a creep wave. Just very desperate, but they stack the glyph and the hook.
Yeah, it gets stacked up, and you have Lullis with a hook shot, so...
Oh, good.
He's the clockwork now.
Yes.
Very nice range on that as well.
He's probably upset it's only level 1.
Yeah,
so what the hell is this?
It's a rough game for the supports of 5 Rat. Albino Zebra and Staminen have not had the best of times. But look, Staminen is going to have Ags. And then we will see if this Midas was worth it. We will see if Speed's game leap tip, Midas every hero, every game, if it will work out.
We shall. Very, very soon. In the meantime, Gunner's going Arcane Blink, by the way.
Yep.
So Hoofstomp's got 0 animation.
Gotta love that.
Very pog.
Just absolutely love it. Just needs a little bit of armor on top. Maybe...
Does he?
Yeah,
because you've got living armor.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you get up to 22. That's still 57% physical resist. Lean at around 210, 220. That's down to 110.
Quick
and again,
maths.
you do around 78 to maybe at this point 85-ish damage back. Yeah, you're going to melt the Lena faster than she'd melt you with all your HP.
Thank you for that quick math, Jonathan. Ooh. Oh, jump in. They've got a Doom out. Stampede was committed, though. Speed, how are you going to get out of this one? I mean, of all people to Doom, that's probably the worst target as well. Speed, he's still tanky. Heaven's Helmet going to make sure he doesn't go down. Speed is still somewhat drop, or rather, Gunner's still somewhat dropping. Now DNM trying to man-fight Yamson, but that is not the target you can man-fight. He gets bursted down.
Oh my god.
There goes Stominen. Speed, he is out-healing the damage that the Infernal Blade deals. His speed is gone. In a very speedy way, I might add. Perma-stun him up. Look at Yamson, he just backed off. He doesn't even want a part of that.
No. I mean, that's Doom down. That's a lot of spells taking away DNM down as well.
Why on the center of all people? Like, he's got 5.3k HP.
I think what happens is you're committing that far in. You need a kill. Maybe the call from the team is like, all right, just do it. Just do it. We'll try. Because he had a fraction of a second where he didn't cast you.
Okay.
So there must have been an active call or a team decision or like, let's just give it a shot. Because we're not finding anything. We need something. And because of that play, mid-racks are gone. Probably Megas, they could just go to your force if they want to at this point, with no Doom to threat on the respawn.
And they'll play it safe for now. Mid-racks down. Back up towards the top racks. Get that melee barracks gone as well. Arcane Blink now up on Gunner.
I want to see that cast point.
Swift Blink as well on Yamson. One of my favorite new items here with the Blinks being added. I always felt like Blinks needed an upgrade. Mind you, the first time they came around, they were completely busted.
No. They were. Remember that CDR and Arcane? That was fun.
Oh, wasn't that fun playing against SF players every game?
Oh, please give this to Gunner. Please.
What is it? Oh,
please.
The Ags. It has to go. It has to be Gunner.
Give it to us,
Gunner. It has to be him. He's the chosen one. No.
No, don't
give
do
it
this.
to. Oh, they gave it.
Yes! Let's go.
Oh no, he gave it away again.
No, don't do this, Gunner. No. No, Gunner, you were the chosen one.
Oh.
You were supposed to bring the force into balance, not into darkness. What are you doing?
Neff, if you're listening, you're going to have a chat with the boys about that one. You know that Gunner needed the Ags that time. I mean, I think they need to be kicked here, honestly. Now to get rid of these guys. This is disgusting.
Speed?
Onslaught out, Speed. Oh boy. Yeah, well, at least he has the uphill miss chance here for Yamson. Not going to really help his chances. He's completely blocked in. Yeah, this is going to be fun for Speed.
Ooh, just stuck. Can't really do much. I mean, he's got Doom on the buyback, so they can try to make something happen there. They're still stiffing Stamina for this.
He deserves it. I don't care what you say. He deserves it. He doesn't even have Ags yet. He doesn't have it yet. Jump in again. D&M's been caught out now. Lift up. He's got nowhere to go but down. He's just bursted by Yamsun's damage. But now Yamsun, too far forward. Will lose his Aegis up. If they had the card on Gunnar, he may have been okay. In goes Yamsun. In goes Gunnar. Move with the Pulverize. Out onto speed. He can't afford to die here. He won't have the buyback. He'll just pounce away with the Yggdrasil Totem. But they are overgrowthed up. Back to the racks they go. Yamsun, he'll find Albino. Buyback is there. Jump in again from Gunnar. Back onto speed. Onslaught will connect. In with the meld strike. He is just melting. Another disarm. Onto the TA. Cogs is trapping in two. There's your Doom out. But speed is gone. No buyback available. Yamsun basically asking them to disconnect here at this point. There's your Rags up. On Stominant. Happy days, John. Let's see the impact. Gunnar. Not even dying to Fountain at this point. I think the Fountain took more damage than Gunnar did. Under the clockwork. Albino. That'll be a dieback. Sprays in the Fountain of 5-Rat 4-Star. Gunnar is literally getting tickled to death at this point. He's taking 0 damage, John. Look at this. He's taking 0. He's not even focusing them. He's hitting the Ancient. They dropped the Mystic Flares. No damage. D&M. He's back in the team fight. Funnily enough, Nouns, they'll give him the happy
Lelis?
death treatment. Lelis is gone. This is literally happy death.
Yep.
They could have finished the game. They said, oh, you want to fight? No problem. The game will continue.
They've got to watch out. The Ags up in Stominant, right? That's the turning point right here. Look, I don't know. I'm guessing 5-Rat felt like this game would have should have dragged on a lot longer than it should have. Than it is right now. Like, they expect this game to just hold high ground for a lot longer with the Ags up. To be fair, the Ags can be great. It's just, you don't have anything like a Force Staff. You might have been better off with a round of Atos.
What is Gunnar
earlier
trying
on.
to do?
What is he trying to do?
He's going for Refresher Orb. I feel like this is the point where if they've backed off, Gunnar wants to do something cheeky. Look,
Nah.
what do you do with the Refresher Orb here?
Double Stampede.
Jump in, hoof stomp, double edge, stampede, refresh, do it all over again? Does someone just get bursted down? Like, can you just burst down D&M with that combo?
You probably could. It's still disappointing. It's not an Ags.
It's not an axe.
I'm not satisfied here, Mike.
Neither am I, John.
For a fleeting moment, he had the Ags.
Yeah, but Yamsun probably cried, as every POS 1 does. You know how it is.
Yamsun's like, you got to play seriously.
Yeah,
I mean, they are, but
The
you know,
psionic projection, guys.
We-
Imagine.
but we need it. We
Yeah.
need that.
Could have
Get
had
your
2
eye.
of them. Could have. And if he's even got the Havoc Hammer. This is fun. That's a lot of damage when you're playing Centaur. Go on,
yeah.
do some math for me, John. How much is this damage?
It's 350, 360.
Okay.
Good amount.
Certainly is.
Plus hoof stomp, plus double edge. Oh, very nice.
Here we go. Speed, lift it up. Gunner. That's a quick animation.
Oh,
He didn't even lift his legs that time. Speed, in they go. Stampede out. Speed just completely melts the Mu. Look at the side blades flying off the cogs.
Jeez.
Albino Zebra. His own cogs kill him. Yamsun, stop it, and oh, he gets one shot. He got one shot by Yamsun. Dive the fountain, why don't you? D&M, he's gonna try.
Oh,
Yamsun, he's gone, but Gunnar just takes him out. GG.
Oh, man. Yeah, a lot of interesting things happening that game, Mike. A lot of interesting things. Midas on Stominant. He's had a spectacular tour with that Skyrat, but he broke. He broke. He went Midas.
Wasn't broken, just broke.
I don't know. Like, maybe the panel has something to say about that, because I have no justification outside of Speed saying just buy the Midas. It's so broken.
Can I hear as well from our panel, what do they think about no Kati on Centaur? Back to panel.
Game number 3 goes the way of Nouns. They take the series in a 2-1 sweep. We've seen this happen to 5-Rat 4-Staff before, but there's a lot of things we've never seen before. We haven't
we
seen
didn't see
in
the
the
Cardi.
region.
We didn't see the
Cardi.
Cardi.
We haven't seen mid Centaur, right, ever in the DPC so far. I'm not sure if we've actually seen it ever in the regions ever.
There's a lot of things we didn't see that happened in this game.
We haven't seen a Doom, the whole region, that didn't have Midas. And Fear, Skyrath, Mage Midas, you a fan, bro?
No, unfortunately not. Like, hopefully they take a look at the tape here and they don't do this again for future games, because this team has a lot of promise. Like, I don't want him to just be doing stuff like this, like the Midas. For what? Like, I justify Midas only on heroes that can kind of use the attack speed, and that's about it. And Skywrath just doesn't use it.
Yeah, I mean, Panda, one of the things we saw in this game as well is that speed. You know, we've heard him speak before about how GG Boots is just broken. Guardian Greaves is amazing, but Guardian Greaves into Pipe Blink, no BKB on this Doom hero in a game like this. This also feels a little bit sus to me. What's your read on the situation?
I mean, I guess he had an idea of basically just having that sustainy aura offlaner that's able to have presence and help out his teammates. I mean, he was surviving for sure. He's staying alive, but his buddies just weren't because they weren't able to basically connect with him. That was probably like one of the biggest issues, basically, that they couldn't get this Lina off of her boots. Like, she's just not got the backup that she requires. Of course, they're living longer, but where's the damage?
Yeah.
They're just not getting the hits.
Let's make some like fake drama here. Okay, here's what
Okay.
happened. Right,
Okay.
Stomanen saw his Doomed by a Midas, so he bought it for him.
He's like, this game has to have Midas, you know?
You're not gonna buy a Midas, then fine. I'll
got
just
you.
buy it.
I mean, this game could have really used 4 stars out of someone, and even an Aether Lens could have made a huge difference. Normally, he's been going like Aether Lens, Blink on a lot of his position 4 heroes, which, you know, I generally prefer the 4-star, but I don't know. This just was a very strange game. It felt like 5 at 4-star lost confidence in what they were doing after that second game loss. It felt like because of how well Nouns was doing, they were just like, well, we can't beat them traditionally anymore. We have to do stuff that's off kilter. And the Nouns draft, when you look at it at first glance, you're like, well, the Centaur goes mid, the Primal Beast goes off lane. These heroes accomplish the same thing, but they accomplished them in such spectacular fashion. I don't know. I think 5 at 4-star they got rattled. Tilt happens, boys. Tilt does happen.
They maybe over exceeded maybe in game number 1, looking at the end result ending up 2-1 basically, because they had such good flow, they had good connection, they had good understanding, they had very good tempo and momentum. But that momentum wasn't really used in game number 2. They just they looked like they were the team that's used to getting beat up, you know? And just going into game 3, felt like that same mentality just continued. But Nouns actually rising up on the occasion, which I'm, in the end, kind of happy because Nouns still to me feels like the team that should be contending for top 3. And now they're showing where they are, that top 3 team. So close to TSM, still a bit far away from Rebellion. But 5rat, if they took the series 2-0, I might have said something differently here.
Well, Nouns went 2-1 on this, and of course, Gunnar, very surprisingly, you very rarely say to yourself, Centaur is going to come out as an MVP in the game, especially from the mid lane. But Fear, he not only was great in the game, he won the mid lane fairly decisively against Kits. And a lot of the times when either Kits or Speed in the off lane were trying to use their ultimates, whether it be Rolling Thunder or Doom, you just press R. And then suddenly they're just out, right? And we really got to see the lack of overall lockdown on the side of 5 at 4-star. But he was also initiating really, really well, putting his body on the line and making so much space for Yamsim. Yamsim felt like he didn't have to worry about anything this game.
I mean, what more can you say about Gunnar? He did it all this game. Yeah, he went mid with an unconventional hero, won his matchup. Generally, you don't see that. It's one of why he's like, probably, yeah, he's definitely top 3 NA mid laner overall. And scaled. He built his hero like a boss. He didn't go for a BKB. He didn't get a 4-staff. Went straight for the heart. The Blade Mill kind of became that damage dealer. Brought something new to the table, and it was fun to watch.
Yeah, and to follow up on that thought, can we all just agree that Gunnar carried this series?
Yeah.
We saw his Tusk game 1. They were making a small comeback, basically, with the capability that he had with the hero, how well he connects with the team. Game 2 with that Leshrac. I would have given MVP for Lesh in that game number 2. That felt great. And now seeing him getting the MVP in game number 3 just shows he had a perfect series.
He had a phenomenal series indeed on the side here of Nouns, and they will fortunately be taking the W for themselves. Now, we're not going to be speaking to Gunnar at this point in time. We do have somebody else who performed quite well. Lelis played a phenomenal Rubik, and we have him on the line. Good sir, welcome. Congratulations on the victory that you had. A bit of a sweaty series, wouldn't you say? So, game 1, can you tell us what happened? Can you talk to us about the draft and the ideas that y'all had coming into it?
Yeah, that shit is easy. I think game 1, we just had an unfavorable draft. I thought we had a little bit too many ideas rolling around, and we made the wrong choice. So I think that game was just very hard for us to win. We have to make like 0 to no mistakes, and even if we make no mistakes, the game is just difficult. We're kind of just counterpicking all 3 cores. So the game just felt hard, but it still lasted long, so we did do some good things in the game. You know, I would say my teammates played really well.
Yeah.
Given the circumstances.
I mean, speaking of which, actually, about ideas that were, you say a lot of ideas were floating around. When we've had a conversation with some of your teammates, they've mentioned that yourself and Estini came as sort of a package deal into the Nouns organization. How much influence do you have on the draft? Despite the fact that Estini is the one picking the heroes, do you have like an outsized voice relative to the rest of your team in the drafting phase and when concocting a strategy?
I would say yes and no, kind of. So I wanted to have a coach on this team from the beginning of the team. So he would do all the draft stuff. Usually when teams, they don't have a coach, like they do this thing for TI where they get a coach last minute. And I feel like it's something that it doesn't really work, honestly. It can help, but it doesn't do what the coach is supposed to do, which is be with the team, understand the team, what all the problems are, and actually be with the team during the season. So from the beginning of this team, I wanted someone that could do that part so we as players could just focus on playing and doing the best as ourselves. So I wouldn't say I have a huge say in the draft. I would say I do have a strong say in the team, but I do let the decision come to who is picking, which is Estini. Because if I can't let him pick, then it doesn't make any sense to just have him drafting, right? I need to trust him to draft, and after we can talk about it. Because he will go through all the simulations and know what's going to come, and he will tell us during the draft, but he can't just recap everything, right? So I just have to trust that he knows what he's doing, and later we can talk about it.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
All right, congratulations on this series win, Laylis. I wanted to ask you from coming from Quincy Crew and Sonics now to Nouns, how's that a transition been for you, and how are the two teams different in your eyes?
I would say the transition from teams is fine. There's nothing too different. It's another Dota team, to be honest. It's not saying that there's nothing special about this team. Every team is just special in its own way. But
yeah, we can hear the team reaction.
Yeah. So I would say it was a little bit hard for me in the beginning switching to support because I would play it sometimes in pubs, but it wasn't something competitive. So I was having a hard time in the beginning. I was just feeding and griefing the lanes. I knew I was griefing too, but it was just something that it comes with time, right? You have to play it sometimes, get owned a couple times, see what some people are doing. You can't just absorb what all these players have been doing, on support for several years in a month. So I'm learning the heroes. There's a lot of heroes I just don't play, right? I don't play Earth Spirit, for example. I'm not even trying to learn it right now, but at some point maybe I'll learn it. But I would say for me, the hardest part is definitely just the role switch, which now is fine, honestly. Now I'm a lot more comfortable on a bunch of heroes and what my role is in the game. I rarely feel lost during the game nowadays.
All right, so from percentage-wise, from 0 being just transitioning to 100 being 100% confident in your role now, where do you think you'd be right now as a POS 4?
Calm down, bro.
I would say I'm on a 90%. I'm pretty confident. A lot of times the game feels very complicated from a certain viewpoint, but it's not that complicated. It's honestly a lot of just spell casting and knowing what you're supposed to be doing around the map at certain times, which you can learn really fast from the really good teams, right? Nowadays you can just fiend these replays and you just see what the teams are doing. It's not like rocket science.
All right, so Laylis, after game 1, we were looking at some of your camera angles of your teammates. You guys seemed pretty defeated after game number 1. So what did you guys discuss during the break that got you into the fighting spirits again?
So after game number 1, I just want people to know that the game was just hard for us to win in general. We shouldn't be disappointed about losing that game. The draft was just not in our favor, and I think we did a pretty good job during the game. So I just wanted to encourage people to not overthink it and just go next and talk about what we're going to do in the next year. So we talked about which heroes we wanted to ban, what we didn't want to play against, and we knew that we were going to be second pick. So we would just be able to just counterpick everything. And that's what happened. We just counterpicked everything and we felt a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, that definitely translated to us in the draft as well, that you guys had pretty good answers in the Game 2 draft. But I wanted to ask one particular moment during game number 2. So I'm not sure if you remember this sequence where you found 3 core pickoffs into Roshan, where you found DNM first in the dire triangle, transitioned quickly into the Radiant side of the map. I just wanted to ask you, how on earth did you guys find kits in the trees? Because did Yamsun have his shadow dance buff go off or something like that? What was the read? And most importantly, what were the comms like in that situation when you connected from 1 kill to 2nd to 3rd into Roshan?
I don't remember if we were smoked or something. We were doing a mover, and then we were doing a move to their triangle, then we found the Furion farming the camps. We killed him. and then the comms is like just get them out of this area, right? Kill whoever's here because they can't fight us. They're a hero down. And I think it was a courier passing by or something. We saw like a shadow of him or something, and then like he's here, and then all right, I'm just gonna cook you over. Maybe I hit him or something, and then he was there. So it was. I think the courier saw him. I think that was it.
Yeah, because that was a pretty sick play in general.
It was an amazing play. I mean, speaking of communication, that was like one of the keys in that particular play. Can you talk to us about what the difference in communication is region on region? Obviously, you've played in South America, North America, and in Europe as well. Have you found any differences in how the Dota teams tend to communicate per region?
I would say in communication, not so much. I would say that the gameplay is very different, though. I would say Europe is very oriented towards team fighting and actually using timings of heroes and not just farming. I would say NA is a lot more farm heavy. The game is kind of just AFK a lot of times. Like, people don't take advantage of their timings that much. And I would say South America, there's a lot more just fighting. Just non-stop, just battling. I think Thunder was a really good example of that last TI. They would just run at you the whole game. And it's just a style of play. In communication, I wouldn't say there's really a difference. I think Dota's become something nowadays that a lot of the core principles people have learned. Of course, there's always more things to learn, you know, like small things that Thunder did at TI, they gave them that advantage. But nowadays, I think the game it's kind of standardized in a way. There's a lot of knowledge that has been passed on from people. So I wouldn't say there's a communication difference, but more of a gameplay difference.
One final question before we let you go get back to practicing. Now that you've missed out on the final major slot, regrettably dropping that series up against TSM, which would have still held you in contention at this point in time, what's the team atmosphere like, and what are the future goals for the Nouns organization going forward?
I would say we were pretty disappointed for the result. I think we were pretty confident, especially in the TSM series where we smashed them game 1, and then game 2 we were like 10k ahead or something, and we kind of just threw the game. Like, we know we threw the game, and even in the third game we kind of outdrafted ourselves in a way, and then we still were able to at least not get stomped, right? The game was still played out. It was like a 50-minute game or something. So we did have a chance there. In our heads, we should have won, but we didn't. You know, that's just that's what a lot of teams say. Like, we should have won this game, should have won that. In the end, we didn't win. So it was a little bit disappointing. Honestly, I think everybody was a little bit just sad, which is, it's normal, right? People care a lot about winning. So it's something that just have to keep moving, you know, keep moving on. That's just the nature of competition. Some teams will win, some teams will lose, and just have to improve to get better for the next time so we can qualify and get some DPC points.
That makes sense. And obviously you were able to get the W for yourselves today. Congratulations on that. And we're going to let you go so you can keep your practice going. And well done. We still have one more series tomorrow, so we'll see you then. Hopefully we'll get to talk to your team once more in your series against Wildcard Gaming. Good luck, have fun, and well done for today.
All right, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. And that was, of course, Lilas, the position for extraordinaire for the side of Nouns. Had a very good series, had a very good game in this particular moment in time. Now that that series is wrapped up, and it took a little bit longer than what we were accustomed to, although we should have expected it given that 5 at 4 staff was involved, we quickly have to move to the next series because we've gone a little bit over time. So everybody, just bear with us for a few more minutes. We're going to be taking a very short break, and when we return, the final series of the day, Wildcard Gaming up against the side of Alpha. Alpha really needs this win, and Wildcard would love to grab a win before their final series against Nouns tomorrow. So stick around. Shortly, the series will be live up on your screen, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all, to the North American DPC Division 1 action continues. We're officially past the halfway mark of week number 3. 5 series remain in this third tour, and we still don't actually have confirmation on who's going to be rounding out the bottom 2 slots. The middle of the pack is still completely up in the air, but we're going to be finding out today with our final series for the evening, with Wildcard Gaming taking on the side of Alpha Gaming. Gentlemen, this is an interesting series for both squads, right? Alpha, they just want to get a win on the board before they go into their last series against the side of Bait on the last day ever to try and avoid relegation, maybe force some tiebreakers. And Wildcard Gaming, they've just seen Nouns play. They're playing Nouns tomorrow. They need to start building up some steam, some momentum in that favor. So T-Pine, I'm going to start with you, right? Looking at the side of Alpha, from what we've seen, and especially considering that today they are playing with a stand-in, what do you make of this team? Do you think they have what it takes to try and push Wildcard into a close situation?
Well, so far results aren't promising. I think that's the biggest issue for Alpha, is how much have they matured during this time coming into this series, because we haven't really seen much of improvement in their team, unfortunately, which we have seen some of, at least every other team in some way have stepped up their game in one way or one aspect or one other aspect, but we just haven't seen that from Alpha.
On the other side, though, for Wildcard Gaming, what have you made of them, Fear, especially considering that a lot of the games that we've seen have been hard carried by Arc. Arc, obviously the carry player for the side of Wildcard Gaming. Between himself and Risers on Alpha, it does feel like these are the 2 standout players of their individual squads. Do you think they're going to be able to push this into a 2-0 sweep here? Because Wildcard have been a sort of Wildcard team this entire time.
They have been. I think Wildcard started out really slow, though. I think as the TPC has progressed, they've only gotten stronger. Like, we've seen Bobitage step up. We've seen Sunlight step up, too. I think they've been starting to look pretty good as a team now. And that's not good news for Alpha, because I can't say they've been looking any better as the DPC has been going on, but good news for Wildcard fans. They are definitely getting better as the season has been progressing.
Yeah, definitely. When you look at Arc, he's got currently the joint largest hero pool of any player in NADPC. He's played 10 heroes in 12 matches, so that definitely helps out with like variety of heroes that he can play. Heavy micro heroes, but also add into the mix Linas and Ursas. But you said that Bobitage and Sunlight, they've upgraded their gameplay, but they are kind of at the bottom half. Bobitage and both Sunlight are 4th and 3rd lowest in CS at 10 minutes, and Bobitage 2nd lowest of all mid laners in all regions.
Yeah.
So they're not last, so they're not at the bottom.
Not being at the bottom. Honestly, and right now, Alpha is at the bottom. And if they lose this series, they'll be 0-6, right? You were mentioning it earlier in one of our previous pre-games. If they lose here, that's their 9th series lost in a row. 18 games
18
on
matches.
the bounce that they would have ended up losing. They are encroaching on Bait's previous record, and we definitely don't want them to get to that point. However, they have an opportunity here to try to grab a win or 2 up against the side of Wildcard Gaming. And to do so, they will need a strong draft, which is now available. Game number 1 of Wildcard Gaming versus Alpha. We're already going deep into these heroes. Alpha, they had themselves access to the first pick. They took out Lycan, they took out this Rubik. Wildcard of Gaming, of course, you ban the Broodmother Lina, average times in this region. So far, so good. So far, so normal for NADPC with the opener of the Tusk, with the response of Snapfire Tree. The other team takes DP. Nothing really different. Nothing's really surprising so far.
Yeah, Alpha going with the standard wildcard, picking 2 heroes that they can snap, they can flex in 3 roles. They've seen Sunlight, Flea, Sammy Boy, all of them have been playing it, and the Train Protector also Flea and Sammy Boy. So very different approaches. One team just locks them straight in pretty much. I mean, I don't think we're going to see too much out of this Tusk. Is this actually the first? Yeah, this is actually the first Tusk from Alpha, but this DP we've seen from time to time in the hands of Monster.
I mean, to be fair, Monsters look the best on this DP. He's been trying to make that Mars work over and over and over again. It didn't work, but it didn't look good either. So far, nothing has worked for them, right? But at least the DP looked good.
Yep.
In the game where they played versus Rebellion, he was playing that DP. Several other games where he's playing DP, it looks like it's working for him. So that is a positive going into this. I'm super happy that they went this route instead of going for like some outdated meta stuff that just doesn't work flat out.
I mean, speaking of Monster, actually, what do you make of the fact that they haven't, him and the interplay between himself and Wish hasn't really been good for a large portion of the DPC, right? And now Wish is not the one that's here. They've replaced him with a different player standing in for the day. Will that improve things slightly? I mean, we've seen from Theath Gaming that having that one replacement player can make a drastic difference when you are this far back in the leaderboard.
Yeah, for the good and for the worse. I mean, they've seen both. Like,
we'll see who the problem is now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's start pointing out the scapegoats, right? I mean, I personally, I like Wiz as a player. Like, I think out of the South American Pause 4 players, I think he was one of the guys that I was paying close attention to, and I liked his play style, his hero pool being the very standard Hoodwink, the Dark Willow that I've seen on him a couple of times, really good on those. Now being replaced by another player that is taking over his role, like we're not seeing like a pause 5, pause 4 shift like we saw with Yamich, right? We had Yamich doing the stand-in moment, so they swapped around a little bit. So maybe they can find some uniqueness, at least some power into that off lane, because they weren't really on the same page, Monster and Wiz. I think that's the theme that we've been repeating, that they were never really connecting with each other.
All right, so obviously we'll have to try and get heroes that do a lot better connecting with each other. We are assuming that Monster's going to play this Death Prophet. We saw a couple of times he played the lane with the Snapfire. I doubt this is his lane partner, though, so we still have to wait for another 4 position. Silencer.
I mean, South American players do love their Tusk support,
That is
so
true.
it is definitely a possibility here. I don't see Alpha as the type of team where you just, pick core DP, core mid Tusk. I think they're willing to put this on support if needed, but they probably will answer a question here unless they really want to hide this Tusk, which I don't think is the best idea to try and pick a last pick 4 or a mid over your carry. So
Monster there just
going
chilling in the
reserve
dark.
time.
Yeah, and it has been Flea who has been playing this, so this kind of tells us Sunlight might be playing this Snapfire, and we put the 3 and 5, and the Tiny is looking like a 4, or unless Babatich wants to bring out the Tiny, that he has played the most,
yeah.
so they didn't get the Ember through, so this could just be his hero
Invoker.
pick, but do you go Tiny versus Invoker?
I mean, it's fine. Like, you're not going to lose the lane. The only annoying part is the fact that if it is Quaswegs, Tiny is a hero that likes to rotate a lot on the map, and he'll keep burning that from you. So that is the downside. But playing position 4 Tiny, same with position 4 Tusk, it's not really that meta right now. So and it's like, take your trade-off. You're going to lose a little bit of mana here and there, and it's going to be annoying. And they're just going to pick the TB because they're very confident in the fact that this will be Death Prophet with that Invoker pick in the offlane. And Arc TB, yeah. Like, this guy has, for many, many games, put his team on his back
Yes.
and just carried them to victory.
And this is a great TB game as well. Like, you're already building up like Manta Scotty, which is like your basic. You can purge off DP Silence, Global Silence, and you have also BKB that you build on top later on, which is another option. And that kind of just takes away from this Quaswex Invoker. There's no damage dealer that kills you. Tusk, even if he builds a Desolator as a pause 2, he's not killing you.
Yep.
Exorcism, he's not. Those spirits ain't going to kill me. This is a really good TB game up till now.
I love the interplay of damage between the side of Wildcard. They have a lot of magical damage out of the Snapfire and the Tiny. They have an obscene amount of physical damage with this Terrorblade. And Arc still holds the GPM record in the region right now.
Yes.
873, I believe, on this TB. So very scary coming in from him. Now the question is, what do we see from Alpha? I mean, they have an option of finding a carry who they can buff up with the Alacrity going down the stretch. And they do have... they're the ones that have to make the decision first. So what do we want to see here at the very beginning of this final phase of picking?
Drow or Sniper. Drow's gone, sorry.
Drow's gone, yeah.
Well, those are the obvious options. If you don't get those, it's like, it gets hard because you do want to play this ranged hero. You want to outrange him. If you want to go the melee route, if I dare say it at all,
PL?
it's PL, but please don't. No matter how good it is versus TB,
And there's also no Furion.
zero faith in that hero. So
Yeah.
if they ban Sniper here, they're in a little bit of a... I mean, they could bring out Arc Warden. That's a matchup sometimes versus TB. We're kind of stretching now and getting really deep into the hero pool of things that they could do, but will they work?
Yeah, it's kind of like we're like reaching out for picks at this point. I mean,
They banned Troll, so it's pretty much a Sniper only at this point for me, unless they really want to go for that PL. Very difficult to pull off PL, though. That's why the game is just too fast, and there's not enough time for that hero to come online.
Unless he buys Midas, bro.
Yeah, that makes it way faster for sure.
bloody Midases. They always show up somewhere when you least expect them. I'm just actually looking up, does Rises play Morphling
Void.
at all? Because, okay, they go for
does.
Void.
Okay, so that hero, I didn't really think about it that much. It's not super popular right now, but they do have Invoker.
Yeah, they
so
do.
they do have like that combo. That is something that can get on top of the TB and kill him before getting Sunder off. By yourself as a Void, normally you can't kill him unless you're super farmed, but with the Cataclysm, this could work if
Yeah.
the lane is fine.
Potentially, yeah. That was one of my favorite Battle Cup combos as well, having Tidehunter Ravage into Aghanim's Rush on the Invoker and just blow them up with Cataclysm and win game easy.
So only the A God has played this Faceless Void so far. Obviously, they ended up winning that game.
Obviously, yeah.
They didn't end up having Invoker in that game, but Alpha has a lot of team fight. I like the fact that they've made sure that it's not that hard to execute all of these spells in tandem with each other, right? You get these ghosts going during the bubble. That's some immediate physical damage. You rain down the Cataclysm, and then thereafter you can still cover with the Global Silence to extend the team fight. So what do you want to see from Wildcard here to end out the draft? 24 pick. Most likely going to be their
The
off
Venomous
lane here.
one. You see Void pick a Venomous one. I think that's actually maybe the only way they can lose, to be honest with you. I think they might want to go for the mid route, but if you want to punish Void, spit some poison at him.
If this ends up being Exhort, Shadow Feed?
Oh, Visage. Visage. Okay.
I want to see who plays it. Is it Barbatich? Is he going with the
Surely
time?
it's
Okay, he's going
Sunlight.
with the time.
Surely
All
it's
right.
Sunlight, so Visage.
Sunlight Visage.
Yeah, Sunlight Visage. While T-Panda is looking up how often this man has been able to play this hero, Fear, give it to us straight. The draft on the side of Alpha. Alpha right now is 0-5, on the cusp of being 0-6 and losing their 9th series in a row. Will this draft arrest that kind of slide? What do they have to do to end up winning out with the draft that they put together?
This Void has to go ham. I think it's like their only way. But he is laning versus Visage. You can time walk the early soul assumption damage, but when you do get level 6 on Visage, Void just has to leave. And we'll have to see, because like I have a lot of questions if this Void can make it out, but you know, Void in the late game is normally king, so if they can make it that far, they've got good chances.
All right, T-Panda, what have you found for us on the Sunlight Visage? Is it any good, and do you like what they're doing on the side of Wildcard Gaming?
Well, for once, I'm going to have to say links are broken, so I can actually look up his Visage. But I can say that this Rises Faces Void is 27% win rate from 11 games, so it's not looking too hot. But they've got a combo which is kind of feels like idiot sure. It could work. Wildcard is still the stronger team. Their draft looks decent. I'm going to go with Wildcard on this one.
Wildcard Gaming, so it
We've
looks
already
like
seen
we're
the upset.
having a bit of a difficult game. Yeah, for Alpha, it's been a bit of a difficult time thus far in the DPC overall. Will they arrest that slide, or will finally they find themselves yet again in another position of losing out at game number 1 into a series loss? To find out, we're going to send it over to our casters, the Machiavellian Mike and the Jabbering John. Take it away, boys.
I have no idea what Snare just called me. Thank you very much, Snare. It is MLP Dota John X5. Jonathan, we do go into game 1 here between Alpha and Wildcard. You've seen the drafts. Our panelists have very little faith in Alpha going to this game 1. What do you think?
I think it can work out. I think Fear's point is fair. The Void has to come out pretty well in lane. If it starts to fall behind, we know it wants to eat up a lot of farm. And if you're going to go for the Invoker Ags build up, that will also eat up a lot of farm as well. So you need to kind of get that solid start going here for Alpha, for Rises, to hit that point where you can just be safe, you know, come out of the lane fine. We'll see how much Sunlight can do with Visage. That can be a little bit of a question mark. There's some good counterplay Void has there, but level 1, level 2 time walk, pretty damn long cooldowns. It's only by level 3 you really feel comfy, so there's a big window for Sunlight to play aggressive there.
And naturally, with the Visage in your draft, Wildcard, they will group up as 5 and start heading towards the bottom side of the map because they definitely want to try and force a first blood. Problem is, they're out of smoke, so it's kind of hard to sneak up on them now into that high ground. Wildcard going to go back around the other way. Rises would be a great target, but he can always just skill up the time walk and just get out. We'll see Flea now. Rises on the run. Can't really keep up with him here, I don't think, so Flea will just get a bit of harassment onto Rises while he can. Rest of Wildcard, get a few wards down. Nothing too special. Still, it does seem like Rises and Tiger are eventually going to make their way back in to try and contest this bounty. And eventually, do pick it up. There you go, Rises outclicking Flea. So it's actually going to be a 3-for-1 trade. The way of Alpha, they actually get away with 3 bounties.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling great off the back of that. And honestly, just looking at the bot lane, this is not going to be a comfy time for Sunlight. Just Arcane Curse can kind of make it super awkward for Visage to play the spam game with Soul Assumption. So Flea really has to put in the work to get some space going for Sunlight. Does some good damage in lane. So you start off fairly well there.
Certainly does. It's the thing against Treant, though. Like, Arcane Curse is annoying, but it feels like with Flea around, it's going to be too hard to actually do anything on this Silencer. Of course, mid lane's the one we're looking at right now. You're going to have Sol and Babbage going at it straight away. The Invoker vs Tiny matchup. I mean, it doesn't really feel like it favors one or the other too much. Probably just a bit of an even trading lane here between these two. I think Babbage should have a good enough time hitting creeps. Sol will probably have the same. Keep in mind, Sol does go for the Exhort build, so he does have that Sunstrike with that global presence. They do find any opportunities for that Sunstrike. Suppose you've got that going there for Alpha. And chances are most of those opportunities probably will come out of the top lane, where you are going to have Pamplona and Monster against Sammy and Ark. And speaking of Ark, already in that Metamorphosis, trying to get a bit of damage off onto Monster. Bit of a cheeky shard onto Sammy, but it's not going to lead to too much. But I'd imagine if you are going to go for any Sunstrike plays, it is probably going to be up top.
Yeah, you're going to be looking to connect with any cookie plays Sammy might try to pull off. A little bit easier said than done, as you are fairly durable here on the side of Alpha. Early levels in Sunstrike are not the most damaging until maybe level 2, level 3 Exhort is where you probably feel comfier. So Monster should have pretty decent time. Whenever that Metamorphosis is down, he's got a lot of room with a Spirit Siphon. You've got the save and aggression that can come out from Pamplona here. So it should be a little bit tougher for Arc, although he's not being slowed down that much. Sammy's doing a great job of just being obnoxious on the sideline, ensuring that they can't really line up for any jump opportunity. And the wave is controlled pretty damn well by Arc, just keeping it close to his tower, ensuring that there's no room to really dive him just yet.
Yeah. Let's go back to that bot lane for a moment. Like, Sunlight's having a decent old time here in the Visage. I mean, Arcane Curse, it was kind of whiffed that time around from Tiger as well, so not really going to do any damage onto that Visage. He's just perfectly fine through it. And you see Flea just move up. Tiger, you get near that tree line, you are going to cop so much harassment from Flea. Has a lot of tangos ready for this, but again, I just wonder what kind of impact this duo at the bot lane is going to have. Naturally, you just want Rises to hit creeps, but it's already looking pretty tough for Rises to get any form of farm in. He's only got 6 CS for now.
Yeah, it's rough. Again, your early levels in Time Walk don't really allow you to be that aggressive in farm, and he even had to go for Time Dilation just to have a way to shove Sunlight off with increased cooldowns.
Tiger.
Trying to chase.
So much damage. Soul Assumption flies in. They've got First Blood. And it's really just that easy. Look at Rises. He's getting blocked off by his own creeps. Luckily, does have the Time Walk available, so does make his way out. But if Flea lands a Leech Seed with Sunlight around, you're just dead. Rises, he has to TB. Had he not done so, he was gone.
Yeah, it's a slower start. And that's the one thing with Void. You have a nice aggressive support like Silencer. Void doesn't connect to it too well. Again, Time Dilation plus Arcane Curse sounds good in theory. It's a lot harder to play off the back of it in the early levels for that Void. Let's see if Rises opts for more in the Time Walk or just get the time locked to try to farm, but...
Top lane, they'll make the jump in on Arc. Arc is dropping extremely low with the tag team up. Arc looks like he's going to go down. Monster and Pamplona able to get the job done, and well, that's a massive pick off there for Alpha.
Yeah, they're slowing down Arc the same way that the side of Wildcard's slowing down Rises. So you've got a pretty good back and forth, suppressing these carries, having a greater time in the off lane. Monster's having a much stronger showing in that sense. Much more stable creep clearing for him, and the farm buildup is starting to get there. You're not too bad off here if you're Alpha. You have a slight lead on your lanes, and eventually, you know, Soul's not really being challenged. He's going for that Midas, and there are no rotations to stop him.
Soul Assumption thrown out on Rises, doing so much damage. Rises getting salved up here, should be okay. That lane again, just not going to feel any easier. The thing is as well, like when you compare both position ones, the thing is TB is inherently just going to farm faster, even with a bad lane. Right, because you are going to eventually have the Conjure Image up, you can just go into the jungle with a couple Wraith Bands. Compared to the Void, who does want something like a Maelstrom up before he can really start to escalate and farm. So you aren't going to have that natural kind of faster farming pace here, at least for the POS 1 of Wildcard as they jump in again. Boy. Tiger, no way out of this. He'll try to fight back. Sunstrike's going to fly in. Sunlight dropping very low, but Rises can't get Lucky Bash in and really can't keep going either. Sunlight, he has 3 mangoes ready to go whenever. And Rises, oh, he's going to lose his courier as well.
Oh, boy.
That was his boots and an extra salve. Gone to the wayside for another minute and a half. Might be an opening for Wildcard.
Yeah, and we're seeing the difference when Treant has a tree line to play with.
Here we go again. Rise is in trouble bottom lane. Time Walk up in 1. Oh, he's not going to make it. Oh. Meanwhile, top side, at least they're going to find Sammy.
Hard case.
So the off lane of Alpha going very, very well. But you lost your Void. Tiger's probably not safe either. Flea might just jump him. He won't for now, but this bottom lane, it's so painful.
Yeah, it's just the output. You have so much damage output. Time Walk just... It's not a good answer until the levels are up. Rises with level 2, it's a little bit better. Still not enough.
Mid lane, nice toss back from Babidich. That T1 tower still hitting away. Snowball's going to buy a bit of time. Avalanche in. Soul is gone. Pamplona, he'll keep trying to at least trade Sammy Boy's life. Nature's Grasp going to fly in. He just doesn't have the damage. Not by himself. And Sammy's almost taunting him by just chasing him down.
Yeah, he runs up. Doesn't really have anything to do, but, you know, just shoves away that Tusk, ensuring that there's no follow-through onto Babidich, and just kind of checking the runes as well. Ensure nothing's up. 2-4 now. Wildcard off the back of those exchanges, definitely up ahead. And the side lane For Alpha, it's hurting. Like, yes, you are having a strong start in Monster. He's going to have to try to buy a lot of space for Rises. And even for Soul. Soul, Midas timing key for Invoker here. As long as he finds it by maybe 12-13, you're sort of happy. He did go all in and going Quasic Sword. He's got a lot more damage coming out from the Sunstrike if they can connect. And it does feel they're going all in on just having this play with a Chrono. Like, they really want to tie in with that. The one issue I see for Alpha is it's really cooldown dependent.
Bottom lane. Sunlight, he's going to be fine to back off. He's got raindrops, so the last word damage doesn't really do anything at the moment from Tiger. Keep in mind, while that was happening, the mid-tier 1, it lost over half its HP pool right there. Babbage was just getting to work with the siege creep. Not very fun times for Alpha whatsoever so far. And speaking of Babbage, he's doing very, very well in CS. Like, as an Invoker, you can't really slow down the tiny CS very much. He's only 1 CS behind the DP. Monster, of course, having a very free lane so far in the Death Prophet. But it seems like Monster has a lot of pressure on his shoulders to really bring Alpha back into this game, because this laning stage, it doesn't seem too bad quite yet, but you are going to need someone to start moving and setting a pace as Alpha. Because it's not like this Invoker's really going to be able to do it either. Like, Soul, he just wants to play a bit of a farm game here.
Yeah, you've got 2 big farmers in Alpha, so you've got to connect with Monster. You've got to siege some towers with your support somehow, play off the back of this DP strong start. And Monster's going to get started up top. You already have Arc in the jungle anyway. He doesn't care too much about this, just free space.
Oh, Rises, no. Babbage is here with a haste rune. He's got time walking a few. They'll time it perfectly. Toss up. He's gone. No soul assumption even necessary. They are really making sure Rises does not have any chance at a game. At the least, Monster does find a top tier 1 tower.
Yeah, it's a nice tower to take, and they do have a forward ward to watch Arc when he's farming, so they can jump him a lot easier now when they do get a rotation out. They will find bot on Wildcard's end. That will give Arc a safe spot to farm anyway. Just hang bot. No problems there for the Terrorblade if need be. The one issue again for Arc, like, they are so tied into these cooldowns. Like, we're talking Exorcism, we're talking Chrono, and down the line we'll be talking about Cataclysm when it's up. Like, you have to play around these fairly long cooldown spells, whereas for Wildcard, they don't really have that outside of probably Metamorphosis, really, and even then you're not looking for Arc to rotate into these fights anyway. So you have a lot more uptime with just how aggressive a Visage can be, with how much you can commit out with Sammy and the kisses, although Sammy...
Speaking of, trying to go for a cookie back to the low ground, we'll make it out. No Walrus punch up yet for Pamplona, so can't really lock down the Snapfire at the moment. They'll know exactly where Alpha are hanging out in that dire jungle. Well, Wildcard even pressuring the bottom tier too. Like, the thing is, if you're going to hang out in the dire jungle, Sunlight doesn't have to leave the bot lane as the Visage.
Yeah, he can just camp there. And you know what, Mike? You talked about Maelstrom for farming here. Rises is going Midas.
I mean, he kind of has to.
Yeah, but then you also have a Midas on Soul. Right? Like, you really are going all in and just farming. Because at least with a Maelstrom, you can clear stacks a lot better. Or even something like a Mask of Madness. The Midas doesn't quite help you in farming these camps as much. The attack speed is nice, but clearing out big stacks, nah, you can't sustain true. Your output in Chrono, it pumps it up a little bit. But it does show that you will be reliant on the Exo and on at least the Sunstrike for quite some time here.
Yeah, I mean, it does just feel like it goes back. He has no farming pace for a Maelstrom, though. Like, it's... I feel kind of bad for Rises here. Like, he got outlaned by a Visage tree, and there's not much he could have done. Babbage is going to move in. Monster getting caught out. This is a big one. Again, Monster was a saving grace for Alpha. He was the one guy having a good lane, and he's just so easily taken out as Babbage will take it. Second in net worth is the Tiny now. And it's all they've got to do. Slow down the DP, go into the mid-tier 1 tower, Sunlight's rotated. At least this gives your Void a little bit of space to farm the bot lane. But once that tier 1 mid tower is gone, Wildcard, they just take over the map.
Yeah, it doesn't take too long for them to start getting that push in. I mean, you can just move in with Sunlight. Just the Familiars alone is going to give you a lot of output onto those objectives. You don't really need Arc to show up here. And Arc has all the space in the world. He's recovered quite nicely in the Terrorblade. Farm distribution's fairly even across all cores with the exception of Rises at the bottom. A lot more catching up for Faceless Void to do. He's got room now that Sunlight has left the lane. He does have a lot more to play with in that bot lane. But there is a ward watching him in the jungle anyway. So if Wildcard decided to make a play, they've got the room for it. And now they've got this blink up in Babidich. So they can look to play aggressive on Wildcard. Much easier to get that initiation they might be looking for. And for Alpha, it's still a farming game. At the least, Midas is up on Soul, rushing the Ags now. So you will have output, but it will take time. Patience is key here for Alpha.
They may not have much time though. Wildcard, they've smoked up. 4-man right into that Radiant jungle. Pamplona, at the very least, might just tank the gank here as Babidich. He's going to have his smoke broken. Does get the bounty, but Avalanche Toss is going to be out. Snowball, back the way of the neutral camp. Still running with the shards. Very nice block there from Pamplona. And you know what? He doesn't even go down.
Yeah, he forces out the Metamorphosis from Arc. So they don't have to worry about a clump up push on mid. Although Sunlight's doing that by himself anyway. Good damage coming out onto the tower.
Here we go. Chrono out. Ryze is going to try and get involved. Chaos Meteor with the Sunstrike. That's a lot of damage on Sunlight. Oh, even Babidich getting sharded in. Trapped up. Global Silence. Snowball in as well. This is the team fight Alpha needed. That's what they needed to do. In goes Monster for more now, wanting to take down Sammy. And it looks like they should have the Snapfire. Arc trying to fight back with his Metamorphosis, but he's dropping so low. He needs a Sunder. He'll get one on Monster, but the mech is up. Monster is fine. Arc will go down. Rises. Really enjoying himself in the mid lane. As Sammy trying to trade back. Gets a cookie. It may not be enough though. Time Walk is there. Rises. Still walking out of there just fine. It's Monster. Doing so much. Sunlight dies a second time in a row. And an immediate pulse out. Uh-oh. Well, hold on a minute, Rises. Hold on. Hold on a minute, Rises. I'm not sure about this one.
You know, you could have some network issues. It happens here in NA.
He could and he could not, John.
For Wildcard, though, they're having issues. They're having a lot of issues on Wildcard right now. I mean, the Chrono comes out. It would have been fine if you just lost Monster, but Babidich got stuck in the Chrono. He blinked into it. Like, he just made that snapshot blink right as Chrono was coming out, then canceled the movement before then.
Another.
Got punished.
Look at Rises. Flea. Sadly got bashed up mid TP, and he's gone. Another one.
All right. I guess the pace of the game isn't that slow for Alpha, finding those kills for themselves. Ags now just about almost 2 parts away. Full Midas up and running for Rises. His farm pace, it's recovering. He's tying in with Arc because of that death. And Wildcard have to watch themselves. They can't afford to get caught out. When it comes to the team fight, Alpha does have it. It's just on longer cooldowns. And because that fight dragged on for so long, Wildcard don't have an opportunity to play while they're down. Like, they're just respawning back in. They're going back to their lanes. They can't afford to make a smoke play out. Which means Alpha, they're going to be online to make that same move again sooner rather than later. And if they keep doing this, like, the Faceless Void is actually a menace. Like, sure, you know, with a Midas, it feels awkward, but as long as you get the Chrono down, as long as this Cataclysm comes out on Soul, I mean, you've got everything. You really don't have too much to worry about. You can control up Arc. Nothing will save them from the Chrono here. They just don't have saves. No Venge swap, no Oracle to prolong your life, nothing. It's such a great Void game for Rises once he hits that point where he's just unstoppable.
Here you go, Wildcard, 3-man smoke up into the Radiant jungle. They'll barely miss out on Rises for now. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Global Silence, though. Gonna buy time. Rises, he'll have Time Walk back up in a second. Sammy, now the one in danger. Can they find him? He'll use the pig stick. In comes Monster. Happy to fight, but Sunlight's gonna ward him off. They are fighting under vision of Wildcard right now, so it's not too safe. In goes Rises. That's a nice Chrono. Soul, he's got the Chaos Meteor, but it's not going to do so much damage this time around. In fact, now Rises. Oh, no, he's gone. They got too confident after that last team fight, I think. Monster still running. Avalanche on cooldown for another one. They won't try to dive the tier 2 tower. Babidich will back off. It was a nice attempt for the Chrono. I think the Chaos Meteor this time it was positioned in a way where it was a little bit more greedy, trying to connect on 2, and they just couldn't get anyone down.
The big thing is they didn't have Global Silence to stop the kisses from Sammy. They expended it much earlier in that fight. Sammy's outside Chrono. He got his space out, and he got the kisses with Overgrowth on top. Like, they had Overgrowth on Chrono. That's their only counterplay for that on the Faceless Void. And Flea was just in the right spot. So the Chrono catches out the cores, but the supports are the ones you want to watch out for in that Chrono. Like, at least take out either the Treant or the Snap. You can't allow both of them to play with that combination.
I bet it's trying to get into blink range to get somebody with this avalanche toss. Looks like Pamplona might be the victim here. They know he's in the tree line. Shards will be out. Babbage blinking in, but not finding the tusk yet, so Flea will have to do the job. Eventually, Snowball will be there. Delay this a little bit. Pamplona, she's still running, but the cookie's going to land. It took him a little bit longer than expected, but Sunlight will take the kill here. That's going to open up the bottom tier 2 tower now, and obviously with the Visage, it's not going to take the longest to take this one out.
Yeah, not going to take too long, and if we recall our esportsbet.io odds here, it should be favoring Wildcard, right? What's the factor we're
currently it is 3.06 to 1.35 the way of Wildcard. You got to give props to Alpha. Like, the odds are still close because Alpha did find great ways of fighting back in some earlier team fights.
Yeah,
But they certainly are still favoring Wildcard.
We almost died to the Sunstrike. Yeah, Wildcard. I mean, there was that back and forth. The mid fight for Alpha looked really good. Their combination went off well. The key thing is, if Wildcard don't get caught in that same order, if they're able to bait out Global Silence first, have that window for kisses, have that window for Overgrowth in Chrono, then you still have a lot of play there. It's not the easiest time to just have Rises hit in. And we still don't quite have the Ags on Soul. It will be up next. By the time that next Chrono is ready, you should have the Ags up and running on the Invoker. Much better teamfight presence then. And that's when we really need to see Alpha connect with these cooldowns. They've got to get the Chrono. They've got to get that Cataclysm. They've got to transition into a push and just shrink this map, because Arc, he's farming really good.
Well, there's the Axe up now. Completed with that final creep wave. Soul will have it out. Chrono is available right now, so, I mean, if you want to try and go for the Chrono Cataclysm, you can. Rises, he might want to just keep farming towards that Maelstrom. Almost has it anyway. Never hurts to have a bit of damage in that Chrono, apart from that Cataclysm. And Alpha certainly have hit a very nice timing now. This is their strong point, that's for sure. However, you know, if this next big smoke attempt fails, the surprise reveal of the Axe on the Invoker, that could be problematic. So it seems like Sammy has found Pamplona in the dire jungle. Pamplona try and fight back, but there really is no fighting. Babbage will take him out. Sammy with the voice lines already. Wildcard still perfectly fine.
Yeah, and Alpha at least bail out. You know, they don't have Rises getting caught out from that rotation. They've got the ward to spot it on the cliff. They've got their spells ready. They just need the opportunity to get that Cataclysm off with a Chrono and just play off the back of Exo onto an objective. On the side of Wildcard, they're not quite ready to show up with Arc. So their big hidden core isn't quite ready yet. They're going to have to play off just with Baptich and just with Sunlight. And they are really effective at this point, but once we see that build up into the BKBs coming out for Alpha, and then that's when the game gets kind of tough.
Monster. He's a big target. Baptich does jump in. Avalanche toss. Kisses are there. Monster will try to survive with the Siphons. He's actually not dropping. He's moving right in onto Sammy. So this gank attempt on Monster not going to pan out. I mean, he does have Hood of Defiance plus Nether Shawl plus Guardian Greaves. So magic damage not really doing enough. Meanwhile, Sunlight goes for a bit of a run. Rises did pick up a Haste Rune, but he's going to be okay. Wildcard, they find Babbage. Cookie away, but the Snowball will connect from Pamplona. Babbage, though, very, very tanky on the Tiny as well. Global Silence going to be forced out here to try and at least secure something. After Sammy they go. Overgrowth is out though. Flea landing on two of them. Sammy trying to turn back around, get some damage out before he is gone. But ultimately will die. It's Wildcard not willing to keep going for this fight. I think respecting the fact you are going to have to be up against that Chrono Cataclysm. And now Roshan is opened up for Alpha. They'll move in.
No Overgrowth threat here coming out from Flea. So the play for Wildcard to steal isn't quite there, and that's going to be a straightforward one for them to find. With Alacrity up on Rises, it doesn't take too long, along with the Exo. First Roshan goes their way, and they still have the Chrono combination. So things are looking pretty good for Alpha. They've still got a few reveals to show here.
We'll see if they can catch a nice chrono for Rises. Sunstrike, just to get a bit of a D-ward off on the high ground. Not gonna happen. Sammy will protect the Observer. Arc doing a fantastic job in terms of farm. Almost has the Skadi up now on the TB. Rises. We'll see Sammy. Chrono committed for this as well. Sammy, I mean, he is gonna die. You may not mind too much though, knowing that Chrono was committed for that.
Yeah, you'd be pretty happy. That takes away the threat of Chrono Cataclysm coming out. Wildcard can actually draw in Arc within 500 gold. Once the Skadi's up, your Terrorblade's really damn tanky. He's not just going to get bursted down. Would still probably want the Manta to ensure that Silence doesn't mess him up. But after that, you're pretty much set. So Wildcard, you don't mind that. If you do make a play in the next 2 minutes, you have a massive opening.
No, Babbitt just got a double damage rune now as well. It's like Sunlight's gonna find out Monster. Just being annoying here with the familiars. Top side, they want Tiger. They know Pamplona's around as well. Looks like Flea is trying to bait them in. Babbage will be there with the Avalanche. Overgrowth committed as well. They don't even need to pop the double damage rune. In fact, Snowball, gonna buy a bit of time. Babbage still on the chase. Blink up in a second, but there's the leech seed. That's not gonna allow the blink away. Pamplona still trying to juke out, but is gonna drop. They hold on to the double damage for another team fight.
Not the major kill they'd want, but you find something here on Wildcard's end. Just keep that Tusk suppressed. They are grouping up top. Arc can get a little bit of a shove in going. Again, with his full Skadi up, gonna feel a little bit safer. Manta next for some of that Dispel on hand. Just ensure he doesn't just get caught up with the silences coming through here. So your Terrorblade's still shaping up #1 in that word. Your farm distribution behind that, it looks a bit bad, but it's not the worst gap in the world. You're still kind of tied in with the other force here.
Babbage, that's a big target. They've got Monster. Again, he's a tanky boy, but not that tanky. Not against the double damage Tiny. Tiger's also gone. Pamplona trying to go in for the snowball save onto Monster. Will be punished for it as well. 3 down for Alpha. 30 seconds away from Chrono being up.
Oh,
and
boy.
Babbage is in. He's found the target they really wanted. That's the Aegis gone. Chrono's still a long way away, 20 seconds. Can Rises find a way out? They've got the stuns out from the Familiars. He's gonna time walk with the Skadi. It's too much slow and way too much damage.
And that's why that Chrono play onto Sammy, it costs you a lot. 2 minutes is a long time.
It is.
It's not a short cooldown on that Chrono. And you get punished for it. And now, Wildcard, they've only got 1 tier 2 tower to worry about. They've got control of the bot jungle with the outpost. They've got this ridiculous farm and Arc. He's about to have his full Manta up off the back of that fight. In fact, he has it. So he's got the Manta style. He can dispel off the silences. He doesn't care too much about the DP and your silencer, which is really your only sort of control outside of Snowball right now and Chrono. So you have a lot more play on Wildcard's end. And for Alpha, they had an opportunity. We haven't seen the combination with the Void. We haven't seen them tie in for a team fight with this Ags pickup, and it's got to happen. Like, that's where you're strongest. That's where you can really force the issue out. Catching Wildcard in a group, catching at least 2-3 heroes in the Chrono, and cleaning up from there, making sure you save your silence for that combination.
10 to 15 now, John. 6k advantage for Wildcard. Alpha completely grouped up as 4. Only guy missing right now is Soul at the top lane, but he can always kind of have that global impact anyway. He doesn't need to be there. Problem is Alpha, while they have the Chrono, they don't have the Aegis anymore. Not going to be feeling so safe to take a fight right now against Wildcard. To be fair though, BKB is now up on Rises, so he might want to try and force a fight with the BKB up. See what happens is Wildcard for now. They'll hang out at the top side of the map. I say that, but they are going to cut through mid. They'll see Monster. Again, not the easiest target to jump. They'll leave him be. But lines have been drawn out, so Wildcard, it seems like they want to maybe pressure this mid tier 2 tower. And Sunlight will get started.
Man, It's a good amount of damage.
It is really a good amount of damage.
Imagine if you had a Marcy or a Luna. Luna support with Visage.
That'd be fun. That's your tier 2 gone.
Jeez, that's their... They don't even bother trying to hold that outer tower. Like, that's their last outer tower here on Alpha. They do have good high ground. Forcing high ground up against Chrono and Cataclysm is a tall order. So Wildcard might take it easy from here, you know, go cruising, shove out the lanes, keep this farm game going, wait for next Roshan, and then you have your safety net. We'll see. That gives Alpha an opportunity. They will go for the smoke.
Let's see how this pans out. They're going to run into Sunlight first. They'd love a Visage for their trouble. Babbage is around the corner. Sunlight shying on the mid creep way. They are wrapping around the long way. They'll see Flea in the backside. They'll get some wards down for now. Ark's the main target if you can catch him. Rises.
Oh,
That's a great
whoa,
chrono.
whoa, whoa.
Oh, he misses out on Babbage, but he's still got the Terror Blade. Can they burst him down? Not quite. The mechanism was there. The Guardian Grief's out from the Visage, saving his life. They found Flea, but that's all they've gotten now is Monster being chased down. Sunder out on Rises. And Monster's trapped up. Babbage will take care of it. He's trying to heal through it. It's not going to be enough. Tiger being slowed up with those kisses. On the chase is Ark and Babbage. Scotty. Well, Tiger trying to run. Ark being slowed up by the Arcane Curse. May not make it, but Babbage, he should. Avalanche will connect. It was a really nice chrono. Problem is, like, the Guardian Greaves from Sunlight just made it so you couldn't kill him.
And it didn't feel like the Cataclysm did much at all coming out from Soul. Like, the damage didn't really connect onto Arc in a big way. And now just these towers melt. You've got Visage TB with Metamorphosis. It doesn't take too long. At least they have the Fortify to stall out, but without Chrono, I don't see any big teamfight play you can make here.
And the thing is as well, like, going back to that chrono, Arc has 3k HP, so it's probably... You're just past the point where you can actually just burst him down instantly.
Yeah, their window was that Aegis timing.
Yeah.
When they had that Ags up initially on Soul. And now, I mean, you can still beat down in the Terrorblade with his Face's Void, but it takes a lot more farm. It takes a lot more stall. You have to play with that Chrono threat really well. And with Wildcard 8k up, with all the pressure they have on the map, with at least one melee racks taken mid, this game is just so much harder for Alpha. They don't have outer tower hold. Their map space limited.
Look at Sunlight. Look at him. He's so confident. Familiar stun him up. Babbage is there with the backup. Greaves will save. Snowball will be there. Rise is forced to BKB. Sunlight barely taking any damage. Now the shards to block him in. They finally got it. It took 5 heroes to kill off this Visage, but they'll get the job done.
Yeah, it takes quite a fair bit. It takes a BKB charge from Rises, but you know what? That's a core kill. You're more than happy with that. It helps you kind of regain just a little bit of that momentum back. It's a good amount of gold flying your way. So you're pretty glad. The Obs War just getting its value back there. And you're just stalling out on Sunlight. Still, your concern is you're not keeping up with Arc. And Roshan is up. And Chrono is up for a counterfight. Cataclysm should be at the ready as well. So they can contest. But if they give out that rush, it's not going to take too long for it to fall. Arc has Metamorphosis ready. He's going for the Butterfly next. He's got his BKB with a Manta. He's very well protected on this Terrorblade.
And he is. They're still picking out the bottom the Radiant jungle, but knowing that they're there, the Sunstrike will get committed to try and skate out the Roshan pit. They'll see nobody in the pit for now.
Coin for me.
Wildcard not getting started quite yet. Of course, you are still against the threat of Chrono and Cataclysm, so you don't want to risk it in the pit, but it seems like they will now. Just making sure no one's around, get some wards around that Radiant Triangle, and kind of just see them coming. This will be the Aegis and Shards to go their way, as another Sunstrike this time will scout them out, but it's way too late. Wildcard, they won't even flinch. Aegis out on Arc. Shards. Don't even know who it's taken by.
It's on Flea.
On Flea.
So he's got the root out with Nature's Guys. And they've got control. No outer towers left. High ground sieges straightforward. Again, it's all down to this Chrono from Rises. If he gets them in the choke spot on the high ground, that's where the game can turn for Alpha, but they've got to be precise with this.
Flea's in the tree line already, annoying the crap out of Tiger. Kane Curse is there. They know Flea's in the trees. Pamplona's going to make the jump in. Maybe they can get this tree in, or maybe not. He's a bit too tanky right now. Snowball to come in. Lotus Orb going to send him right back the other way in that snowball. In the meantime, Pamplona's dying to Arc. He's just gone. This Arc TB, it just hits way too hard. Buyback is there from Pamplona. I mean, you've got the Chrono up. The only problem is Arc's the only one on the front line. And you can't really afford to only catch him at the moment. He's got a secondary life anyway. Here we go. Rice. Smoke broken. He can't sneak up behind them. Now 2 racks is down. Arc will just keep going. Onto Tiger. Meanwhile, Babbage fighting Pamplona. That'll be a dieback on the Tusk. Rises.
Oh,
he
no.
only got 1 onto Babbage. And Babbage is not even going to die. The Guardian Greaves again coming in clutch from our Visage. Is he is surrounded. It might just be time to call it. There's no buybacks left.
It's a toughie. They needed all of that to connect, and it just doesn't in the most devastating way possible. Mega Creeps are just going to come out. There's no threat, no Chrono, no Kata. Exorcisms there doesn't feel like enough. There's no one to hold them down. And it's just going to melt.
Babbage, very, very strong on this Tiny. Another toss back. 4-star forward.
Oh.
Ogre Sill Totem. Tiger, where you going? He'll just go right into their hands. It's just like, screw it, I know I'm dead. And that's it. GG was called. It'll be game 1 to go the way of Wildcard, which is, I suppose, as kind of expected. They were the favorites. A pretty rough lane for Rises. I mean, off lane went well for your DP. The Invoker farmed very well. Rises, he was against the tree and Visage. Like, it's pretty tough.
Yeah, they didn't manage to cut the tree line. A lot of presence coming out there. And it's just that matchup. You know, Faces Void, Time Walk, level 1, level 2 are atrocious in trading with a hero like Visage with a 4-second cooldown spell.
Yeah.
Just really easy to run down.
With that, we're going to go back to our panel. Let's see what the panelists have to say about this game 1.
Game number 1 yet again finds Alpha on the back foot. 0-1 down up against Wildcard Gaming. And Wildcard, pretty nice standard performance coming in from them. Some decent lanes, especially the mid and the lane on the other side of the map into the Faceless Void. And gentlemen, you know, let's talk about positives first, right? Alpha, they had a very good lane for Monster. That's probably Monster's best performance that we've seen in the DPC thus far. The inclusion of Pamplona did make a difference. There definitely was more synergy between himself than with Wiz and Monster. But regrettably, it's just not enough. They just ran out of damage at some point. Like, after you come out of these lanes, Sunlight just had too good of a game, and they weren't able to stop him. And then these Greaves, this Pipe, all the damage options are just taken away from them.
Yeah, pretty much the issue. Alpha, they found themselves a successful teamfight entry in the mid lane, as they have in multiple games before. They come out strong from the laning stage into a perfect teamfight, which they win. And I was like, what the hell is going on here? Wildcard was in shambles. They gave like 6 kills for Alpha. Then they take another fight after, which is exactly one that happened there in the Dire jungle, the Radiant side jungle. And it just feels like, one, they're fighting a bit too early again, because they're fully stacked up. They're actually ready for this fight. It's not like a pick-off into pick-off into pick-off. They just don't have the damage. This is a bit of a drafting fault. Like I said in the draft, this is a very good TB game. It ended up being as such. It just feels like this when you get second pick and you have TB into Invoker and you see anything come out, Drow Band, you're good to go.
I mean, one of the things we also saw here, not just the itemization from the DP, who went Pipe Greaves, didn't buy the earlier enough BKB, so she was always in danger. But Fear, Faceless Void as a carry. We do not see this hero all that often. We've only seen it once in the NA region. All across DPC regions, this is only the 28th Faceless Void. Firstly, why don't we see this hero all that often? And is this a typical game that we can expect if the hero does get picked up?
Well, hopefully not a typical game if it gets picked up, because that wasn't so hot for him. But the main reason why this hero isn't picked up, it's the lane matchups aren't very great for it. Like, it's very hard to get out of the laning stage without getting clapped really hard like he did in this game. Yep. But if you do want to make this hero work, you need a lot of damage for the Chrono, not just in the ultra late game. You need it in the mid early games as well. And I think I'm also going to point out how, this Tusk, not the best when you're playing with a hero like Faceless Void, because normally we see like the Snapfire, the Skywrath, Rubik with good spell steals, doing a lot of damage in these Chronos, because Pos 4 can pump out a lot of damage. And this game, they just didn't have the damage for the Chronos. There's maybe one good fight we talked about in the mid lane where they wiped him with a really good Chronosphere, but after that, we saw Chrono after Chrono without kills happening, and that's a lot because it is a mech, and it is a Greaves, it is a Pipe meta right now, where getting kills and bursting through this Chrono is very difficult, and Faceless Void is a hero right now, just low damage. It doesn't do much damage in the early game, and that's probably why we don't see it too often.
And that's a drafting fault if you have no synergy with your cores.
Yeah, I mean, they had this Invoker. They are trying to angle towards the Aghanim Scepter. They got it at a pretty decent time, but even the first few Cataclysms that we saw, meh, somewhat mediocre
That
damage.
was the only damage,
No?
right? Like
Yeah.
the Void tickled. There was a Cataclysm, it did good damage, but there was nothing else after that.
And unfortunately, when you don't have that follow-up, Faceless Void himself can't necessarily carry the victory unless you get to the ultra-late portions of the game. So unfortunately, they end up tanking an L there. But Babatic, Panda, this boy's been stepping up. When it started, he was not looking hot at the beginning. We don't like the... You were reading to us some of the stats, right? Especially his 10-minute mark loss hits were really, really bad. Subpar at the very bottom of the pile, not just in our region, but all across the world. But game after game, even if his numbers statistically when it comes to his GPM aren't necessarily increasing, his impact on the game is certainly being felt a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, they're still winning games in the end. Like, I'm still not fully convinced about Babatic. I'm standing between two guys who are like, hey, you should pay attention to this guy. But I feel like I'm still taking a pretty calm approach to it. There's still definitely some things that he could do better, especially in the farming department. But you don't really have to do that if you have a guy like Arc in your team. Like, it's just the Arc show in the end. He did have some good impact, yes, that's for sure. And I hope he keeps up with that results because, you know, maybe if he still sticks with the team after into the next tour and the tour after, this could be a great learning curve for him.
Before we go into the second game here, Fia, another person who has stepped up quite a lot is Sunlight in the off lane here for Wildcard Gaming.
Yep.
And the more he's been stepping up, the more he's been putting pressure on the lanes that he is finding himself involved in. So do Alphas have to now start paying special attention to ensuring that he doesn't have a runaway game in the same fashion that he had here in game one?
I mean, if they can, that would be great. Yeah, because like they have a lot of fires to put out here as a team that has not won a match in a very, very long time. But yeah, I mean, any advice I give any team that's like really struggling and not doing well, start with your early game and then build from there. And like, hopefully, once you have a very strong foundation in your laning stage, and then you go into the mid game, into like how you take these late game team fight / map positionings, then you'll be a good team. So, but unfortunately for Alpha, they really just got to focus at that laning stage right now.
The laning phase is the most important phase of the game for a team like Alpha. Start with the fundamentals, build from a strong foundation, and from there you can find further success. Let us hope they've taken a hold of this information. We saw a good lane from them once against the side of Rebellion, and we're hoping for a replication of that performance. We'll find out if they can manage to do so in game number 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that game in just a moment. Welcome back, one and all, here to the North American DPC. Div 1 action continues here. We're in the second half of this third week of action, going towards the end of tour number 1. And we're already getting into the draft for game number 2 between Wildcard Gaming and the side of Alpha. Alpha have their backs against the wall. They took another loss in the situation. We need to see something different. We need to see some adaptations. T-Panda, what's the number one thing you think they would have been able to adjust in the short break that we've just had?
Ban TB second phase. I think that's one of the obvious things. Like Ark's TB has been really good. No, I mean I guess they're still trying stuff out for their offlane. Like with Monster already having a great game, do they go for the repeat draft what they just had? Do they want to go for the same? Are we seeing a different carry hero? Most likely. Like with this Faceless Void, he's going to need a bit more backup than just the Invoker to get his game rolling. And playing against the Visage lane, like I know from personal experience that those Visages are nasty against very low HP heroes, and agi heroes most of the time are those that just don't have HP to fight against it, despite you having the capability of jumping around. So let's see what they do.
All right, let's see what we do here. One thing we saw in the last game here that we don't always see in these games is Flea playing the Treant Protector. Wildcard Gaming have flexed this hero between himself and Samson. What do you make of the 4 position? Well, before you talk about Monster on the Mars, let's talk about the 4 position tree. Do you like it?
Sorry. What was the question?
Fear has PTSD, sorry, y'all.
4 position tree. Yeah. I mean, I was talking about before in the green room. It seems like this is Flea's pub stomping hero. You know, you don't see him bust it out too much. He busted out against Dieth. If he really wants to win lanes, or he feels like he can punish a weak laning team, he'll bring this out. And it's tree pos 4. This hero is extremely strong in the lane.
Yeah. Very strong in the laning phase. This is actually the first hoodwink that we've seen today. It feels like it's been completely ignored for most of our games. Alpha, regrettably though, we are back to what we've seen before from them. This is probably going to be their lane duo.
Different player though.
Different player. So we're hoping that there's a little bit better synergy between the two here. But the Monster Mars has not been that successful. And Wildcard, hey, they get my favorite duo, the DP and the Treant Protector. That feels already really strong.
Why is it your favorite?
Because it just feels like whenever you have this Death Prophet hero, right, just keeping her alive. She's one of these heroes that does damage by staying alive, sort of similar to Leshrac. And Treant Protector just ensures that you either A, never die, or B, locks down other people around you so that you stay in range of the Spirit Siphon and stay in range of Ghost. And she's just like, yay, fun times.
Love it.
Well, I don't even need to be on the panel
Exactly.
anymore. You want my job?
Can I double the salary?
Yeah, why not? Now, to answer your question about like why I really dislike what Alpha's doing here is the Mars just has not been working out at all. Synergy has been a problem. I can't think of a combo that is harder to pull off than Hoodwink Mars, because if you ever lead with the Bushwhack, God's Rebuke can remove that instantly on accident. If you ever lead with a Bushwhack yet again, Arena breaks all trees. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with this combination here, which means both players really have to be on point, but mainly just the Mars. It has not been working out. They could have taken the DP again. It looked good. They went back for something that hasn't looked good even once.
Yeah.
I don't like to see that.
So basically you have to go like Bushwhack first, into Spear, and then you wait, and then you Rebuke, because he's repositioned to push them away and get the slow, and then you Arena, and you don't have Spear, but at least you hold him in. But, you know, just throwing out ideas.
Nice and easy, you know? Not difficult to pull off whatsoever. And, you know, Alpha, that's been our primary complaint, right? Execution. They've had a very difficult time actually making use of all their spells in tandem with one another. Would have liked to see a bit more synergy, but that could still come from the rest of the draft. You know, the one thing that they do have is in the event they get a carry, not necessarily Faceless Void, but a lockdown style of carry, now they have sharpshooter damage. It's not like in the previous game where it was like Tusk Silencer, these heroes can't contribute as much. You can at least have some guaranteed form of minute burst. It's not going to always kill heroes, but it will bring them closer to the precipice.
I think they could steal the Terrorblade as well. Like, doesn't need to be lockdown. They can do that from the mid lane, right? Which is kind of like weird because I don't particularly like it when you have like a Mars off lane with like a tiny mid. Feels like you really run into damage problems. So that's where Alpha really struggles with this lineup, because Monster, compared to the mids who do this role, he usually loses his lane, right?
Yeah.
The dagger comes really slow. You're waiting for that initiation. It's just not there because, you know, he's having a rough start. And then sure, you got like a carry in the mid, you got a carry in the safe lane, but you're too slow on the map, and now you're getting ran over while Monster's in recovery mode.
They just banned the Drow.
Also,
Alpha, you got to ban TB if you know. Okay.
Take it.
Do they take it?
Just take it, yes.
Just take it.
Let's
Take
go.
it.
Take TB.
There's
It's
no
really
direct
good.
instant can. Oh.
I mean, that's good for TB, I guess.
It is, in a way.
And it is very good with the Mars. I don't think you need TB if you're wild card, so Alpha could pick it later on. It's a very Death Prophet specific kind of like counter. You get the Scotty, you have overwhelming damage. Whereas, you know, TB for wild card, they would just pick it here to make sure Alpha doesn't get it, which would be an advantage for Alpha in theory, because like it's not the best TV game of all time. You're playing versus Phoenix against the Mars, can be a little bit annoying as well because you are a ranged hero.
But it does get a bit easier. You got the Snapfire at least, so you have a natural Phoenix egg counter at least.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
And you also have the cookie stun to prevent the Icarus dive from going fully through if you're good at calculations, which I'm pretty sure Wildcard are good at. So they could still go for it.
On the bright
more
side,
execution too, right? Sorry, like the Mars arena has to be on point for the egg as well. Like I feel like Monster, he has a lot of variables here, and he's got to play really well to make this work.
I mean, I was going to say on the bright side that they at least have two things that are in their favor, right? You have some attack speeds low in the event that they do go for this TV. So pre-BKB, pre-Dispel, there's something. And this is an age-old combo. Mars, Phoenix, for a long time, especially in the Chinese region, people would just first do this pretty much every single game. So
here.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
That's the one. That's the one. I was thinking about the Naga there because now you also have another way to approach the Phoenix deck as well. You have the Song Council, and you can hit the egg, right? During Song.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, so you can basically just counteract the Phoenix completely with that. And the lane gets better. Like, TB isn't exactly great against the Mars in a way. Like, I feel like Mars still deals a lot of damage versus the Terrorblade, the Spears, still magical damage, and you don't have a big HP pool. Then you put the Bushwhack on top. That also hurts a lot. They don't care about the armor that TB has. So when you go for Naga instead, who's a bit better on the stats side and has almost the same amount of armor, and then you have some counters against some of the heroes that they have, it just it destroys your initiation, basically. I was thinking about the Naga there for a second, and it's actually, solid picks for Arc.
Yeah, Arc has played this Naga once before so far in the region, won that game in pretty convincing fashion. So looking forward to seeing him emerge with this again. And it's like they have a lot of team fight. That's the one thing that we saw in Alpha in the previous game. They just sort of said, well, let's overwhelm them with team fight. And Wildcard, this game, they're like, right, we'll respond in kind. We have a ton of spells that we can utilize ourselves. So it's going to be very intriguing to see what that's going to look like.
Question.
So
Samson played the 5 Naga, right?
He has played
He
it,
has,
yes.
and they did not win with it.
Yeah.
And he hasn't used it since. But is it time to bring
Is it
out
time to bring
again?
it back?
I mean, if you look at other regions, one other player I can think of is GH. He's like,
Yeah.
I've seen him play 3 games, and he's won every single one. So, like, it's possible. It's possible to play support Naga. But
Just means snap.
is
and
it
TP
good
cores
this
then.
game? I feel like the carry Naga is fine. Your only, like, issue you have this game might be the Phoenix in a lot of ways, but as you mentioned, you can sleep and kill the egg. That is a possibility, but you know the AoE damage Phoenix does offer is generally good versus illusion-based heroes. So I think it's a good enough game to play the Naga as a core. I would like to see him do that. Put the DP in the offlane with the tree, the flea tree again. That seemed to be very strong. They did pick the Bloodseeker hero that is generally quite good versus Death Prophet, but I'm afraid that the tree might just offset that quite a bit, because like normally you're getting harassed a little bit and getting poked by this DP in the lane, and you heal it back up. But when you're against a tree, you might just take too much damage to heal up and just die.
Since Wildcard is playing against Alpha and they're probably feeling themselves after game 1, I want to see Sunlight Tree. The stuff that I saw in Division 2 last
Sunlight
year.
Tree, okay,
he played offlane Treant Protector. He played 3 Treant last year.
Where's DP going there?
But they can that DP. You can put that into mid. You can put Snapfire as a support. They go for Storm. Okay, so it's gonna be a Naga carry after all.
Yeah.
All right. How do we feel about the Storm Spirit here in this particular position, and what do Alpha respond with in kind? Because it does feel like Soul is the only person they haven't been able to pick for yet.
Versus Storm Spirit mid lane, what are some things they could do that's good to this game? I mean, he played the Invoker last game, which a lot of people... Is it banned? Is it banned?
No, it's not.
It's not banned. It's pretty decent versus the Storm. You could go that route. You can burn his mana. If you are feeling really like frisky, you can go for an Orchid on it and try and shut him down completely.
Kunkka?
Kunkka versus Storm.
I still feel like Kunkka could live throughout it as well, plus have a bit of extra kill potential early 6.
Maybe, but I think Storm does well in the lane versus that. Depends on what you want to go. Like, they would be picking a lot of like team fight, but they don't have that concrete catch. Yes, you can go Orchid, I suppose. That could work. Oh, it's Tiny in the pool. Tiny. No, it's not. All right, so Sand King mid.
Okay.
We're having some fun today out here, boys.
Alrighty, Sand King. Is this the first Sand King? I believe so, right? It should be. Yeah, first Sand King of the NA DPC.
No, I
hasn't
don't-
emerged just yet.
I wanted mid Skyrath. That's what I wanted.
You wanted mid
I
Skyrath?
needed some more time
Well,
to get that.
you're not actually getting
mid-Mars.
mid Sand King either. You're getting mid Mars and a safe lane
Even worse.
Bloodseeker. All right, Steen of Dota. Great this draft for us on the side of Alpha. Give us some copium. You're back on copium duty. How did they make this draft work for themselves?
I mean, you told me to grade it. I can't give a falsified report here. This one gets a D.
A D, all right. Drip Panda, what you got from you? Looking at the draft on the other side for Wildcard Gaming, it does seem a bit more cohesive. Storm Spirit, though, has been a very let us say, variable hero in terms of his performances, right? Very high variance. What do you make of it here in this draft? Do you think it's going to end up working out?
Yes.
Oh, some succinct analysis coming in from my panel over here for game number 2. Doesn't seem like they have much faith that Alpha will be able to swim their way out of the quagmire they currently find themselves in. They are deep in the waters of trouble, but we're going to find out if they can somehow find a way to come up, breathe some air, and take us to a deciding game 3. To find out, we're going to throw it over to our wonderful casters. We have John the Jellyfish and Mike the Manatee. Take it away, boys.
Well, what are these words now? John the Jellyfish and Mike the Manatee. That Manatee doesn't sound like a compliment, John. It doesn't sound like a compliment.
Machiavellian isn't a compliment either, Mike, but he threw that out there a while ago.
Right, okay.
And what's not a compliment was their words for Alpha. In the draft, I'll be honest, I'm not feeling it as well. It's all in on team fight, right? Like you've got Egg Arena, you've got Burrow Strike, Egg. These combinations are there, but we saw them rely on that team fight last time. It didn't really work out.
No, it certainly didn't. We'll see what Alpha can do. I mean, maybe they can pull off this game 2 victory, John. They're bringing us a different draft, have a bit of fun here. I mean, you know, the tour's coming to an end. It's not like they have any chance at the major anymore. You may as well try. Just have a bit of fun.
Yeah, but, you know, ideally you'd want to keep your slot in Div 1, right?
Right.
You'd want to win a series.
That sounds important.
It sounds fairly important here for Alpha. We'll see. I mean, if they pull out these team fights non-stop, I mean, they can get it going, right? Like, it's just non-stop team fights. Your only counterplay is Song from Arc, which is, to be honest, it's a really good counter to everything. But early smoke out, Alpha running down.
Oh, that static remnant just being left there, just in case a monster runs right into it. Well, there goes your smoke. Unlucky. I mean, props to Babbage for actually placing that static remnant there. You know, just in case they were running at him. And it seemed like Wildcard had a very good idea that Alpha were probably running at them through the bot lane anyway. So there you go. 5-man smoke, not going to really work out. I suppose it's all going back to just trying to secure some bounty runes, though Wildcard, it seems like they are going to head back down bot. Burrow Strike is there. Flea, not going to be able to avoid the Blood Right. And eventually with the Spear, they are going to secure First Blood. I'm not sure why they ran back up that high ground, but maybe they were trying to set up for another team fight against Alpha, not realizing they were that close by.
Yeah, I don't think they expected everyone to be there from Alpha. So some good punishment. First Blood going the way of Soul as well. Gonna feel good on that mid-Mars. Keen to see how much he can get in that matchup up against Storm. We've seen this matchup a long time ago, and Storm's level 3 timing just feels so big. Just double overload throw out. Melee hero, I mean, Soul can go for some cheeky plays. He can line up for some spears. He can connect with his supports. There are some good ways of playing around here for Pamplona onto Soul. They've got some good combinations on hand, but I don't see Bapitic being bullied out of this lane at all. Should still be able to dance around and just control CS, get the runes when they come up, and as long as the runes flow here for Bapitic, he's fine.
Yeah. What about the side lanes? I mean, top lane, you've got the Naga Siren being played by Arc. We've seen this one before from the man. Of course, Sammy back on the Snapfire, seems to love this hero in the Pos 5 role. Pamplona's going to be there to try and help out on the Hoodwink with Monster on the Sanking. And, well, last game around, Monster had a very, very good laning stage. It's top of the net worth for quite a while in that game 1. So it didn't pan out to a win, but we'll see if he can have a bit of a repeat performance here against Arc's Naga, though that's a lot of damage being taken. I suppose the Sand King, generally one of the heroes that is kind of better against the Naga, because you do have that Caustic Finale, you have Sandstorm, you have Burrow. It's kind of nice ways of bursting through these mirror images being brought out by Arc. At least for now, though, Arc doesn't seem too worried by it. And, well, there goes a courier from Monster.
Yeah, at the least it already dropped off its items. So you're not missing out on too much here for Monster. Already got his regen out. And for Arc, I mean, he's farming pretty well. You don't really mind this. As long as Monster can't connect with Pamplona when they hit level 2, level 3, you should be set to farm well. Sammy has to just keep putting his body forward. If they will go for a bushwhack play into Burrow Strike, it's better him dead than Arc dead. So that's all you really want here.
What about the bottom lane, Jonathan? Sunlight and Flea against Rises and Tiger. Of course, Rises had a horrific bottom lane last game around. Tiger's on the Phoenix this time around. I don't really know if that does too much in the way of protecting Rises, but we'll wait and see. His top lane now, Monster in trouble already. They do have the Acorn Shot to slow them down. Bushwhack only landing on Sammy. It seems like Arc's not going to be able to keep up with the Sand King anyway. But you've got to be happy with the way this top lane's gone. Like, Ark, he just seems so comfortable.
Yeah, he's just farming up well. Sammy's doing a great job of just cutting him off here on Alpha side. They're already cutting the tree line as well, making it tougher to look for those bushwhack plays for Pamplona. And he's having to ferry out more mana regen. Just doesn't have enough to sustain the spam that Sammy's been doing. Sammy's just ready with 3 more mangoes left in the pool. And as you were mentioning on the bot lane, this lane isn't any easier for Ryze's either. It's a DP. She doesn't care too much for the Bloodseeker matchup. And Flea's just on the same tree. Tree line's not cut up. He can just keep weaving in and out, being annoying. Even if you land a Fire Spirit onto Sunlight, he doesn't care. As long as he has Spirit Siphon ready to go, he's going to be able to regen right through. And as soon as he has level 2 Spirit Siphon, they could look to get really aggressive on Wildcard if they find an angle.
Oh, they certainly could. At least for now, Ryze is having a decent old time, 17 and 8, which I believe is a lot, basically over double the CS he had around this time last game. So definitely a better game so far in the Bloodseeker, and it is one of those position ones that can sustain itself very easily with the Thirst. So he should remain just fine. Going back to the mid lane for a moment here, Babbage top of the CS board right now on the Storm, though mind you, Soul only 1 CS behind in the Mars, so they are trading very, very evenly in terms of CS at the moment. Though again, it kind of goes back to your point, like those level 6 timings with the power runes is going to be the main concern here as bottom lane, Tiger, forced to Icarus dive out, does salve up himself, Flea's still in the chase, does get the grasp off to cancel off the salve, so will continue the chase up, has lead seed back up and available, pops out as well, and this might be another kill to go their way, though Tiger just going to be forced to TP back towards the fountain. The least he does survive. Negative aspect is Ryze is going to be left down at the bot lane on his own.
Yeah, you don't get to even go for a TP play, bottle refill on mid. So it's going to be a bit of a long slog back for Tiger walking into the lane. And that's a lot of room for Sunlight to just get his own CS up. Ryze's is pretty much uncontested though. Free farm so far on the Bloodseeker. Managing to trade well enough as long as he does get some of that thirst off from the CS. And for the most part, Flea hasn't been focused on chasing, although they will now.
Yeah, they will. Rises. Okay to survive, because Fleet doesn't want to dive without a creep wave. So again, the Thirst going to allow him to sustain in this bottom lane, but as the levels do go up, things are looking a little bit scarier here for the Bloodseeker, and definitely needs Tiger to be around to try to force them off. Meanwhile, top lane, Monster, oh, he tries to Burrow Strike away. Sammy's got the damage output. That'll be the first death here for the Sand King. Pamplona, I believe he may have been trying to stack in the triangle. Doesn't even get away with that. And so not able to stick around and help his Sand King. And again, Wildcard really having a fantastic time in this top lane. Really no struggle here for Ark whatsoever.
Yeah, you expect a little bit more coming out with the Hoodwink combination. You know, just play aggressive, play with that bushwhack. Not really getting the angle to do so. At the least here for Alpha, they spot that rotation out from Flea with the Observer Ward. So Flea's not going to get any freebies for the opportunity on mid. And is more than likely just looking for that secure on the rune. Does spot out Pamplona. Again, these power runes very important for the Storm and for the Morris to make some plays.
Well, Alpha's going to try and make sure they deny those away from the Storm. Fleet. Oh, they get lucky.
Oof.
It's topside as well. Babbage, he has the zip if he wants to move in for it. Looks like for now he's going to try and deal with this Phoenix, but Flea will just remain and protect it. Very unlucky for Alpha. You know, you could have kind of hoped that it was on the bottom side, but it was not. And of all runes to give away, you give a regen rune, so Babbage now very effectively just going to be able to farm his own jungle. Can just do so for the next 30 seconds, just knowing he's going to have infinite mana.
Yeah, no worries in the world. Get some free farm going for himself. And a little bit of room for Fleet to soak on mid. Pretty underleveled on that Treant. Has been just focused on giving a lot of solo EXP out to Sunlight. So would want some more up to get some of that survivability, some of that chase going here for Wildcard's end. And Babbage just as efficient as you said. Just farming up, no problems. Working onto the Kaya now. Very calm early game here, not really looking for the aggression just yet. But you are at the point where Ark is just taking over that jungle once more. And he's able to farm, and we saw what he did with his Terrorblade once he managed to get that space in the jungle.
Bottom lane. Soul has rotated, has the arena up, gonna pop it straight away with the speed of land, so Sunlight. Surely no way to survive, though he gets 1-2 siphons off, but they have the damage. In the meantime, Pamplona drops at the top lane. Or rather the mid lane, I should say. Flea was hanging around there. So they will lose the Hoodwink, but it's still a fantastic pick off here for Alpha.
Yeah, they need that. Relieve that pressure on Rises. Allow your Bloodseeker to keep farming. they slowed down just a little bit on the DP. I mean, slowing down Sunlight's big. He's bottom network core. So his timings are just kind of thrown off. His Exo's gonna be up in a bit. Arc?
Monster? Top side. Did pump fake the epicenter for a moment. We'll leave him be. A lot of heroes hanging around bot, but again, nothing going to come out of that either. And Soul, he does get the illusion rune this time around at the very least in the Mars. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, immediate smoke up as well. Arena's still down for a bit longer, but if they just connect the spear and the silences together, they have more than enough to melt Sunlight, but they're dragging a lot of heroes to get this happening.
And they got scanned. So the smoke is pretty obvious now from Wildcard as they do start voice lining them. Sammy is sticking around here to kind of just tank the gank. Cookie away, very preemptive, knowing it was coming. That'll be the smoke kind of failing for Alpha as they just got to go back to the mid lane now. Because that is being forced in by Babbage. Half the HP pool, that tier 1 tower is just gone. Babbage immediately TPing down bot, knowing Soul is coming to try and defend that mid tier 1 tower. They might just try onto Rises now on this Bloodseeker. Pamplona going to be around to help out. There's your jump in. They do rupture up Sammy. Exorcism popped as well. Sunlight trying to get to the Bloodseeker, but Soul, he does TP back into that tier 1. He is around to help, but can't really deal with the Death Prophet. Still, they do make sure the Bloodseeker does remain alive, and Sammy Boy does still drop.
I think if you're Wildcard, you're just happy all the action's happening bot. And this is just room for Arc up top. No one's contesting him. Monster does have a free lane, but you're trading all of that in for Arc to free farm. And yeah, the Naga Siren's not #1 at the moment, but it doesn't take too long in that jungle for the Naga to really build up that lead.
Epicenter, Flea, sticking around to defend the top tier 1, not going to get away with it. At least a nice little pick up there for Monster now in the Sand King, and well, they can apply a little bit of pressure onto that tier 1 top if they wish, but it does seem like Arc's going to be there to defend.
Yeah, just toss the illusions out. Again, it's much better for the rest of your team to cop these spells. You're only losing supports and pretty much supports in Sunlight. So your Storm's still farming, Arc's still farming. This lineup for Wildcard does take more time to come online. It's Alpha that needs to keep this pressure up, and they've been doing a good job of it. Every time Soul has Arena, he shows up, he commits, they play off the back of it well. They're working towards a really good blink timing here for Monster. And once that ties in, you've got the aggression you need. You just support levels necessary next. Tiger needs a 6. Once you have that, your combination's online.
Getting pretty quiet across the map. 4-2. Slight net worth lead going both ways at the moment. Just kind of going back and forth. Please still around the top side of the map, making sure the tier 1's not going to go down that easily. In a very deep ward place there by that Radiant tier 1 tower. Just to make sure they can scout out any TPs incoming to help out Monster and Pamplona. The push is a very slow process with the Sand King. Bit of a chase here onto Tiger, but amounts to nothing. I suppose Monster could just keep skipping creep waves here, try to keep working on towards those Guardian Greaves to be up. But against the Treant Protector, you're just never going to find the tier 1 without some help.
No, it's going to take a lot more commitment coming out. Again, Monster does have that blink up, so they could just play around. Look for the initiation, wait for that epicenter to be up and running, get the jump in. And Bapatic is roaming around with a Invis rune now.
That he is. Runs right into Monster. Burrow Strike is there. He can't see the Storm at the moment. Mortimer's Kiss is out. Sentry Ward plays. Monster gets deleted. Overgrowth out as well. They found Pamplona. A double kill for Babbage. He'll be very happy with that. Basically gets him enough gold for the full Kaya up. And again, the tier 1 top tower, it's going nowhere. Flea's just going to keep healing it up slowly but surely. And the thing is, even if you wanted to TP in and try to help out that top side, they had the ward watching the tower the whole time, so they would have known the rotations were incoming.
And they set up really well on the side of Wildcard. And they give Sunlight space to just push in that bot.
Bottom though, speaking of Sunlight, he does get caught in the arena. Tier 1 tower does drop, but with the rupture out, he should go down. He is healing just a little bit, but not quite enough. They've got it.
You're pretty happy. You take the tier 1, you force out 3 ultimates on yourself, and you're not getting attention out to Arc. So you cop it again, you already did your job taking the objective, and you're allowing these 2 big cores to form in Wildcard. Not the biggest loss. Alpha, I mean, they're finding kills, they're finding punishment, It's not in the not in the targets they need to jump. You have to suppress that top jungle somehow. You have to spot out Arc. You have to jump Bapitic while he's still susceptible. Once he has that BKB, this Storm is just going to dance around you.
And he will. Top of the net worth board now is Arc, and going straight into the Orchid build up to boot. At least Rises does have a Maelstrom available now, the Bloodseeker. So his farm should escalate.
Another regen for Bapitic.
Yes, of course.
He just gets to dance around the jungle. I mean, rune control is just so big for something like the Storm. Doesn't get to farm as much as he is interrupted by Monster, but you're more than happy. And you're number 1 already on Arc. You're not too far behind on Bapitic, although, to be fair, Soul has kept up in a good pace, and he's going to have his own blink up rather soon here as well. We just need to see that connection with Alpha. We need to see that team play, because that's what was lacking in Game 1. That whole combination they were going for with Chrono didn't work out. This time, they have a lot more to play with.
Top side, Flea may get scouted by Pamplona. Oh, Bushwhack's off the mark. Doesn't bother trying to use the Acorn shot to scout out where the train is. Again, the tier 1 still just being healed up. Almost up to full HP once again. Alpha. They are as 3. They'll find the Observer Ward. In fact, 4 now up at top for Alpha. They really want to make sure this tier 1 top tower does go down. Problem is, it seems like Wildcard, they could just group up and go for the mid tier 1 in the meantime. Soul is there, but he's the only one around trying to defend that. In comes Sunlight. Exorcism is available. Rotation's now incoming from Alpha. Maybe they can punish them for this. You've got the blink set up from Monster. He wants to go for the Epicenter, but they are backing off at the exact right time. Still, in they go. Burrow Strike does connect, but Babitic, he's there with the Vortex, slowing them down, and now the song. It's a bit messy. The Death Prophet, though, still walking out just barely. As they do bushwhack him up and take him down. They've lost Pamplona. They've lost Soul. They might lose even more. A nice Epicenter. Burrow Strike is there, however, but Rises. He's been caught on the Bloodseeker. Babitic is having his way with absolutely everyone. A triple kill for the Storm, a full team wipe. And it looked kind of good for a moment, but not good enough.
I mean, that was Wildcard executing a bit jankily as well. Song into the Kisses combination right as it was coming out. They didn't bother canceling the song too early as well. It still works. Bapitic isn't caught, and he dances around him. This Storm is just difficult to pin down with the stunts you have. You've got to get that blink initiation on point with the Burst Strike or the Spear. If it doesn't connect, Bapitic dances. They tried. And Pamplona tries to wind up the Sharpshooter but doesn't channel it long enough. And Bapitic is fine again.
Yeah, absolutely. One of those things, right? Like you just want to land the Sharpshooter half the time. Well, they're going to find Sammy at least, so you've got something for your trouble. Though Sammy still walking out. Looks like the tree ended up going down, and he's actually all right.
It's a bit awkward. Alpha can't even find these squishier targets. Way to jump in. I'm sure Wildcard, they're very happy. 3k up. Their farm is just escalating. They're getting this aggression out. They're the ones forcing these movements out from Alpha. And again, we're seeing an issue with connecting your teamfight spells. As long as Arc's there to disrupt with a song, the team fight gets thrown off. They can focus on the egg and just clean up.
They're still trying to get that tier 1 top tower. But again, Wildcard just going to force them back into the mid tier 1. Like, Flea's having a field day up top, just forcing them to run around trying to look for him. And there's Tiger. Gets caught out of the Phoenix. Silence is there to make sure he cannot escape. Soul, I mean, he does have Arena. They could try Sammy, but oh, they missed the spear. It's not going to matter. They will still find him. Sammy's brought back.
Sammy?
I mean, they started a fight. Arc was there onto Monster for a moment. Had they had the kisses, Monster would have just died. It wasn't a rage vibe act by any stretch of the imagination as Wildcard. They're gonna run right through the Radiant Triangle here. Maybe a fight to break out. Pamplona's gonna scout Sammy out. They could look for a dieback. A nice bushwhack, but the cookie still landed. Monster, he's in with the Epicenter, but the damage isn't high enough. They'll drop the egg though. This is a great team fight here for Alpha, or at least it should be. Flea is still trying to fight back. The egg does blow up, and eventually Sammy, he'll go for the kisses. But Sammy knows he's dead. In goes Sunlight for more. Meanwhile, a song being popped on the other side of things. Top lane, being chased down is Rises. Tiger's still in trouble. Tiger's gonna die. Rises barely surviving. And that brings us to our odds, of course, from our betting partners, esportsbet.io. I wonder what the odds are looking like right now. And it is 1.14 for Wildcard. The favorites, of course, against the 5.36 for Alpha.
Yeah, those odds, they sound pretty fair. We've seen Alpha kind of surprise us in some of these engagements, but overall in the game, they haven't been able to tie it in together. Sammy, that's an instant tie pack for him, so not the best feeling in the world there. You know, it looked like he really wanted something going out with that smoke. And they find a couple, but it does die back. So at the least, that's something for Alpha to be happy about. You know, they know they've gotten onto Sammy, which is always important when you're playing against Wildcard. But Sammy, like you say, Mike, you know, this guy, he dishes it, but he can also take it. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he doesn't mind. I mean, he was looking for a kill with the Mortals Kisses, to be fair. Interesting buyback, nonetheless. Mid lane, Monster jumps in. Burrow Strike is out. Make sure he gets away from the storm. Of course, Babbage looking a lot scarier here in this mid lane. Meanwhile, top side, Samson. We okay to just hooky his way up towards the north. Back onto the high ground. Though his ward does get dewarded immediately. And the chase is still on for Sammy. Monster right behind him with the blink up, but can't see him at the moment. D-ward is there. That'll reveal him. And with that, sharpshooter to set up. Eventually, they'll have their way with Samson once again.
Yeah, he gets the voice line out. I mean, he's doing his job. Again, it's all about stall, all about getting Bapatic and Arc online. And let me tell you, these guys have not been jumped. 6-0 on Bapatic, 2-0-3 on Arc. They've just not been ganked.
Nope.
And that's all that matters. Even if Sunlight dies, even if Sammy dies or Flea dies, they still hold on to all their objectives. Like, with these support kills, they're not able to move on to towers. Alpha, their map control is not growing any wider. And that's just so much jungle space for Wildcard to sustain this build-up. I mean, Bapatic is going to have a BKB. With that up, he does not care. The only thing that could possibly stop him is maybe a Rupture out, but even then, he can just zip around. He doesn't care too much until he runs out of mana.
And he does not. Top tier 1, though, is still a target here for Alpha. They're having a look around for Flea again. Acorn shot way off the mark. Flea gonna reveal himself. Pamplona, believe saw him there for a moment, but the bushwhack not gonna land. Soul's not gonna land the spear either.
No.
Flea, enough. Stop it, Flea. Overgrowth down. He's gonna try and TP and he's gonna make it.
Flea.
Oh.
Francis Lee.
Revolting.
Francis Lee.
Revolting.
The Philam escapes. As we say in the Philippines, that's a TNT move. Tago ng tago. Keep hiding.
Sunlight. This might be a TNT move from Soldier. He's been caught out. Sunlight will move in, but do they have damage? Bushwhack is there. Epicenter channeled up. Sunlight somehow still alive. Still healing up.
No, wait, no.
He's trying to
No.
TP out, and he might know the spear will land, but Sunlight, he's still going.
Oh my god.
He finally goes down.
Imagine if you got that TP off right after top was such a disaster.
Oh my god. It's so demoralizing if you're Alpha. Like, my god.
I mean, you get that kill, but again, Bapatic has his BKB. He's the hero you need to be looking out for. You need to be looking out for this Naga. Arc, he's going to have a heart soon. So they're doing their job well on Wildcard, just feeding away to let these two big cores farm. And for Alpha, we are seeing some of the connections on the team fight, but not in the big heroes. We need to see them jump Arc. We need to see them jump Bapatic. In fact, jumping Bapatic might be a little bit late for that now with the BKB. As long as Bapatic has the reaction time, he is pretty fine. And there's that heart. Arc has 2.5k HP. You can't burst him down.
No, the replay of this Sunlight death, like, it's the amount of damage they throw at him, and he's just still going. Like, pops the mech, pops the pipe, goes for a TP. Luck, the spear was 0.1 second away.
Yeah.
0.1 second.
I mean, he could have almost just TNT'd like Flea. Oh, Flea's teaching them some bad habits. That's not something that you want from the Filipinos, TNT.
And surprise, surprise, John. Top T1 tower is still standing. Still there.
Barely took any damage as well. It's just being healed. Like, Flea just dances here. Please, maybe just go in, arena, take out the tree line, just kill this guy.
Well,
Something.
he might do it now. They're going to look around again. Glyph is forced. The tier 1 cannot go down. There's your Nature's Grass. They know he's in the tree
Backline?
somewhere. Now on the backside, Arena is down. They have found Sunlight. Song committed though. Can they get the follow-up damage? It doesn't seem like they can. The DP survives once again, at least for now, as Sunlight trying to run, trying to survive, might just make it. The spear connects, but it's not enough damage. Oh, the humanity. Oh, it never ends. Monster can't even find the storm.
Babitic didn't even have to use his BKB.
Pamplona caught with a root, does get a bushwhack, but he has to watch himself just die.
I mean, that entire fight happens, and the BKB we talked about, Babitic doesn't even need it. This is rough. Alpha, this is a rough game for them. Manta style almost done on Arc, just 600 gold away. Roshan open with the Exo running, no need for a reset. Alpha, they're just not able to get that. They're not able to be the guys jumping. That was a beautiful flank from the backside from Wildcard, catching them off guard. They're so focused in on just trying to get that tier 1, trying to find Flea that there's so many angles for Wildcard to expose.
Well, I mean, it's an AK advantage now. 12 to 17, and if you didn't have the damage earlier to kill these guys off, you probably don't have the damage now. Aegis up on Babitic. Double life on the Storm. Sanj and Kaya almost available now. Like you mentioned, Arc with the full Manta. The Naga's starting to feel impossible to kill. There's the Guardian Greaves being finished up by Sunlight. It's even harder to try and deal with this Death Prophet. And they're still trying to go after this tier 1. I mean, I hate saying it. This tier 1 tower.
This is just torture.
It really is.
They just don't have push. This lineup just doesn't have right-click push or any sort of push.
It's Groundhog Day, this top lane, John. Just everything's the same. Mid lane, Sammy. Blood right away. Zip in, Tiger. Gonna get caught. Nice spear, though. They've at least caught the Storm. Egg's been dropped, but he just zips away. Sammy's still trying to go for the egg, but he can't get it down in time. Will get stunned up. Now the overgrowth. Flea shows up from that top lane. Tiger, Icarus dive away, he's alright. Pamplona's still running. Barely surviving. Azark, who are we chasing now? He'll see Monster. Gets the Ensnare off. Gets the Orchid off. Zip in from Babitic. Make sure Monster goes down. And they might just head into the mid lane. They don't need Exorcism at this point.
There's still the arena threat, but without the follow-through egg, you don't care. And Sammy's just going through tier 3s chasing. God damn it, Sammy. Oh, can you imagine the smile he has on his face?
Oh, I can. We don't have to imagine, John. We can see the smile he has on his face. He's in that dark room again, by the way, John.
It's just, I find his room just so terrifying.
He's got blue lights on this time at the very
blue.
least.
Because they're red.
But his face is shining red. I'm not sure what's going on with this room.
I mean, I swear, the red tint, and when he smiles, he just looks like a madman. He looks like a serial killer when the red lights are on, not gonna lie. Love you, Sammy, but your room is just terrifying sometimes.
It is. Rises. Not safe. Babitic gonna zip right in. They found the Bloodseeker. Silence will be there just in case he wanted to try and run. And we all know there is no running. Scatter blast to the face from Sammy. 13k advantage now. 12 to 19. And you can tell Wildcard, they are feeling very, very confident if they weren't already.
Yeah. I mean, all their tier 1s still stand at 26 minutes with a 13k lead. This BKB out from Seoul could help the cause. He's not going to be pinned down by Babitic. He's going to have some counterplay. We need to see that now connect with the egg. Connect with the Burrow Strike along with the Epicenter. And these tools have to... These spells have to come together. And they have to work as a team. They've got to find that pick-off. Get the chain stance off onto Babitic. And you'll have yourself a game. But even if you focus all in on Babitic, right now with the Aegis, 2 lives, and with Arc around, I mean, even if you take care of the Storm, he's going to have a Butterfly. He's already got the Butterfly. I don't know how you deal with him.
You said Storm has a butterfly? No, it's Arc.
Arc, yeah.
Arc has a butterfly. I was
like
gonna say,
after you deal with Babitic, how you deal with Arc.
Right. Rises. BKB forced out. That'll be enough. Babitic laughs, walks away. Tips out from Sammy.
Sammy.
Sunlight will tip as well. I mean, he needs something. Nothing else is going right in this game. Hand the man a tip. Tier 3 bottom tower now under siege. Sunlight is taking care of it on his own. Soul, it's going to be the greatest arena we've ever seen. He's only found sunlight in it. They'll drop the egg. In fact, never mind, they found Flea as well. At least they've got the tramp, but no, the egg is gone. The egg is bursted down. Meanwhile, Monster being chased down by Babbage. There's your Overgrowth, catching out Soul. They'll lose the Mars. GG is called. They've had enough. This game has been torture. This game has been torture. That tier 1 top tower, I don't know how many times they try to take that thing down. And Flea just...
Yeah.
He tortured them.
He did. He did. Again, the Filipino move of TNT in America. Not a good thing, by the way. Do not do that if you're a Filipino watcher. It makes it very hard for us to get visas.
Yeah.
It makes it very hard for all of us. But Alpha, I mean, in that last fight, you can see where it went wrong. The egg outside arena. They just machine gun it down. And that we had to see that coordination kick in.
Yeah.
We had to see the arena eggs, the Boris Strikes epicenters connect, as we said in game 1, with a Chronosphere and Cataclysm. It just never came out here for Alpha.
No, it did not, Jonathan. No, it did not. A very rough affair for Alpha here. Of course, Wildcard taking a pretty confident 2-0 victory. And with that, we're going to head over to a very confident panel to see what they thought about this game number 2. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, my underwater brethren. Difficult game, rough game, and unfortunately Alpha find themselves 0-18 in terms of maps on the bounce. But fortunately, Wildcard Gaming have gotten themselves a dub here in quick 2-0 fashion, and they'll be building up some confidence heading into tomorrow's series. And although they took game 1 in very convincing fashion, this game was a bit cloudy, boys. Let's not beat around the bush. Some very random stuff happened in this game number 2 here. Did Wildcard maybe play around with their food a little bit too much?
Maybe. I think for the most part, though, like they were just the better team here in like almost every single metric. I think they really warmed up after that game 1, and you know they looked really good here for the moment. Yeah, there was some clowny stuff here and there for sure, but I wouldn't expect anything else from NA Dota.
Yeah, it's NA Dota. This is proper NA Dota that we got for ourselves, Panda. And unfortunately, from Alpha, yes, they went in for some team fight. You know, they had this Mars Phoenix combination. They had the Sand King that could be involved in the fray. They had access to like some of these Blood Ride combos. But like John was mentioning, you can't draft like this and not have the execution to pull it off. And we never really got to see that coordination. Never really a single time, right? All the kills that they got throughout this game were always in dribs and drabs, or was someone from Wildcard sort of overextending before they got a kill.
Yeah, game 1 was a lack of damage. Game 2 was a bit of a slight disconnect, and I feel like we just fell back into the good old Alpha, so to say. It's disappointing in a way to see that we haven't. This is the only team that we haven't really seen improve in pretty much any aspect, unfortunately, because they're not keeping up with the pace of all the other teams. This means Alpha has now lost 18 maps in a row since the 6th of January. We talked about the bait losing streak, which was 2 months without winning a series. They had 4 map wins though, but they lost so many series in a row. And Alpha, I mean, it's still not the end of the road. They've only got 1 more series to go. There's so much to learn and so much to do differently. I don't have high hopes for this team, unfortunately.
What's really scary for me is the fact that last series, it's still possible for them to
It's
force
still
out some
possible.
tiebreakers.
Yeah, they're
you
not
know?
relegated
Theory is
yet.
still there. Theory is still there.
You know, theory is still here at this point in time. And something that I find very interesting about this game and the inclusion of Tree and Protect on the side of Wildcard Gaming. We were sort of talking about this off camera, Panda. Guess how much building damage they did on the side of Alpha?
Shoot.
781.
781.
Guess how much health was lost on their towers on the side of Wildcard? Pretty much none. Because unfortunately, Flea was a little bit too hot utilizing that living armor. But another play that we saw being hot this time around, the Babatic Storm Spirit, 6-0 and 10. He bought BKB, winning fights without even needing to pop BKB. Just being like, well, they don't really have any threat that can realistically lock me down.
I mean, it was a great Storm game. That's why they picked it, right? Like, they did have the Spear Arena combo. Not the easiest to hit on Storm. Sand King, a little bit easier, right? But, like, for the most part, if you know where the Sand King is and the team fights, you don't really have to pop your BKB. So, like, he needed it for sure because there's a lot of spell damage and the threat, but just having, not a free Storm game, but a really good Storm game, pushing his limits here and having a great performance on the Storm.
Back on the building damage as well, that was the 4th game that Alpha did less than 1,000 damage in a game, with their worst being 0.
Damn.
In 1 game.
That doesn't sound good. Another thing that wasn't good in this particular game was Sand King. The performance from Monster. Can't really necessarily blame. We can blame him to some degree, but the hero just does not look that good. It's the second time we've seen Sand King rather in the DPC. It did win 1 game. The first time it was picked by OG, but after this, I'm not convinced that this hero has any role in the game of Dota 2.
Question that kind of kicks in here is the last phase bans. Darkseer was open, Underlord was open, you saw the Naga. There was a potential they could still flex Naga as a support, but ended up being a core. And these two heroes are so good against this one. Ark's going 605 in the end. He has no lane counter, and he has no team fight counter. So, was Sand King the right option?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it was, unfortunately. And Sunlight was able to perform yet again. Game 1, he did very well in terms of his performance on the Visage. Pretty much bought the exact same items.
Yeah, there's
role is the
offlane
same,
right now. Yeah, Greaves Pipe. Just buy these items in the offlaner. Oh, there's no more Wraith Pact. It's okay. We'll find the new Wraith
So
Pact.
broken.
Yeah, I mean, the glories of playing offlane, you know, you just find that broken defensive item, buy it every game. You don't even think about it.
There was that one play where Sunlight was pretty much just standing around 5 heroes trying to attack him all at once, and he's just extending in the duration of that fight. You got to see one of the reasons I love it with Treant Protector. Living armor plus Greaves plus Pipe, he just stands there forever.
And Siphon, yeah, add it all.
Just never dying. So moving forward now, what can Wildcard take from this series? Obviously from Alpha, there's a lot they need to reconfigure, rejig. Wildcard still have to play another series tomorrow up against Nouns, which is obviously a much more difficult opponent than Alpha.
Yeah.
Can they learn anything from this series that'll be useful into tomorrow's game?
Not much, to be honest with you. Like this is one of those games where like you kind of get to play with your food, right? Alpha, they're not looking good right now. They've lost every single series. They've been losing for a very long time now. Like all they need, there's different skill sets you need as a team, right? Like, and one thing that they haven't really mastered yet is how to keep it serious against a team that is much weaker than you. They show a lot of clowny like insights on how they play, and I know they're generally not this sloppy when they play against a better team. They kind of like bring out like their A game there. So they just need to keep playing, practicing together, and I just want to see a more serious wild card. Like we did see Sunlight in the bottom lane while he was feeding. He was kind of laughing on we saw on his cam, right? He was just having a good time. So hopefully they minimize their mistakes and like really bring everything to the table.
Yeah, exactly. I think like you can take the wrong direction, but you know, these are still teams looking for like just being out there, getting organization sponsors, help, and all that out. So you obviously still want to make a good picture out of yourself, but they will. So you definitely want to get into a different mindset of, okay, we scrubbed that game in the past. There was nothing too much into it. Let's move onward. Let's not stick around too much with what just happened, because it was pretty much a wild card show. I mean, they were unstoppable, right?
They were unstoppable in this one, and maybe part of it is the fact that they also know that there's not that much stakes outside of this particular game, right?
Yeah.
They've already secured their place in Div 1 for next tour. They don't really have any end for the Lima Major. So sometimes it's difficult to be able to find constant motivation when the game doesn't always make or break a team, right? And I think that's one of the difficult things. Whenever you have a new team, and especially such a young team, right? Half the players are very, very new, and at least new to the roles, new to this kind of organization. So finding that long-term motivation. I mean, Fia, you've played with a lot of young players in the past. What do you tell them when they have to play games that don't necessarily matter in terms of the standing for the league, but might have ramifications down the stretch for what the team looks like?
I mean, I don't know. I played with Sumel, and he like fed all the time and scrims and stuff. Didn't really take it seriously. It's kind of just comes with the territory, you know. Like when it matters, they'll show up. But if they don't feel like it during then, you can talk to them. You can try and talk to them, but it's kind of like talking to a toddler. You know, they don't really listen to you.
That's a difficult thing. We also heard this from Woon Meander as well when you were talking about some of his younger players on TSM. The fact that, you know, you need to rein them in a little bit, put the shackles down, put that whip in order. So if you're the coach right now, T-Panda, right?
Okay,
If you're the coach of
all right.
Wildcard Gaming.
I got a coach standing
You
right
gotta
next to
coach
me,
him.
but okay.
What are you telling them to make sure that this kind of performance, even in games that don't matter, doesn't happen again?
I mean, I guess the first thing you kind of just go with your players, just talk to them, all right, boys, well, we just had this game, you know, just in general, just feel the mood for a second. All right, boys, let's start putting our sights onward for the next one. We've had our fun. So, of course, you're supposed to have fun. I'm not going to sound like I'm a super strict coach just saying, like, no fun, we're going to destroy them next time. But my point is, you want to just move that atmosphere from that place, go onward, set your next goals, set your next sights, and just, you know, get that kind of focused mood for the next games. Let the boys sleep over the night. We'll get back tomorrow and start going reps. We'll look at some replays, go on some one-on-ones maybe. Of not the clowny plays, but the ones where like, all right, why is this happening? What's happening in this team fight? What went down in the comms? Should something have gone differently? Just trying to go for that little detail, basically. Just try to focus on those, move on, and leave with whatever information we have at hand. So basically, too long didn't hear, too long didn't read. Go from one atmosphere to the next.
On the bright side, though, we did still see Ark being able to put up a very good performance on the second game, especially. He was the one that was super serious, like, guys, we're going to win this game no matter what, even if y'all are trying to lose, or not trying to lose, but being a little bit clowny about it. Regrettably, we still have to talk about what the hell do Alpha do at this point. They've thrown a lot at the wall, it hadn't stuck. They've had a lot of difficulties just trying to get anything out of these games, and even if they have some positive lanes, it tends to just fall apart thereafter. they only have one series left up against the side of Bates, and Bates also remains in a winless situation. So both of them are coming into this in a sort of like even keel. We're going to figure out, of course, down the line exactly how Alpha is going to try and come back into the situation. But for now, let's still focus on the positives, because Wildcard Gaming, from their victory, Babatic in the mid lane was doing very, very well on the Storm Spirit, and we have him now for an interview. Babatic, good sir, congratulations on the victory. Welcome. And I've got an interesting question for you, right? Obviously, for a lot of us, myself included, this was the first time we've ever really heard about you. So can you talk us through your journey as a player? How did it transpire that you found yourself in Div 1? And what goals do you have going forward as a professional player, rather than just like being a pop star, as it were?
Hello. So there is like very small journey. I just went to America from Russia like a few months ago. And before I went to America, I meet Sammy Boy in Europop. He play Europop from America with 140 ping because American pubs is like not good enough, I guess. So I just meet him and I told him like, I'm going to America. Do you want to play with me? And it's like a joke. It's like just joke. It's like, and he told yes, why not? And eventually after TI, I asked him again. And he told yes, let's go, and so on. We're just playing together now. And before that, I never play like DPC. I never play in second division and first division. I just like playing pubs. And now I'm playing for Wildcard in American DPC.
Hey.
All right. Well, I can see you're very excited, and welcome to the DPC as well. I wanted to talk to you quickly about that transition. You're traveling over into America, and as you said, you don't really have the experience from all the bigger leagues or playing with big players against big players. How has that felt like the last few weeks, basically, playing in NA pubs and getting to play in NA DPC 1? How's it felt?
Well, I don't want to say anything bad about NA pubs, but obviously it's not so good as
Pubs are
Europe.
pubs.
Pub's a pub, yeah, you're right, completely right. But an ADPC is like, it's like DPC is like a pub for me, I guess. I'm not like shaking or nervous. It's just like a game. I'm like completely focused on game. I'm trying to do my best, like doing my job. Listening to my captain, to Sammy Boy, like he trying to manage us, like trying hard to win. So he our captain. I'm just doing what I should do.
All right, all right.
It's really good for me. Like it's
a learning
real
experience.
Dota. You're playing with real people. You talk with them. You're like making some mistakes. You're learning something new that you can even use in pubs, like some strategy, and you can win more often.
Awesome.
So I really enjoy this.
And so speaking of real Dota, are there any mid players that you've either played against or you watch replays of from the mid lane that you take inspiration from and want to play like?
Did you ask me who I rate?
Which
like
mid
the
players
best
do
player
you
for me?
watch that you think are really good?
Yeah, okay. It's obviously two people. Obviously, it's like GPK and Nisha. The best of the best, I guess, right now. So I'm watching a lot of their games. Especially I'm watching their like laning stage, the most of like first 6 minutes. But sometimes if I'm like learning new heroes and I'm missing, if I don't understand what should I do like after laning stage, I'm also watching like full game duration to understand how should I make like rotation, trying to like copy the best players' moves and trying to understand why they do this, so I can use it in my games. Okay. Also, my team is like helped me a lot with my like, rotation, like where I should be in like minute 10 and in minute 9, or like where I should farm to to help my team take some area.
Okay. Before we let you go,
but definitely
Babatic,
it's like Nisha and GPK.
Nisha and JPK, technically, they actually are one of the best in the world. And before we let you go, I'm very curious
Yes.
about one thing. What's been your favorite thing about being in the NA region versus being from Russia, where you're from initially?
Sir, can you explain, please?
Like your favorite thing about the NA region, just about America in general.
My favorite thing. It's a hard question because I didn't play in competitive in Russia. Like I have like very low experience in competitive for a world, so I cannot compare. But like between America and like CIS region,
That
so
makes
it's
sense.
like really hard question for me. Yeah.
I mean, I guess we're just going to see you around, right? Just stay in the NA region, and I'm sure we're going to end up talking to you more often. So, Babatic, thank you for giving us your time. We're going to let you go back to practicing and being with the wildcard team. So, thank you, and we'll talk to you hopefully tomorrow after your series against Nouns. Good luck and have fun.
Oh yeah, we definitely should beat Nouns tomorrow. It's our goal. It's my goal number one, my personal goal. I want to beat Yamsun.
Okay.
All right.
He trash talked to me in pubs, so now I want to beat him. Yeah. And it's obviously good to win Nouns tomorrow because we can take third place in DPC and earn some DPC points. It's gonna help us to visit TI maybe.
Yeah, that's
So it's very
definitely
important for us today.
All right, we will see you then tomorrow,
All right.
Babatic. Thank you so much for your time and have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
All right, that of
Goodbye.
course is Babatic mid lane for the side of Wildcard Gaming, who clearly has improved. At the very beginning, we saw him and we didn't really know what to make of him. Things weren't going so well, but day in, day out, has been getting subsequently better.
Yep.
You know, you just mentioned there at the very end that they have the ambition and the goal of beating Nouns tomorrow and trying to usurp them in the third place. And we're going to take a quick look at how things are shaking up right now in terms of the leaderboard. Had they played tomorrow's game earlier on, and you said to me, do they have any hope of winning based on their first game? I would have said absolutely not. But right now, they're both 4-2. The winner of this matchup will end up going to the 5-2 position. And I think it's actually possible, Panda. I don't think this is completely outside of the realm of possibility anymore.
Stats don't lie.
No, they
It's
don't.
possible. It's possible. One thing I just quickly want to jump back with Babatic is now we actually know the player, and we know the player behind the heroes. We know the face. I mean, he seemed like a very, very enlightened young gentleman who's ready to take on the challenges. And with that kind of attitude, yeah, I mean, definitely. They can definitely match up against Nouns and show are they up for that third point. He really talked about those DPC points, that they matter a lot for a team like Wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure here. Like, wildcard Nouns match tomorrow, I'm really excited for it because mainly just we saw Nouns play versus 5-Rat, and it doesn't look like Nouns is in a shape right now where they're just going to be stomping, right? So, like, wildcard was the team that beat Bait. They beat 5-Rat, Forcef, two teams, like, kind of in that tier. So, this should be a harder challenge for Nouns tomorrow. And wildcard, they definitely have a chance of taking it.
Yeah, one thing I'm looking at the leaderboard, things still seem relatively like what we anticipated and expected, but that could all change tomorrow. We end the day with literally a relegation scrap. Bait cannot afford to lose that matchup against TF Gaming. If they do, that's it. Done and dusted. Guaranteed relegation from the DPC Division 1. We don't want to see that, right? We'd love to see Dendi not just stay in the division, but also clock his first series wins in the DPC ever. And that would be exciting. Panda, you've been watching this guy for a long time. From what you've seen from Bait, do they have what it takes to beat out TF?
I mean, thinking about that, yes, they definitely have the chances. Theoth Bait is going to be a super tight series. And then all the way to the last day where Bait is going to be playing against Alpha. If Bait wins this one, they beat Alpha, Theoth is going home. They're going to Division 2. And that would be quite the opposite at the very last leg of this Division 1. So don't want to miss that one.
We don't want to miss that. And of course, we've just already spoken about this Wildcard versus Noun series. But the first series of the day, that's the big one. Shopify Rebellion versus the side of TSM. And TSM... it's been a bit of up and down situation, right? One could argue that it should be Nouns in their position rather than the side of TSM instead. But that particular game is going to really define what this region looks like. The problem is that Rebellion just looks so damn good. And it does seem to be the case. We heard actually from Crit when he was talking about their preparation for some of these teams that they weren't always taking the other NA teams that seriously. There's no way that happens with TSM. There's no way they're not preparing every hour, every second around the clock here specifically for that one series.
I mean, for sure. Like, there's more DPC points involved, right? I think that's going to be, like, the big thing for this match for both teams because they're both going to the major, right? But depending on their placement, you know, like, it could be the decider if you get invited to TI at the end of the day. So it's going to be very important, this match, and both teams are going to give it all they got.
Both teams are going to give it all they got, and they're going to ensure that we have the best Dota possible here in the North American DPC. However, with that, we are going to be closing out the show for the day. Wildcard Gaming took their series 2-0. Nouns did manage to come with a 2-1 victory against 5-Rat Forstaff, but tomorrow's games are certainly going to define what this region actually looks like and what we really know about the North American side of Dota. And of course, it's going to define who had the best predictions coming into this from the talent side.
Oh, no.
You know, I'm feeling good. My boys here are in shambles, so we're going to see how it all goes. With that, thank you everybody so much for joining us for these last few hours of Dota 2 action. We will see you in about 12 hours because it's not going to take that long, maybe like 15 hours later in the day to continue this DPC hype. We're in the halfway point portion. Only 2 days left, so you do not want to miss any single series. My name is Snare, and with T Panda and Fear on the panel, Mike LaPhoenix, John Xfire from the casting booth, and PTPR Observer, we say thank you. We bid you good night. Remember to drink water. Stay positive about Dota 2. PMA is important. Making sure you watch your replays to improve is important. And respecting and loving the people around you is important. Until later tonight, we will see you then. Good night.